A Moneyball save in Football Manager refers to a management style inspired by the Moneyball approach used in baseball. This strategy focuses on using data and statistics to identify undervalued players who can be signed for relatively low fees and then sold for a profit later. The goal is to build a competitive team without spending excessively on high-profile players. That last part, this is so alien to me. I'm excited. I'm going to be taking over at Brentford, a real-life Moneyball team in recent years. And as I say, I am so out of my depth with this one. This is not how I play Football Manager. I mean, I spent over £1 billion in one transfer window in my last save. So in the summer, we spent... oh, dear. So after being hired as manager, we were met with these emails and this news screen here. We've officially taken the role. We are the club's new manager, replacing Thomas Frank, who's done such an excellent job. This, by the way, is on an up-to-date database. If I go to the Premier League table, it includes teams such as Leicester, Southampton, and the other promoted team, which is, of course, Ipswich. We are predicted to finish 13th this season. We're 250 to 1 and everything else is up to date. We have no Ivan Toney, etc, etc. Importantly, for a Moneyball save, we've got £23.3 million to spend and 54,000 or thereabouts in terms of wage budget available. We need to be smart with this because our main principles of a save like this, a Moneyball save, is that we need to try and scout undervalued players. We need to go with a data-driven player recruitment approach. We need to maximize the value that we get from transfers. We need to develop our youth players, maybe using our B team here to bring them through to the first team. And finally, we need to keep some tight financial control. It literally makes me laugh saying that because it is so not the way that I do things, but I'm gonna try my best in this one. You guys hopefully in the comments are gonna help me along this way. I think this could be a really fun save. I've already set us up in a tactic. We're gonna go very simple. We're gonna go with 4-2-3-1, or potentially if I change things up, we might go with a 4-3-3 with a defensive midfielder in here. I want to keep things quite sensible and simple because that's the easiest to recruit for, rather than looking for wacky roles and wacky positions. I feel like we can look at the data of other players and put them into the roles from here. Just loading in what I think may well be our best 11. It looks a little bit like this. We've got Mbuemo leading the line, Visser on one side, Sade on the other, Fabio Carvalho in behind the strikers in the 10 role. I'm wondering if we should go with this 4-2-3-1 to try and get the best out of Carvalho. Otherwise, maybe a more defensive midfielder. Maybe we'll go two systems. One for tougher games where we play with a third defensive midfielder in there. When games where we want to take the game to them, maybe use Carvalho in the 10. It's good options to have. Players like Aya could come in and do the defensive midfield role, couldn't they? Or Onyeka's quite good on the bench too. Although actually Onyeka is out on loan at the moment, so forget that I mentioned him. We've got a few options. I feel like we've got a strong squad. I'm actually going to not do any transfers straight away. And the reason for that is, if I show you player profile screens, you'll notice there are no attributes. That is right. We are using a specifically designed skin for Moneyball saves. That skin is the Musterman skin, designed and created by Musterman himself. It's the Musterman iconic dark skin. I will link this skin and the link to Musterman's videos in his channel as well, because he does some great videos showcasing this skin and explaining how it all works, which I've watched lots of now to try and get to grips with it so that we can do this save. There is the skin name there. Again, that's linked in the description of today's video. The skin is interesting in that we are going to go with data for everything else. There are no attributes. I cannot see them. I've got attribute masking on. The way I'm going to have to rely on all of my scouts to bring me players based on their performances. And all of this here on what we call our pizza chart is going to be flooded and filled with stats based on the games that are played. And this is why I'm not going to do any transfers just yet, because I have no stats to work from. Kevin Sade, I don't know if he's been very good in the positions that I want him to be because we've not played any games. I want to see what his shot stats are and his expected assists and everything, and compare it to other players and see, can we use the money that we could maybe sell Sade on for to bring in a cheaper player but get better results out, because that, after all, is Moneyball. All of this we will dive into in lots of detail because I kind of want this save to be quite detailed, even though I do like to rush through in FM as well. I'm going to go and play a fair few games, probably get us up towards the January transfer window. I'll try and keep you up to date on how things have gone as well along the way. And from there, we'll start to think about recruitment, because at the very essence of a Moneyball save is the idea of recruitment. Can we make some big wins by bringing players in, shifting players on for big prices? Can we turn Brentford into a real force in the Premier League? That is going to be the aim. I'll see you as we approach January. Okay then, so as promised, I return here as we're approaching January. It's the 30th of December, so we are about halfway through our first season. Roundabout, we played 18 games, and as you can see by the league table on your screens right now, we are very much very mid-table. We are 10th place after 18 games. We've got a goal difference of 0. We've got 25 points. We're on course to get 50 by the end of the season. It is about as middling as you could possibly be. However, considering the fact we didn't make any signings, considering the fact that we were going to try and gather some data to then make moves going forward, I feel like I've done a lot of learning, and there's lots to catch you up on before we head into this January transfer window, which I think could be really useful. We've got money to spend as well. Just to start there as well, we have got a budget of £55 million. The board did turn around and give us some extra money heading into this window, which is pretty nice. So I think I will go and spend a little bit, because that's what we're in it for, right? That is the Moneyball save. You want to spend some money, you got to speculate to accumulate. And in fact, I have already speculated a little bit. We have made our first signing, who is about to join on the 1st of January. In through the door will come Ezequiel Zeballos, who, if you have a look at his charts here, I've been using this page a lot. Now, there's going to be a lot of learning from my side as well with this Moneyball save in how to interact with this skin, how to look at the data. I was first of all using the pizza chart, this one here, which I think I showed you in the first part of the video. I've actually come to realize that my brain works a lot better if we have this bar chart here, which breaks down all of these stats, and they are all per 90. So expected assists per 90, expected goals per 90, etc., all the way down. I've actually used this to do a little bit of my recruitment work as well, and my scouting work, which we'll definitely dive into this January. I'm going to go and play the January window in a second, and then update you on how it's gone, because I'm going to try and make some money moves in our Moneyball save. The first move that's been made, Ezequiel Zeballos hasn't started many games. He plays for Boca Juniors. He is only 22, which means in terms of a Moneyball signing, there could be moves to be made. But have a look at these stats on here. Bear in mind, it is a very small sample size. So one of the filters that I've been putting in when looking for players is a certain number of games played, because otherwise you can have the most amazing looking player in terms of the data, but they've played like one game. However, just looking at Ezequiel Zeballos and having a look at some of the scout reports that I received from my scouts, they really like him. He's quick. He can play on the wing, which is a position I think we might need to strengthen. He's young as well. His value, I think, for the player that he could be, is quite low. We're going to sign him for about £6 million. I think it's 2 million up front. If I go to here to show you, it's 6 million. But I think even on here, it shows you differently. It's £2.5 million up front, rising to 6 million eventually. I think there's some value to be had there. You can also see that I'm doing a little bit of staff admin as well. I sacked a load of scouts because they just weren't great. I didn't want to sack them immediately because it felt a bit harsh, but I've sacked a few now and brought in some ones that are slightly better, like Christian Buchholz, who is, I think he looks a little bit better anyway. So we're going to improve that way. First signing, Ezequiel Zeballos, Ezequiel Zeballos from Boca. He will slot in probably as a squad option, I think, when we sign him. Originally, I was thinking maybe he could start when I first signed him, which was way back in, it was just after the summer window. That's why he's joining now in January. However, let me update you on how the season has gone and who the standout stars have been, and just show you what their data looks like comparatively, because, yeah, he might have to be a backup option now. And that is because the season started like this. We started amazingly. We got a 4-2 win at home to Fulham, London derby. Thought this is a great place to start. Goals from Norgard and Buemo, Visser, and then Pinnock. 4-2. Lovely. We're actually, I think, 1-0 up and then 2-1 down in this game. Came back to win it comfortably. You see the 11 that we played there. Then we backed it up with a loss against West Ham. Then a win in the EFL Cup second round. Then a loss. It's very up and down, isn't it? There were some great results there. If you go through in September, look, we drew at home. We got a last minute. We snatched a draw here. 3-0 down to get a 3-3 draw with Man City. This was glorious. Christopher Ayer scored twice in this game. He's been a bit of a revelation, actually. And interestingly, we've been playing him as a centre-back. Interestingly, he is wanted at the moment by Atletico Madrid and Chelsea, which he's got very good, these stats here, his possession loss. He doesn't lose the ball a lot and he plays at the back, and he's got good expected goals because he scored 6 goals because he's 6'5" and scores a lot of headers from our system. So he wins his headers, scores the goals and keeps the ball. So he's a useful centre-back, can play in midfield as well. He's played a few games in midfield. If I show you his form, he has played Mostly as a centre-back, sometimes in as a defensive midfielder, central midfielder, look, kind of a combination of both. However, if you look at his form, this is why I'm telling you this, because he's wanted by some big teams, with it being a Moneyball save. If we get a big bid for him, I think I might have to consider selling him because his value is quite high. His value is up at about £30 million. But if you look at his form, he only really gets a good rating when he scores. So he scored in this game, scored twice in this game. This is the City game. Then it's 6.6, 6.7, 6.9. Scored in this game 7.7. Scored in this game 7.7. Otherwise, it's kind of sixes. And that tells me maybe there's an upgrade that we could make eventually too. Just bear that in mind. He got a great draw there though. We drew to Arsenal. We beat Liverpool. Best result of the season so far. This was 3-2 win against Liverpool. We were 2-0 up. They made it 2-1. We made it 3-1. Then Salah got one. 3-2 the final score at our ground at the G-Tech. Then we lost to Chelsea, beat Liverpool in the EFL Cup. We have now gone out of the EFL Cup though. Arsenal have knocked us out in the quarterfinal, so there's that one. And as you can see, results were pretty good, especially like November. We had a really good month. Did lose then though to Ipswich, and this was sort of the downturn in form for us. We only got one win in December. We've gone out of the cup. Only one win, which was against Manchester United, which you might think at Old Trafford, that's a great win. However, let me show you the Premier League table. Manchester United are 16th. Erik ten Hag is very much not at the wheel anymore. Thomas Tuchel has come in, England manager Thomas Tuchel, and because they sacked Ten Hag pretty early on, they are relegation fodder this year. They're actually only a point above the relegation zone. So that could be a really fun little storyline to keep an eye on in this save anyway. But we're 10th. We are 3 points off the European places, which is where Manchester City are. It's Arsenal, Spurs, Liverpool, Newcastle, Chelsea, Fulham in the top 6, then City, and then us, they're looking 10th. We are only 3 points off, 4 points off 6, and then it's probably a bit more of a jump up to 5th in the top 5 there. If we could sneak into Europe, that would be an amazing season. I'm thinking, though, considering where we started with, considering we didn't make many signings, a 10th place finish, I'm perfectly happy with this right now. If we finish the season here, it gives us a platform to build on, I think. Let me know what your expectations would be in the comments down below. Anyway, though, this is why I've stopped here, because we are about to head into January. Let me show you some of the stats on our players by going to our team here. You can see the appearances. You can see the average ratings. I want to point you in the direction of our star man for the first half of the season. And a little bit of a surprise for me, Keane Lewis Potter. Have a look at his bars in terms of data here. His attacking metrics are glorious. He's got 9 goals, 16 games, and an average rating of 7.1 overall. He's very good. He's also, look at the pressures attempted as well in that gegenpress type system that we're using. Goals wise, shots wise, non-penalty expected goals and expected assists all the way right up there. If I just can compare him, have a look, remember what his look like. Compare them to Mbeumo's, for example. Mbeumo really good in the attacking ones, but pressure's a bit lower. This guy's also unbelievable. Did have lots of interest earlier in the season, but that interest seems to have dissipated a little bit now. I think we will need to plan for his departure eventually, perhaps. He's only 25 and he's going to get interest because look at his expected assists. He's been great he's got 4 assists so far in the league already. Setting up the goals, and then we've kind of shared it around with the front 4. Carvalho in this number 10, but also if you look at the bench, there has been lots of appearances for Sade as well, who's got two goals. He's got himself 10 appearances as well. Just consider that I am rotating lots as we're going through these games. Norgard starting this midfield has got 18. He's now wanted as well. Real Madrid potentially going to approach him at the end of his contract. So don't panic about this. This is very Moneyball. He might go to Real Madrid at the end of his contract. However, I can trigger a contract extension clause. My wonder was, do I see if I can get 15 million for him in January and then reinvest it rather than lose him on a free? Or do I just trigger this extension clause, which is probably the smart thing to do, because if Real Madrid are looking at him, it probably means that he's probably a quite a good player. But he is 30 as well. So these things that I'm debating, I'll see what it goes like in January. But the reason I've not done anything about his contract is because we have this extra year that I can trigger. However, I was wondering if we're going to get some actual bids from teams. And Real Madrid, that was a transfer interest before, and now because we've gone to the 30th, that's now changed to an end of contract link. So might need to think about that one a little bit. Here we are though. Players are doing pretty well. I'm looking at which places we can improve on players. I'm looking at the average ratings of our team and thinking about how we can improve. Overall, I'm pretty happy. I think I'm looking at any basically any position I'm looking at to try and improve. Whilst also we need to keep Keane Lewis Potter in this team. He's only 23 and this guy is turning into a real superstar for us. 51 million his value is up to now. With all of that in mind though, I've of course been doing some scouting. It's a massive part of a save like this, isn't it? I've set up my recruitment focuses. You can see them ongoing here. Mbeumo replacements is one thing I was looking for. Wasn't able to find loads of them, but Cyril Ngonje is an option. Hasn't played very many games in there, but the scouts seem to like him. Pablo Solari from River Plate. Only 23. He was an option in there. Not one that really took my fancy. There's a few more being looked at, as you can see there. Look, a few have been completed too. I've been doing lots of scouting. Let me show you. This is where I'm going to keep them all together. Let me show you my shortlists. Now I've made a shortlist. In fact, let me show you one thing before I show you that. This is how I'm looking for players. I am looking for players that are interested, and I'm creating filters such as this one here, which these are all the metrics that you saw on the player's home screen, those expected assists per 90. I'm looking at the numbers on here to see which players have played, as well as making a certain number of appearances. I might change that to minutes played as well, perhaps. It might be a slightly better way of looking for them. But number of appearances, at least 18, look, was the one I was looking at here. And this is how many pressures and tackles. So I'm looking for more of a defensive midfield type player with this one here. But just to show you what my process of scouting using the data, this is what I've been doing. And if you actually look, I've left the Brentford players in my searches because then I can compare the other players to them. And look, Keane Lewis Potter pops up right at the top of this list here because he's right up there. Same with Damsgaard and Rorslev. So I'm thinking, do I need to go and spend loads of money on a João Gomez? Probably not, because I've got players in my squad like Damsgaard who's doing that. For example, this is just a little insight into my thinking, how we're doing things. The shortlist, though, is where I've pulled out players that I think could genuinely be options to go and sign. I'm going to show you them now because it's a long list at this stage rather than a short list. And then as the January develops, I'm sure that I'll make a move for maybe one or two of these. Goalkeepers wise, I've picked out Noah Atabolu, who's the more expensive option. Really cheap option here. And this one, we're probably not going to move for because we do have Flecken. I think Flecken's 31 and this guy's 30. Dyer, Mikawa. But this guy came up really nicely. I mean, ignore these a little bit because these are goalkeepers. But this guy's really cheap and I think actually a really good goalkeeper. If you have a look at his... I did have a scout report. Let me get a new scout report on him. He's actually on approach to sign as well. He came out really favourably in a scout report. I don't have one anymore. I need to go back and get another one for those. But there's just things like this as an option. I don't think keeper is necessarily a... We don't need to move for a keeper right now, so I don't think we will. Let's just go through the other positions though. Right backs, Baku, Soppy, one to keep an eye on. I need to go and get another... I think I've asked for a scout report on Tobias. I need to go and ask for another scout report on you. Brandon Soppy is going out of contract in the summer. So, okay, I've asked for one here. Scouting is in progress. Hasn't played at all at Atalanta, but is 22 and could definitely be good. He's also wanted by Dortmund, Forest and Palace. Another great way of knowing if it's a decent player. Do big teams want to go and sign them? It's because their scouts have identified them as being pretty good as well. So Brandon Soppy, one to watch out for as a right back. Mads Roslev's doing a pretty good job there for us at the moment. Left backs, Bjorgan. I like Melvin Bard as an option. He got a really nice scout report as well. Alvaro Fernandez from Benfica, former Manchester United. I think they might have a buyback on him as well. He has come out nicely in some of these metrics here. I'm going to keep watching him. He hasn't played loads of football. Again, though, he got a really nice scout report from us, so one to watch. Centre backs, I think I might be in love with Loic Bade. Loic Bade has played not that many times, but have a look at some of these ones down here. These passes, progressive passes for a centre-back. We play with ball-playing defenders. He wins his headers as well. I think I really like Loic Bade. And at £16.5 million and at 24, 6'3", replacement maybe for somebody like a Christopher Ayer. I like Bade, so definitely keep an eye on him. Not loads of centre-backs that I've managed to find, actually. So that also maybe makes me think I should move for him. Loads of midfielders able to find. These are our more... Well, actually, I've got some of them in as defensive centre-mids, some of them as attacking centre-mids, and they will overlap, obviously. We play with DMs, but they have to be quite progressive anyway. So some of these defensive ones may well be attacking ones. It's because of which metrics they've come out in as better. Whereas Edward Spurtsan might be more attacking, but some of his metrics were really great defensively. This guy could be a little bit... there you go. Look, his possession one is really good, but this guy could be a bit of a bargain. His value's actually gone up quite a bit, which is a shame, but this guy could be one to keep an eye on. He's wanted now and he wasn't before. I've had my eye on him for a while. He's wanted by Fiorentina and Lazio. He plays for Krasnodar in Russia. I wonder if he could be one that's a little bit under the radar. Got a great average rating, look. Got 6 assists from midfield too. Could definitely sit in the DM spot as well. He's got a little bit of role suitability there. And could definitely progress things from there. Great assists, great possession 1. Doesn't lose it. The losing possession isn't too great there, but still. His overall scout report did look really good. I just need to go and re-scout him at this stage here. But Kakare, Matatso, Frendrup, only about £10 million. His tackles 1 metric is amazing in this midfield. He's only played 5 games, but he's another one, especially being Danish. I could see him fitting. It fits the Brentford way of signing players, doesn't it? So Morten Frendrup as well, only 23. I think there might be value in him as well. And we've just moved through because there's loads of these. I could talk about my scouting and the players I've identified for literally forever. I really like Angelo Stiller in the attack. A+ on him. More expensive, but if we were to sell a player, bringing in Angelo Stiller could be real quality. He's only 23 as well. Rio Hatate, Bacharina, always amazing. He looks good as well. Great scout report, but quite expensive now. And then Monchi, maybe the cheaper one down the bottom here. He plays for Aris in, is that in Greece or is it in Cyprus? It's in Greece. So there could be value to be had there from signing players from leagues like that, isn't there? Wingers really quickly. I like Bakayoko. Zeballos is coming in anyway, so we need to see how he fits in. Been recently looking at Kerem Aktürkoğlu, who looks pretty good in my opinion. Ritsu Doan. Looking at these Japanese, the Japanese market seems to be one that you can definitely find value in as well. I found lots of Japanese players that I really like the look of. And then in striker, I know that lots of you will want me to go for Gyökeres. It seems a little bit obvious, but if Mbeumo goes, and if Gyökeres is still at Sporting, if we can make sure that he's actually interested, which he isn't right now, look, just to show you, he is the type of striker that we could move for and spend a lot more money on. So just going to keep an eye on him. I also like Kyogo. I also like Marmoush and Karim Konate. I think there's value in all of those ones there. I need to get a new scout report on Marmoush here. That's my scouting. I'm hoping that you like the insight into the scouting that I've done, because I feel like that is sort of a big part of this, isn't there? That's how we've done for the first half of the season. I'm going to go and do January now. I'm going to go and play this January window out. Maybe we'll do a bit of a live com in the video as well to see how our players are doing. But I thought because we haven't signed anyone yet, we don't want to watch loads of Brentford games when it is literally just the Brentford squad. Let's go and do some transfers and we can see maybe how those transfers fit into the side with a live com after that. And then we're going to finish off this season. And I think I'm going to aim to try and do 2 seasons in today's video and make it a bit of a bump up video, because I think a Moneyball save has to be quite explanatory and it has to be quite detailed. So I'll see you after this January window. Okay, so I have been deep in the data and I've been very busy during January. I am having a lot of fun doing this, by the way. I highly recommend just changing the way that you play FM and having a go at a Moneyball save. There's countless videos explaining how to do this really well. I've been deep in spreadsheets that look like this and everything to try and find some replacements for players that I've sold. Let's start with those sales and with the exit of Christian Norgard. Now, we teased this, didn't we, in our little discussion before this point. Real Madrid were circling around him. He was going out of contract in the summer. I was debating whether I was going to do a new contract or whether we cashed in on him. In the end, Real Madrid made a bid of 15 or so million pounds, £15.5 million. And with this in mind, I was leaning towards keeping him, giving him that contract extension and keeping him at the club. And then I thought, what's realistic here? Real Madrid are going to jump in. The player's going to want to go to Real Madrid. He's 30 years old. It's going to be his last big move. Can I really stand in his way as a Brentford manager and trigger that contract extension? He's not going to be very happy with me, is he? I want to be slightly realistic with this. So I decided to say yes. We're going to cash in. They've given him a bumper new contract, £85,000 per week. He was really important for us. We talked about it before, didn't we? He was having a decent season so far. He's had a really good debut, actually, for Real Madrid in there. I decided to be realistic. So we've got £15 million in the bank. It's great for our Moneyball save. I'm going to keep an eye on the balance and hopefully we can keep improving that balance as well, improving the amount of money that we are bringing in, all of our revenue in that regard. Norgard out, and then maybe even more of a bombshell is that I also sold Christopher Ayer. Another one that we talked about being wanted before the window started, and another one that's got himself a really big move. He's a bit younger. He's only 26, and this one, I definitely didn't want to sell him. However, they paid £32.5 million. It's AC Milan he's moved to. Another one where if we apply a little bit of realistic logic, there might be some of you who are thinking, what are you playing at? Why are you selling these players that are so important to you? I think in a Moneyball save, we have to do this. There's £32.5 million coming in there for a player that we can now go and try to replace with cheaper alternatives, maybe younger alternatives. I mean, maybe younger is a little bit harsh on Aya. He's not exactly old at 26, is he? So I've tried to do that. I've brought in some money, Aya and Norgard out, as well as Josh Da Silva, another one that I've sold. It seems a bit ruthless and a little bit cutthroat. However, he barely played, look, in the first half of this season. He played 6 games, 1 start in the league. £9 million from Lyon in France have come in for him. Another one that I just couldn't really say no. I couldn't say no to the money on this one particularly. So Josh Da Silva moves on for 9 million. That's a decent chunk of money brought in. And then add to that Ethan Pinnock, who was unhappy and wanted to move. Another one that he's a bit of a stalwart at Brentford, isn't he? That I don't want to have to get rid of these players, but hadn't been playing, was unhappy that he hadn't been playing. And they put in a good deal here. The loan fee is 375k. And then they've promised to pay me £7 million. I think it's actually 14 million if I go to the whole thing. I don't think I can show you on here. It's £7 million mandatory fee, but then if he stays, there's also installments of another 7 million. So it's about 15 million for Ethan Pinnock, which is about his value here. Look, which I'm not sure. I think that's a little bit high for him too. Another 31-year-old that I think we can replace. He wasn't a starter anyway. We've generated money, and that's led me to the point of actually spending money now. A few things to consider. We've had some injuries, so some of these players are replacing injuries. We've had a very small squad after getting rid of these players, so some of them are just to beef up the squad depth as well with some players that are quite cheap. But let me show you who I've brought in and maybe show you some of the data that has triggered me to paying for these players here. If we go to transfer history, these players that I'm going to highlight are our signings in January. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, although I'm not going to count Ceballos yet because I've already told you about him. And also I did loan him back to Boca Juniors because it turned out that I could just loan him back. They asked for it when he came in and I thought, do you know what, actually go and get some first team football. With the injuries that happened afterwards, maybe I shouldn't have done this, but I'd already done it by this point. So on the first look, he went back to Boca Juniors on loan, so he's gone back out. And also just a little one here, Yunus Emre Konak, a really promising midfielder that we've got in our squad. He was in our under 19s, I think it was. I've decided to try and get him some first team football, so he's gone to Hertha Berlin on a loan as well, just to hopefully develop him a little bit. Same with Yarmolenko, actually, another youngster that wasn't playing, so I've given him some first team football at Toulouse as well. Just to run you through all of the sales there, let's have a look at these signings coming in then. First and foremost, 2 defenders to replace the outgoing Ethan Pinnock and Christopher Aya. Aya was the starter, Pinnock was a backup. I brought in a starter in Eduardo Quaresma. Comes out really nicely in a lot of these metrics here in terms of the defensive ones, really. Possession won, possession lost is really good as well. He doesn't lose the ball when he does win it. Really progressive with his passing as well from centre-back. And of course, he's really young as well. He was playing for Sporting. He's 6 foot. He was playing games for them as well. Didn't play amazingly in these, but actually the underlying data behind it was pretty promising. Our scout reports on him were showing that he's a really promising youngster, and we had knowledge of him anyway, didn't we? So he's less of a Moneyball signing, but I think just a smart signing. Quaresma comes in to start. The other one, this is a player that I've never heard of and only found him through the data. If I pop up on the screen here, what I found when I was filtering through all the data, when I was putting him into my spreadsheets to go through everything, Christopher Wu playing, well, he's come from Rennes in France. He's had a really good season so far, 16 games for them, and was available for 3.3 million we've signed him for. And if you look at that data, it showed him in the highest regard in so many of them. So I'm going to take a punt on him. He's only 23. He's 6'3". He fits the bill, especially as a backup defender here. Only on small wages as well. In terms of replacing Ethan Pinnock, I think we're getting a younger and hopefully a player that can grow into a better player in Christopher Wu here, especially if he does live up to that underlying data that we were able to find. So Christopher Wu in for 3.3 million. Those are the defensive reinforcements. And then into the midfield, we needed then to go and replace Christian Norgard, of course. Now, you'll remember before the window started, I talked loads and loads about this man here, Morten Frendrup. I tried to get Morten Frendrup, and it just wouldn't quite work. The first time he didn't want to join, and then he wouldn't talk to me afterwards. And then Genoa wouldn't accept a bid that was lower than the one that I offered before, and they started to play games. And then eventually they offered him a new contract, which he signed, which kind of made it impossible for us to sign him. So maybe one for the future still. He's still only 23. Look at some of the percentiles that you see on the screen there for him. Definitely one that I might want to return to. So in his place, I decided to go a little bit cheaper. I've brought in Thiago Dantas who again was one that popped up really nicely in some of the spreadsheet work that I was doing with his data. We've had to give him one of our work permit spots here, but progressive passes, outrageous in this midfield. For this deep lying playmaker spot, he cost us the small matter of 950k. He's already made his debut and played very well in that as well. He was playing in Croatia, and he's definitely one that, because he came out so nicely in the data, he's definitely one that I think we can make money on it. I mean, his value's already gone up to £6 million here. If we are going to truly moneyball this, he's only 24 as well. He's going to get better. I think we've got a serious bargain here. And he's actually, if you look at him, he's coming in and being able to play games straight away as well. So Dantas in, as well as Elliot Matazzo also in the midfield. Another one that was coming out really, really promisingly in the data that we were looking at. I was looking at players like Angelo Stiller, and just to go back to the centre-backs as well, Loic Bade. I told you how in love I was. He came out so great in the data when I was exporting it. However, he just wasn't interested. He was interested in a loan, and then he wasn't. So we're going to have to return to the Loic Bade ship a little bit later on down the line, I think. Talking about Elliot Matazzo, it's 8 million, although it was actually 4 million, I think, up front, and then it's 4 million into the future too. Another youngster, only 22. He has had a really good season so far for Monaco. Good assists, good player of the matches, really good average rating, and then all of that data too, which for some reason you can't see on here. I assume this is because he's just moved to us here and we're looking at that data. I'm not sure. When I exported it, there was lots. He's actually got an injury at the moment, so we can't play him just yet. It's only knee tendonitis. I'm hoping that's not going to be a big deal. But even already, his value's up there, only on small wages. He's an under-21 international for Belgium already, so maybe he can go and become a full international there, and we can make some more money. That way, if he becomes a little bit more well-known, his reputation grows. But I think him as an alternative, both of those coming in for the price of Christian Norgard going out, both young, decent players, I think. Well, actually, probably better than decent players, especially in the case of Dantas. I think we're moneyballing it, aren't we? We are, at this stage, moneyballing it. And then finally, in terms of outfield players, this was because of injuries. If I go to the squad right now, we have got Johan Visser is out injured. Brian Mbuemo is out injured, and Elliot Matazzo, who I've brought in, is out injured. We also had the small matter of the African Cup of Nations, so we had a load of players missing from there as well. We've done okay in terms of results, I'll show you, but we had so many players missing that I just thought, actually, with some of the loans that I've loaned it out, like Yarmoliak and some of the players we've lost, I needed some players to just beef up the squad generally. And then I found this guy. Again, data on the screen right now. Have a look at the underlying numbers of this man here, Cesar Huerta. You probably never heard of him. I've never heard of him either. He was playing in Mexico for Pumas, where he's having an unbelievable season. 18 games, 3 goals, 4 assists, 4 player of the matches, 7.36 average rating. Available for about £10 million, which seems like a lot. It's actually a decent punt in terms of money for Brentford, isn't it? But have a look at what a player this guy could be. Pressures attempted, dribbles. He's right up there in all the regard. I mean, look at the ones that are on the screen right there. When you pull all the data out and put it into this spreadsheet that I'm using, it's probably the better place to look at it. But he's already made his debut as well and had a good game in his first game too. So I think he got an assist in his very first game. He did. So he got an assist from game number 1. Cesar Huerta. I told you, I'm really enjoying this. I'm digging down into actually moneyballing the save here. He comes in, and then finally a real moneyball signing and a plan for the future from me. It's this man here. I talked about him a little bit. I said that I found a keeper that I think is really good and really cheap. 30 years old, so he's a year younger than Flecken, which is fairly important because I think we can make profit here. 6'3", Dyer Mekawa. I showed you him before. He is an unbelievably good goalkeeper. In fact, one thing to mention is if you do a quick pick, he gets picked ahead of Mark Flecken, which tells me that he must be quite good. He's the Japanese, well, he's got 10 caps as the Japanese goalkeeper. He's been brought in for 140k. He got player of the match on his debut with an 8.1. He kept a clean sheet, and he costs so little, and yet he's so good that we can now moneyball this. I was thinking about doing it, although I didn't want to upset the apple cart all that much. So Mark Flecken, I was going to offer him out, and then I decided not to. But Flecken becomes backup for the rest of the season. If we can shift him on for anywhere near this value in the summer, we are going to make serious profit, and I think have a better, younger goalkeeper at the end of it. That's Moneyball, right? So I've gone for the Japanese keeper, Maikawa, and this is currently how the team looks with, I mean, let's talk you through it. Maikawa in goal, Quaresma and Collins as our starting centre-backs. We've got a decision to make on Ben Mee. His contract is up in the summer. Christopher Wu continues to be a backup as a centre-back. Ruoslev is great. Rico Henry has signed a new contract. Really like him. I put Dantas in on this left-hand side as the DLP. Jensen starts, who I've made the new captain captain after Norgard and Ayer have both left. And then we're going to go with Carvalho, Huerta, Lewis Potter, who is our star boy at the moment. And then at the moment, Kevin Sade up front in the absence of Mbuemo and Visser, who are both injured. We're going to play a game because we haven't played a live comp in this series so far. So we're going to go and play a very interesting opposition today. And that is Newcastle. Now, they are interesting because they are second in the league, behind only Arsenal, 2 points behind them. This, by the way, is where we are. 34 points. We're 3 points off Europe now, and Chelsea. I should show you, actually, the results during January have been pretty good. We started it poorly, although, actually, you didn't see this game either. We beat Everton 6-2. Lewis Potter scored a penalty. There's the goal scorers. You can see them up here. Look, we lost to West Ham. Then we've gone unbeaten in the rest of the games. We won in the FA Cup against Preston. We beat Fulham in the league. This was very nice. We drew to Chelsea in the FA Cup, so we're going to have a replay there at Stamford Bridge. And then most recently, we beat Wolves, who are 19th, and they are struggling. But this is where Huerta got his debut and got his assist, etc. This is the debut for Maikawa as well. He got an 8.1 and kept the clean sheet and got player of the match in it as well. But Newcastle, going back to them, they're very interesting because they seem to be doing their own Moneyball save as well in terms of the signings they're making. Are they just going for the players that I'm targeting? It looks like they are. Gordon Duarte, 32 million. I looked at him. I just said he was a little bit too much money. He's moved to Newcastle. Karim Konate, he's gone there. They started the window, by the way, for offering 23 million for Karim Konate. And I was thinking, do I need to get involved in this? And they just kept rejecting. It's ended up going to £73 million all in. So way out of our budget. So I'm glad that we didn't get involved in that one. Also, Samson Baidu is really good. And if you look at his data, he's pretty good too. Haven't checked this guy, Geronimo Domina. I actually recognise the name, but yeah, that seems like a bit of a Moneyball signing as well. They've signed him from Argentina. Interesting. But anyway, I thought they were an interesting side. We're going to go and play them in today's video with this squad lining up the way that I just showed you. Sade leading the line. The new boys, Huerta, Dantas and Quaresma coming in. Maikawa as well in goal. Hopefully we can go and show how good we are and get a result against these. Let's go and do a little bit of a live com. Okay, here are the two lineups. None of the new boys starting for Newcastle. We've got Gordon Duarte on the bench and Baidu on the bench. And there is no sign of Karim Konate just yet, which is maybe good news for us. I'm going to say pick up where you left off. That was that win against Wolves. We are about to kick off. Lovely graphics in this skin, by the way. The Musterman skin. Again, the link to it is in the description down below. You get all of the face player packs coming up on here. Look, it looks really nice. It does, for sure. We are wearing our white and red shirts, of course. And we are now underway. You can actually go across between the two teams on here. Look, it's pretty nice. 7 minutes gone. Not loads happening so far. If we go to the stats, I'll let you know how we're doing. First set piece is for Newcastle. We're a little bit fast there, actually. That's what I was playing on quite a high speed. Let's turn it down a little bit. We are potentially breaking away from this Newcastle corner here. Sade dropping deep. Here comes Huerta, one of the new boys. I really want to show you that these players that are just unknown players can pop up and actually be really good. If you're brave enough to bring them to the Premier League through this Moneyball system. He almost set up a goal there. Sade went close. He's on the 7.1 already. Had you, let me know, like, be honest, had you heard of Huerta before? I doubt it, right? And Dantas, have you signed him before? Maybe not. Eduardo Quaresma perhaps, though, because he's a little bit more well known. Him and Usman Diamande, of course, are the centre backs at Sporting, so you've probably heard of him, I'm sure. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Again, Maikawa as well. Have you heard of him? He's really good. I'd love to actually see what he looks like when I could see his attributes. Although that is the fun of this save, isn't it? I'm just looking at scout reports and things like that to show me that he's a really good goalkeeper. And the fact that he played one game and got man of the match, that's helping. Keane Lewis Potter, star boy, he's put it wide. I love the fact as well that I would probably not have been starting Keane Lewis Potter. Maybe I would have been, especially with the injuries. But now I know that he is the guy that we need to get behind. The data shows he is the guy that is our main man in terms of attacking. We've almost scored again there. Sade going close. We are taking the game here to Newcastle. They're second, remember. We are just outside those European spots. Chelsea are actually the team above us. They've taken the lead against Arsenal. If we can beat them here, we might be on a bit of a push for Europe in our first season, which would be definitely above and beyond what I was expecting. But I think we can actually do it, especially with some new recruits and Mbuemo and Visser coming back from injuries. Why not? Why not? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself as Newcastle are on the attack here. Harvey Barnes, Almiron, that's got to be offside. I'm not even panicked. He's offside. If he's not, then the linesman's made a mistake, I reckon. Isak has scored. Are they even checking it? They are checking it. Okay. Do the right thing. Disallow this. Thank you very much. It's fine. At half time, it's going to be 0-0. I don't need to see a replay of that. 0-0 at half-time. Into the dressing room. I'm going to say, just keep going, to be honest with you. We've got these guys on the bench. Am I looking at any of these to make a difference? Not really. We don't have a lot of attacking difference makers on the bench. Thiago is the striker. He's not been great, by the way. He's one that I might look... I mean, he looks pretty good there, but he's barely played. Damsgaard is good, so maybe he's the one that we can look to in the second half here. Again, we could talk about bringing in new players, but actually it's probably a result of just not having those injured players is why we haven't got a lot going for us there. How are we playing on here? Does anyone need replacing? 6.3 from Keane Lewis Potter. Of course he is. You're showing me up a little bit here, Keane. You're supposed to be the star boy. Here he is. Do something now and make us all feel better. It's a ball over the top. Rico Henry. Cleared. Dantas, I thought was going to pick it up, but he doesn't. Quaresma does well at the back. That's a good pass. Carvalho, Sade. This could be it. It is! We take the lead against Newcastle. It's good football. Quaresma into Carvalho. Carvalho through to Sade. Sade's had a few chances, actually. Kevin Shard, or Sade. Do you remember, actually, there was a video of him saying how to pronounce his name, and he was like Kevin Shade. Am I just saying it wrong? Maybe his name's Kevin Shade. It's a good finish. Anyway, past Nick Pope. We lead... Does that boost up Keane Lewis Potter's rating a little bit? Not really. He stays at a 6.3. I might actually replace him because what we can do is bring on Mikael Damsgaard because he can easily just come and play on that side as well, which he's pretty comfortable doing. I've been very much rotating all of these front players between all of the positions because it's allowed us to keep putting people on the pitch even with the injuries. I'm also going to do... How's Rico Henry doing? Not too bad, but he's pretty tired. Let's do Aaron Hickey at left back as well as our second change today with, what, 19 minutes to play? Can we see this one through? It's actually dropped to a 6.2 Keane Lewis Potter there, which is a bit of a shame. We're on the attack again here. Okay, maybe not. Newcastle looking for an equaliser. I don't want to change the system too much because it's done us well so far, hasn't it? We might need to go a little bit more solid unless they score. He's missed it. That's actually a block by Nathan Collins. Good block. They've got a corner. They've made 3 changes. Gordon Duarte is on, so one of their new boys is playing. Almiron, good save from the keeper. 15 to play. I'd love to see this one through. Be a really good showcase of what we are building here at Brentford under this Moneyball approach. Dantas picks it up, goes to Quaresma. 2 of the new boys combining to clear the ball. 10 to play. I'm going to make another change. Jensen is tired, so Janelt can come on. Janelt's very good and had a good season so far for us. And then do you know what? Maybe Thiago... You know, I'm going to leave that one for now. What I am going to do is just tell them to be a little bit of, just do a little bit of time. Do you know what? Let's go full, no, there's more than 10 minutes to go. A little bit of time wasting. Then on the next set of subs to waste a bit more time. We've got, what, 2 more subs to do? 1 more stoppage? Let's do that now and we can go a little bit more time wasty at that stage. Maybe Huerta's quite tired. I don't want to bring on Max Dickov. I could do that actually. We'll do... Sade can go there and then Thiago up front and we'll change Huerta. Like, I didn't go more defensive, did I? I think that's okay. Let's see how this highlight goes for Newcastle first. They've got runners. It's Joe Willock, I think off the bench. He's put it over. Leave rubbish, Mike Hauer. Leave it there. See this one through, lads. I'll tell you what I am going to do. Let's go to more time wasting. We're on the attack. Janelt's corner headed away. Just keep it in the corner, Shade. Kevin. We'll call him Kevin. There's a break on here. Willock's in again. There's so much space for Joe Willock. It's a save. It's a brilliant save by the new goalkeeper. Again, he's on a 7.2. That'll go up again, won't it? He has actually saved us there. It might be enough. Oh my God, that's off the line from Janelt. That might be enough to win us 3 points in this game. Unless they can conjure something else. He's up to a 7.5. He's almost... If it wasn't for Carvalho on a 7.9, he's almost in line for player of the match again. What a performance from us. What a win that is for us, by the way. We've beaten Newcastle, 2nd place Newcastle. And we surely now are pushing for those European places. And that has to be the aim. I'm going to go and play now until the end of the season. And I'll let you know if we make those European spots. They dropped to 3rd. We are now 1 point behind Chelsea. Did they draw? They did draw to Chelsea. To Arsenal, sorry. I'll see you at the end of the season and see if we've made Europe, because that has to be the aim now. I'll see you then. Okay, here I am then at the end of the season, and I've been playing this save a lot, almost obsessively is possibly what you'd call this over the past few days. And because of this obsession, I've got to the end of our first season in charge at Brentford in our Moneyball save, and we have finished, amazingly, 6th in the league. We've qualified for Europe with Brentford. At the moment, it's the Conference League. I'm hoping that gets bumped up to the Europa League based on how some other teams do in the other competitions and things. But we will be playing with Brentford European football for the first time, I'm pretty sure, in their history, right? It's been an amazing second half of the season, and I've already started plans for the summer as well in terms of which players we can bring in, how we're going to continue this Moneyball train that we've now got a roll in. 69 points is our final total. We've had an amazing run of form, to be honest, just using this 4-2-3-1 system, which has just brought about results. And I've been rotating so much. If you have a look here at some of the stats, which I think is going to be an important part of a save like this, isn't it? To have a look at who's been performing, who hasn't been performing, because having a look at the statistics around the players is going to be a huge part of this save, of course. I've got on here our appearances, the goals scored, and also the average ratings, also the last 5 games as well, which have been in great form in the last 5 games. This is the team that played our final game where we drew to Everton, and you can just see some of the names in there. And Buemo's ended up on 13 goals. Keane Lewis Potter, the big superstar, I would call him, of our first season. Maybe the biggest surprise. We know he's a good player, but the data's sort of showing that he's not just a good player, he's a really good player. If you look at this profile screen here with my bars for the percentiles, all of these attacking ones towards the top here, he's coming out really, really highly in that. He is wanted as well. He's attracting some interest from Burnley, Luton and Al Ahly in Saudi Arabia. One big addition and a nice surprise is the signing of Cesar Huerta. Again, have a look at his profile. The pressures attempted is really high up on there as well. Great dribbles. These are pretty good. Played 15 games for us since signing in January. He signed for, what was it, about 10 million? He's also scored 5 goals, got 2 assists, and an average rating that's nearly a 7. For a player that was pretty unknown, he's come in and done a really good job for us. And like I was mentioning, I've been rotating loads. I've tried to create here a bit of the squad view of who I might want to keep for next year, and then we can build around it when we'll talk about recruitment. Of course, we will be talking about recruitment. And in fact, I know that I showed you some of the spreadsheets data that I managed to pull out. I'm going to show you how I've been creating that in this little section here, because if you want to do your own Moneyball save, maybe it can serve as a little bit of a tutorial about how to go and actually do that yourselves. Here are the players though. Matatso's played loads. Dantas has played loads. He's been rotating with Janolt coming in here and Jensen coming in here. We have got some great performances over the course of the season. Carvalho's been good. Huerta and Buemo's been amazing. Been really impressed with Johan Wissa, who's got 8 goals, 26 appearances from him, but he is actually injured at the moment. Oh, and just to mention, Thiago broke his leg, which is why he's played 2 games over the course of the season. So Igor Thiago, I don't know what we're going to do with him. Maybe sell him in the summer. We're going to think about sales. Damsgaard, who's been great. Interesting Palace. He's got value of around 52 million. So definitely one that I would look to. If we get a deal in anywhere near that region, I would definitely sell him. Keane Lewis Potter, I don't want to sell, but he has got that interest. This is maybe the one that I think I might be thinking about selling in the summer. It's Nathan Collins, who data-wise is solid, has got a massive value, is wanted by Chelsea and Al Ahly. Al Ahly looking at a couple of our players. If we get 50 million for Nathan Collins, I will be selling him, and that's especially pertinent right now because I have managed to already replace him with, finally, I mean, I've been talking about it for so long, Loic Bade eventually was interested in joining us. He had a release clause of 16 million. It's quite an expensive signing for a Moneyball save, but I'm going to go for it and bring him in the summer. He's going to be the Nathan Collins replacement preemptively, I think. He is one signing that we've already done. Other ones we'll need to look at. Let me show you the results and how we got on, how we ended up achieving this 6th place finish in the Premier League. In fact, before we do that, I just need to show you something else as well. Look at the top of the table. City on 83, Arsenal on 83. The same goal difference. City win the league on goals scored. They actually won more games as well. I don't know which one is the divider there between the two, but a differentiator. I think it's the goals scored, right? They scored 80 goals to Arsenal 72. What an end of the season that is, especially as Arsenal, I think, scored 4 on the last day of the season too, but City also did win. Spurs only 3 points behind, then Newcastle, then Liverpool, 1 point behind 5th, us. we couldn't stop winning at all. We just could not stop winning. 69 points is really solid. We actually drew the last game. Otherwise, it could have been. There was a chance that we snuck into the Champions League on the very last day, although we kind of bottled it with a draw against Everton in that one. Either way, though, it's been very, very good. Look at this. Highest average rating. Our keeper, Makawa, 7.27 in the Premier League. He's been a revelation coming in to be our goalkeeper. What a Moneyball signing this is. By the way, go and check him in your saves. Is he actually good? For 140k, we've brought in a goalkeeper that's got a 7.27 average rating. That is outrageously good. And he's now valued at about 10 million. If we were to sell him on, we'd make huge profit. I don't want to, though, because he's 30. We've got another maybe 5 years for a goalkeeper in him. But what a signing he's ended up being. Let's have a look at that schedule, as I mentioned then. From January onwards, which is where we picked things up, I'll highlight them here. You can see it was pretty much plain sailing. We went unbeaten from the 24th of February, where we lost to City. After that, though, we didn't lose a game for the remainder of the year. We were out of all the competitions. We lost to Chelsea in that fourth round replay after getting that draw. But after that, look, we didn't lose a game. We drew to Chelsea, drew to Forest, drew to Everton at the end, but beat Manchester United, who, by the way, were recovered under Tuchel, because considering they were relegation fodder, weren't they, at the start? They got 55 points in the end, just outside Europe, though. I do want to find out if we're going to get Europa League or Conference League. Does that mean the FA Cup final hasn't been played yet? I don't think it has. No, it's Bournemouth City. Does that mean if City win it, it goes down to another European place? I think that's the case, which puts us in the Europa League and not the Conference League, which would be huge for reputation, huge for trying to attract players from our shortlist, which I'm still keeping an eye on all of the players, basically. I'm going through. If we have a look at let's go to the defensive midfielder one. All of these players now, if I click on whether they're interested or not, there's only a couple of them. Ooh, Morten Frendrup is now interested again. He wasn't before. Could be something to revisit in the summer. His value's gone up a bit. Data-wise, he's very well-rounded on his data. Not really like massively excelling in any area. Pressures are pretty good, but has a attacking threat and a defensive solidity to him, which I do really like about him. I have been thinking very closely about this man here, not this one. If I go to doubtful, he's not interested anymore. Angelo Stiller, I did get a scout report saying that he would have extremely doubtful transfer interest. I'm wondering if I spend big on Stiller, because he's been someone that I've been tracking for so long. Is his data good anymore? His data's actually not as high anymore, but because he's 20, like the scout report's massively high. His value's 19 to 28 million, so he would be quite expensive. If we're going purely on Moneyball, are these percentile numbers good enough to go and sign him, or is it just the fact that I know he's really good and because I've targeted him for so long? Or is it one of those where you look at these numbers and you think, put him into this team replacing someone like Jensen, and those numbers go into the stratosphere? He's a German international as well. I'm still going to debate it. I think we might think about it. Or there's an alternative that I have identified more recently, a younger alternative, much cheaper, in Chan Uzun, more of an attacking midfielder, but this guy does look really, really good. He's wanted by Gladbach, so we might need to beat them to it. But for quite a cheap amount there, he could come in too, although he is also not interested. Baturina still is, but he's still really expensive. If that price came down, we'd go and sign him in a heartbeat. This guy's really good. You can see the percentiles are slightly better on him as well, and only 22. What I want to show you now, as we head into this transfer window, it's the 18th of May. What I want to show you is my process for using the data to try and pick out those more unknown players like in the summer that we signed, such as Cesar Huerta, who we signed in the summer, or Thiago Dantas, who have come in and been really good because their data showed that they were going to be really good, super cheap, and then performed for us. Or probably an even better example of that is Daya Makawa, the goalkeeper, who's come in and been so good for 175k. I'm always trying to find these cheap players, and this is the system that I use. I go to scouting, I go to players in range, and I set up some filters that I have managed to download from some certain places, and I'll link everything like that in the description of today's video, just so that if you want to go and do a Moneyball save yourself, you can. This is let's say we're looking for a right back, which is what I've stuck in here. These are my filters here. I've gone for an age bracket between 15 and 25. I don't want to go and sign players that are too old, although it's not not Moneyball to sign a player that's approaching 30 if there's value in doing so. But I think you get the most value, obviously, if a player has a sell-on fit value and you can sell them on for more money eventually. That's the idea. You want to get them when they're before they've peaked, and then when they have peaked, sell them for silly money, like Nathan Collins, who was signed for about 20 million. If we can sell him for 50, that's Moneyball. These are my other filters I've put in these leagues here that are all selected, which is basically the top division in across Europe, pretty much, and also the USA in there. Lots of different leagues that I've chosen. They need to have played 930 minutes because I want them to actually be a player that's playing matches. Otherwise, it skews all of the data. Like, you become like 99th percentile because you played one game and had loads of key passes in that game. That's what I'm trying to exclude with this one here. And then finally, towards the bottom, I put their transfer value range as between 500k and 15 million. I don't want to overspend on players, so I want to try and find some bargains. I've been tweaking this as well to look for real bargains. If you want to put this down to like 5 million, you find those really unknown players. And I've also then got the positioning as accomplished for right back rather than natural, because I don't mind retraining a player to go and play there if necessary. With this filter, this finds 67 players, which you could go and scout them and you know, go through here and scout these guys because you know that they're going to be quite good. But I want to use their data to find the best players. So if I scroll to the end of here, you will see that this is all of their data in the games that they've played. This one here is clearances per 90 minutes. Now, this on the screen, it looks like a lot. I'm very aware of this. But if you export this by, this is the next step. If you make sure that you select all of, let me go to the end of here. You select all of these players, you should be able to do Control A and select them. And then if you see that I've got them all selected here, if you then do Control P, it will then print this. But we're not going to print it. We're going to turn it into a web page. There is my web page here. And if you do this and save it, we'll save this as Right Backs 2024 and save this, you can then do our next step, which is this. And here is where you find that particular, that file that we've just printed opens like this. I want to open it using Chrome just so I can open this here. And this is all of that data now exported, which I can now use if I am going to highlight all of it, copy it, and then I'm going to go to a spreadsheet, which again, I will link so that you can go and download this, a spreadsheet that will pull all of that data out and allow me to filter it. And if you just paste all of that data into the top left hand corner here, I've now got all of those players. You'll notice players like Lewis Bloom, who was actually already on my shortlist, in here with all of their data across here. And if you go to this tab on the bottom here, filter, I can now filter these players by their data that we want to look at. So for example, if I'm looking for a right back, maybe I want to look for progressive passes or key passes, because I want them, let's go chances created per 90, because I want my right back to be a bit of a playmaker and create chances, and you can filter this however you like to. I want to only look for 90 percentile players and filter them by here. I've now got 5 players that pop up from those filters that are going to be my best chance created players. And this is now what I was showing you at the bottom of the screen when I was doing my filters to try and use the data here. Hopefully this shows you. So on this one here, you've got like players like Timothy Pembele playing for Le Havre. His value is less than 10 million. He's got a great average rating, and he's really amazing out of these players. 98th percentile at creating chances out of these players, which out of the players that I'm looking at, he's right up there in terms of value, isn't he? If you want to then go and do a second one on here, you want to have a look at maybe, let's look at pass completion percentage, and maybe then you can compare these ones. And the best one out of these is Denso Cassius. Then if I go back to my game, I can look for Denso Cassius, and we can have a look at what his stats, or we can have a look at what his data looks like in here. And I'm looking at his expected assists in here. That's an outrageously good bar chart. He is 10 to 12.5 million. What I'll then go and do is I'll go and scout him to see if he looks any good when my scouts come back and can tell me a little bit more about him. Hopefully, I wanted to include that. I know it's a bit of a tutorial in the middle of the video, but I feel like people watching this will want to know this type of thing. That's how I've been finding players. And then from there, I've been trying to compare them and see which one is the best to go and sign. I'm going to go and do now our transfer window, where we've got at the moment 70 million. They haven't given us our new budget yet. If I continue once, they might just give us our budget now that we're confirmed where we're going to finish. But I'm going to go and do our transfer window now and come back once I've done a bit of business and show you what the squad is going to look like going into our second season. Okay, slight update here before we get into the absolute meat of this transfer window, because I've sold so many players that I felt like I needed to talk you through my thinking before getting into it. It's only the 14th of June, so I've done a little bit of time, but as you'll see, our transfer budget is up to £185 million, and I have sold, I think, 3 players so far, but also another couple to go out. If I go to the transfer history, this is still all of last year's as well. 2 players so far, Mark Flecken and Thiago, have both left. I think that's it for now, right? So, yeah. Oh, and Pinnock has now gone on a permanent deal, I do believe. But Thiago for £10 million, very happy to just get money for him. He broke his leg last year. Doesn't look, in terms of, I mean, doesn't look like he's going to be all that good. Our coach report on him wasn't particularly good. I don't know if he's as good as he was in real life. Also, we hadn't on this database signed him for the big transfer fee, so I feel less bad about selling. Well, 6.75 million. I feel less bad for selling him for 10.5 because, you know, that's still technically turning a profit on him, isn't it, for this Moneyball save. Then Mark Flecken, I got 7.5 million for him, which might be a little bit low. He's gone to Palace, but with the brilliance of Makawa, our new goalkeeper, getting around about our money back on him felt like a good opportunity. So he's gone to Palace for £7.5 million, and we're going to hopefully add to that with a few more transfers on the way out as well. They are Nathan Collins. He has moved. Al Ali came in, and I actually couldn't even stand in his way. I was going to make a decision about whether I was actually going to keep him. They've given him, or must have given him, a massive wage to go and join them. He actually spoke to me and said he was slightly concerned. Look, can I go on that there? I go on information, he's upset because they offer high wages is why he wants to move to Al Ali. So I had no choice but to accept this one in the end. It made my mind up for me. And the other one, similar story, Mikael Damsgaard is going to go to Al Ali as well. They've raided us for the price of about £100 million. £52 million for Mikael Damsgaard. Similar story with him, I believe. Yeah, he wants to join Al Ali because they offer the high wages. Again, I couldn't really say. I probably would have accepted 52 million for Mikael Damsgaard anyway. Huge profit from what we spent on him, going for 52 million pounds now. That is going to be Moneyball. It looks lovely. Our overall balance is up to 108 million. Our projection, I mean, it says it's going to go down, but it won't. If you actually have a look, we started on 38 million. We're now up to 108 million pounds, and that was a little bit higher because we have also already brought in, it has been confirmed, Loic Bade is now our player after what seems and feels like the longest recruitment chase to come and sign him. He is now our player, so I'm very happy with that one indeed. And I suppose the last thing to consider with this 108 million pounds is we're going to add about 100 million pounds to it because of those 2 signings or 2 sales to go into Al Ali. Last couple of things I wanted to mention before I look at who we're going to go and sign is with the board, I have been trying to improve these things. Our youth level has been increased. Can I increase it again? Not yet. We are also spending money on our youth facilities and our training facilities. I think it all comes with the Moneyball save. If we reinvest it in the club to hopefully improve things, that's only going to be a good thing, especially with the youth facilities, because we did have a youth intake. It was actually really tragic. There are a couple more that are coming in on top of this. I don't know where they've gone to, but none of them were very good, basically. So that's what prompted me into thinking we need to go and invest in the youth because we're not getting good players coming through there. That takes me on to some transfer targets for one player that I have made a bid for, and this is preempting something, is that I've gone for Emmanuel Omega as a potential striker. Have a look at the percentiles on his goal scoring, basically. He scored 12 goals in 26 games last year for Strasbourg. He's 6'5". It's very me. I feel like that, like big power and pace, which I think is what he's got here. I feel like we can get the most out of him. He's only 22 as well, so there is potential for him to improve as well. He's going to come in to replace Thiago. However, he might end up being our first choice. And I'm also being preemptive because, as you'll see from here, actually it's gone away. Brian Mbuemo was attracting some interest from a few Premier League teams. Seems to have moved on now. Ben Mee is also wanted. I might need to sell him because his contract may well be up. Rico Henry, I had to reject a bid from Newcastle. It was about 50 million. I wanted to be able to negotiate it. If they come back, we might lose him this summer as well. I promise you I'm not actively trying to sell all of these players. Some of them I have been, but if we get big bids, I'm just going to say yes because I'm really forcing myself to buy into this Moneyball approach where big bids, big profits, we say yes to it and we trust ourselves to be able to go and reinvest it in players that are a little bit cheaper. So that's my plan at the moment. Omega is the plan coming in. I did actually go and ask about our good friend in the midfield. I think he's on this list, isn't he? Angelo Stiller. No, he's on the attacking one. Angelo Stiller, still not interested in joining us. However, it's only because he's concentrating on playing for Germany in the Euros. So maybe when that tournament is up at the end of June, or pretty soon, actually, that tournament will finish, right? Then we may be able to speak to him, and that will remain somebody that I'm looking for. I've looked at these positions as places where I might bring players in. Striker, which would be a mega. Obviously, I would replace all these players on the bench will probably play as well. Maybe a new number 10, we will see. But Angelo Stiller in here. Jensen, and then Janol and people can always play in here. We got Matazzo as well. But in my head, I'm just going through what my recruitment focus is. I want to keep Lewis Potter. I want to keep Mbeumo. I like our back five now. I really do like this back five. And then maybe just in the midfield and the attack is where I'm going to be targeting players to come in. That's a little update. I'm going to go and finish this window now, and I'll be back with what actually happens. Okay, so I've officially completed our summer business. I say officially, the window is still open. However, it's first game of the season time. It's the 9th of August, and this here is the business that I've completed this summer. I've spent £59 million, which is a significant outlay, especially in a save like this. But I have also brought in £126 million. The biggest sales are the ones that you've already seen. I have added a little bit to this with the sales of Kim Ji-soo, who's gone to Bournemouth. I actually was kind of looking forward to using him, but £11 million I kind of couldn't really say no to be honest. And also some loan exits, which will eventually have future fees on some of them too. Like Frank Onyeka will go for about 7 million after his loan spell at Torino. Seth Vandenberg's gone out on loan as well. I don't think there's a future fee on that one. And Zeballos, I've decided to loan him for registration purposes, and also I want him to actually develop. He didn't play any games on the rest of his loan at Boca Juniors, so I recalled him. I found him a loan to Parma now, where they've promised to play him. They have already played him in some friendlies. He's scored 3 and 4 there, look. So I'm hoping he gets game time, because if he does, he could be a really good player. It's just I don't think he was quite ready for the squad yet. So he's gone. Ethan Pinnock as well. I told you he was going to go. It was actually £13 million that they ended up spending, Ren, to sign him permanently. So good money coming in. Add that to the money we made last season. Now, actually on this screen now, it doesn't have all of the old transfers on there. Everything that is on these screens is what I've done in my Moneyball ways. It's £74 million spent plus 59. So what's that? 130-ish million, 133 million pounds spent. If my maths is correct, it might not be. But then 86 million at 126 million. It's over 200 million pounds brought in. So we are definitely turning a profit at this stage. The players that I brought in, as well as at the end of before the window ticked over, of Loic Bade and Emmanuel Omega, who I showed you beforehand, we have added finally to the midfield Morten Frendrup. You can't see his stats and his data on here yet, but at some point you will when he starts to play a few more games. We looked at this enough times to know that he's really good in the defensive aspects. He's a ball-winning midfielder. I really like him. Only 24 too. I think he fits with Brentford's style of play because he's Danish and because I just could see him actually moving there in real life. So he's come into the midfield alongside another midfield signing, Angelo Stiller. It's not Angelo Stiller, it's Juan Sforza. Angelo Stiller just would not sign for me. Ended up signing a new contract at Stuttgart. Couldn't get him. I chased and chased and chased. Instead, I've signed this man here, Juan Sforza, who was significantly cheaper. £15 million he has come in for. It's actually only, I think, £7 million up front and then a little bit in installments too. He has been really good for Vasco da Gama playing in Brazil. He's a really good playmaker. I can't really show you on here, but if you have a look at some of the hidden attributes that are hidden here, vision is way up there, look, on his passing. And I think his passing is pretty good too. Really good pros and cons as well. When you could have seen, it was all about his possession one, and also a lot of his passing, progressive passing was really good too. Hopefully when he plays a few games for us, you'll see that on this one too. Really like the look of him. He's going to come in instead of Angelo Stiller. Maybe Stiller can be a long-term goal of ours to maybe bring in eventually. So these two are going to be our new midfield pairing, alongside Jensen, alongside Jan Out, who are still at the club as well. I've brought in a new right back because we were lacking a backup right back for Mads Roerslev. Roerslev's still at the club. He has been wanted all summer. It's only Leon that made a bid and it wasn't very good, so I rejected it. Vinicius Tobias is going to be a future option for us. He is only 21. He was on the books at Real Madrid and then Shakhtar had him. It's 6.5 million. not all up front either. So just really cheap as I think a solid backup. He came out really nicely in the data when I looked at it as well. But again, you can't see that right now. I probably should show you these before I sign them, but a lot of them I have. A lot of them have been on my, for example, friend drop. I've shown you basically me chasing him for a long time, right? Then I've brought in Murillo. Something that I really didn't talk about before, but something I've been really trying to do is have a look at opportunities in the market. Murillo is the Nottingham Forest centre-back. They got relegated. They are in the Championship now, which meant that their players, Ruud van Nistelrooy is the manager, their players didn't want to stay there anymore and were happy to move on. And I really like Murillo as a centre-back. So having scouted him and got some good scout reports back on him, can I show you those at all? Show you the coach reports on here. He looks to me like he could be a really good defender, especially in the future. He's only 23. So I've signed him. It says 23 million, I think it is 22 million. Again, it's about 10 million up front and then some incentives that some of them are performance based as well, that it might not end up being 22 million. And of course, we have raised so much money that I feel like I can put this money out there. He's naturally left-footed as well, was something we didn't have at centre-back. So I've gone for him. And then finally, the last bit of business is because of an injury, actually. We've had an injury to Bryan Mbeumo, he's broken his foot, as you can see here. So he's going to be out for at least 2 to 3 months. And we were lacking numbers, really, but I couldn't register anybody else. So I decided to go for a player that I've been looking at and maybe thinking about signing, Tyler Dibbling. I've signed him on a loan to then maybe see if he's good enough to sign permanently eventually. I don't like to do loans in a Moneyball save because then we're just developing somebody else's player here. But I think in this case, just as a replacement and because I don't have to register him because he's only 19 and he's homegrown, I just thought it made a bit of sense to bring him in. Those are the outgoings. These are the incomings. One big talking point is you'll see that I've been looking at the homegrown status a lot on here. I've had to make one sacrifice, and that is Thiago Dantas, who we brought in the January of last season. He was only 950k. He played all right. This is one of those ones where the data showed him to be amazing. When he actually played for us, his data wasn't as good. So I've had to not register him. I'm looking to see if I can find him a loan before the window comes up or a permanent deal. If we get £10 million for him, I'd be really happy to let him go. If you have a look at some of these yellow attributes on here, he's a good player. I'm sure he is behind these hidden attributes. I'm just not quite sure that maybe it's his reputation is low and then his performances for us weren't great, and I had to make one sacrifice, so he's not registered at the moment. Everybody else is though, and the squad looks like this. I want to talk you through it because this is kind of the update where we're at the moment, and then we're going to play a game. We're going to play our the first game of the season, second season. It's at home to Luton, so we can see these guys in action. Goalkeeper is going to be Maikawa for this year, with the backup being Balcom, who is a 25-year-old. He's English, which is why he's now our backup. I'm going to see if I can find a new club for Valdemarson, who is pretty good, but Sheffield Wednesday are looking to sign him, but he's not homegrown, which is why I'm going to go with an English backup goalkeeper. It seems like a good way to win in that regard. We're right on the cusp of the registration rules, and that's without thinking about the Europa League, which we are going to be in this year. Man City, I think it was, won the FA Cup, meaning we did get the Europa League spot in the end. Maikawa is going to be Maikawa's going to be our goalkeeper, I should say. Right back is going to continue to be Ruslev. He's not wanted anymore. Tobias as the backup. Centre backs Quaresma, Bade, Christopher Wu and Murillo. I think a really strong four there. I think you could actually interchange them all without really seeing too much of a drop off on any of them. I think these two are going to be first choice for now, Quaresma and Bade. Rico Henry, not wanted anymore. I rejected, I think it was £45 million from Newcastle in the end, but I was just looking, he's homegrown at club. I don't know if we can replace him with a player that's as good, even in a Moneyball save like this. So he's going to keep playing. He's going to be our left back with Hickey being the backup. The two midfielders, Frendrup and Saforza, I think, hopefully, will complement each other quite nicely as a playmaker. And I've changed to a ball-winning midfielder in here because I think Frendrup suits it quite nicely. With, of course, I mean, these two are going to play today just because I think they're new. But also Jensen is still just going to be a stalwart of this team. I really like him, and also Janout. And when you have injuries, these guys, I'm sure, will find themselves back on the bench. Janout's actually not in the squad at all at the moment. Although he could easily take Jensen's place. But I've made Jensen the captain, so there we go. Matazo also, I could drop out for him, but he's one that I've bought, so that's why he's on the bench at the moment. Then the the three behind the striker is going to be Keane Lewis Potter, who would become, if Bryan Mbeumo was not injured, this would be Mbeumo on this side. But I'm going to do Keane Lewis Potter on this side for now. Carvalho starts as the 10. Have been looking at Baturina. I've looked at few other players too, and just thinking about whether I wanted to replace him. Wasn't anyone that really jumped out at me as someone who was worth the money. Bacharina's going, I think now Leipzig are trying to buy him for about £30 million. So it becomes a little bit too rich for my blood. I don't want to buy too many. I've bought a lot of players. I don't want to buy too many players. I want to keep it semi-realistic. So Carvalho's going to play again. He's also been really good. Our backup in the number 10 spot it's probably going to be Johan Visser, rotating with like Keane Lewis Potter, who can play in there, etc. So we don't really have a natural number 10. Dantas would be that guy, but again, I've not registered him. Sade, again, maybe could also do that. He's a little bit injured at the moment, which is why he's not in the squad too. I'm going to go with Huerta on the left-hand side. One to have a look at, actually. His value is up to £25 million now. He was signed for £10 million and was great at the end of last season, if you remember. I'm wondering if we get a bid for, like, if he has another good season, if we get a bid, there might be some real good Moneyball to be had on him eventually, perhaps. And then up front, I'm going to go with the youngster, Emmanuel Omega. I'm hoping that this guy comes good and scores some goals for us, because a lot of pressure on him now, especially with Mbuemo's injury and Sade's injury. Visser's on the bench, who we could go with instead, but I'm going to put some faith in the youngster. Omega starts, and then basically all of those attacking players are all going to rotate. That's the squad. As I say, it's right on the cusp of... Can I show you the registration here? It's right on the cusp of registration. I've got 24 registered with one gap. I could go for... If I go for another one, look, it takes up that spot. I could put Tyler Dibbing in, actually, and register him, but it doesn't make a difference because I don't need to anyway, etc. So it's right on the cusp of being full. So anything we do now, we're going to have to bear that in mind. To bring in a non-homegrown player, I'm going to have to sell a non-homegrown player to replace them. So we will see. That though is going to be the team. Oh, I can pick another sub. What a lovely luxury. Let's put Jan out on the bench after all then. Do you know what? Do we do Jan out or do we put Dibbling on there? We've got a lot of midfielders. I'm going to put Dibbling on the bench just in case we need another attacking threat. I am going to get us into this game. We need numbers for these guys, as I've redone all of the numbers. You can have 25 and you can have 26. Let's go and play our first game of the second season. I've decided, by the way, today's video, we're going to do 2 seasons and we'll see where we're at from that point. We've qualified for Europe first season. If we can get like Europe again, I'm actually under no illusions that if we finish slightly lower this season, I sort of would understand it with some of the players that have left. So we will see. But I think I'm going to do 2 seasons per video because they're going to be long videos, because I'm going into detail with playing Football Manager because I want to, really. And I feel like hopefully you guys appreciate it, that I'm not just... This isn't just sim through the matches and show you a rebuild. I've been playing this. I mean, it's gone dark. I've been playing this basically all day because I'm having so much fun with it. So hopefully you guys appreciate that as a different type of video. It will be a long one though, so stick it on and watch it for a while. I know that that's how I consume a lot of content. I love a long video. So hopefully you guys too. Here we go then. Underway. It's a corner for Luton. Luton promoted back to the Premier League here. It'd be not a great time to go and lose again. We've got that actually off them here. We've got 2 guys up front with another supporting. Here's Fabio Carvalho. If Omega can get on the end of this at 6'5", that'd be lovely. He does. He's headed it over. That sort of is the game plan. We've signed a massive striker. He's like the Ivan Toney replacement, isn't he? It was a good cross in. It was a decent header, but it was over the top. Let's have a look at those stats. 3 from us. Corner to us. Keane Lewis Potter. Bade on his debut. Goes very close. This feels like my team a lot more now. With the new players coming in, it feels like... do you have that in your own saves where you bring in your own players and you're like, I feel now I know the squad a bit more because I've signed these players and I've made a decision on them. Sforza back post. Eduardo Quaresma's going to recycle it. We've had a good start here. Is it our second live com of the video? I think it is, right? Second or third. We won I think it was Newcastle we beat in the last one. It was a really good win. Was it Newcastle? Not sure. This one, though, I'm expecting to win it a little bit more than the last one. At home to Luton, a newly promoted team, as they go long. I think that's Hadji Wright who's leading the line for them. With our new boys in there, like Sforza, into Carvalho, comes to Huerta. It's a good effort. He's hit the bar, says our Huerta there with his effort. Good start from us. 20 minutes in, we've made chances. No goals as of yet. Booted long here. Mopped up, look. Our 2 midfielders running it in there. There's our keeper as well, Markawa. Ruslev coming forward. This is nice football. Lewis Potter, beat your man. Get to the byline. It's in. It's a debut goal from Emmanuel Omega. Love that from the lads. Keane Lewis Potter with an assist already this season. He was sensational last year. He had some interest in the summer as well, actually, Keane Lewis Potter, but his value is like 25 million. And I think the way that he plays for us and the results he gets for us in terms of, you know, goal contributions, etc., he's worth a lot more to us than 25 million. So I'm definitely going to keep him. And I mean, I think it was, I'm not sure anyone actually put any bids in, but yeah, we're gonna say no. I think he actually got loan bids, which I was like, why on earth would I loan him? He's so good. Anyway, we're going to go with him again for this year. Here's Frendrup into Sforza, who's gone for, oh my word, what an effort. I mean, this is the type of thing you want to see from your new side. I'm actually going to rewind it. Don't do this very often, but this is what you want to see from your new signings. Well, in fact, we've got Frendrup playing the ball into him, and he just hits it first time. I think he might be quite good. One Sforza. Here's Huerta into Henry given away, and that's the end of the highlight. Good. We are piling on the pressure here. Bade. Oh, he's put it just wide. My boy, Loic Bade, heads it just wide. Half an hour on the clock. Complete dominance from us. Just the one clear-cut chance, and that was, I guess, the goal. We've headed it over from Bade again. He's had his own chances alone. He could have had a couple of goals so far. Will it be 1-0 at half-time, or will we have more chances? 12 shots, 4 on target. How are we playing in let's have a look at those ratings. Pretty good across the board. Good first half, I'm going to say. We've had a lot of shots. Hopefully we can go and score a few more in the second half. We've also got some subs that we could make. Maybe some debuts for people like Murillo or Dibbling or Tobias. The three, I think, debutants on the bench. Or potential debutants, I should say. An hour gone. I am going to make a sub, I think. Let's go for a replacement for Cesar Huerta. Johan Visser was not fully fixed. He was injured and missed a lot of the pre-season, but I'm going to bring him on now, I think. I don't think he's carrying an injury, is he? That wasn't where, I can't remember. I don't think so. I think he was just not fully fit, like he needed. He's lacking match sharpness, I think. Frendrup, Sforza, smash it in. Oh, he does. It's gone through the keeper a bit, but we just saw like the long range version of that. He's made it 2-0. He's got a goal on his debut. This is promising signs. It's an assist for Frendrup as well. He picks it up and just gives it to his mate in that midfield. I'm hoping that these two can create a bit of a midfield partnership. It's not great keeping this from Sam Johnston, but we don't mind that. We don't mind that at all. 20 to play. I'm going to do some more debuts, I think, because we can. It's 2-0 now. Let's get Tobias on. Let's go with Tyler Dibbling on. And also, should I give the centre-back one as well? Let's do it. Let's do Murillo on as well for his debut, because let's get them all acclimatised to life here at the G-Tech. A nice home debut and hopefully a comfortable win. Maybe even an extra goal towards the end here. Is that 4 subs? I can actually do one more, can't I? We won't right now because Victor Moses has taken a throw in and crossing it. Keeper? Carlton Morris has made it 2-1. A little bit worrying. Makawa, I think, was appealing for a foul there. That's not great keeping from our boy who was so good last year. He's come out and got he's definitely not a foul. He's fallen on the floor with no one around him. Was I a little bit hasty in bringing on players like Tyler Dibbling, who's definitely not ready for this yet? Because it was... If we concede another one here, I will be quite upset. I might have bottled this. Here come Luton again. They've got the bit between their teeth. Well done, Rico Henry, who wins the ball. So Forza, go and get a third then. That'll be nice. Okay, we actually might. It's Tyler Dibbling. Oh my word, he scored on his debut. Maybe he is ready for this level. What am I saying? It's a lovely through ball. I think it's another assist for Morten Frendrup, isn't it? And a finish from Tyler Dibbling. We need to sign him permanently. Should I do that before the end of the window? I mean, he's 6 million. Should I just buy him now? I know we've just loaned him, but he'd be our player then. We'd be developing our player. I feel like we might just do that before the end of the window anyway. That is a really decent debut from Tyler Dibbling. Well done, my friend. He's smashing it in real life at the moment, I think. Really rate him as a player, which is why I kind of scouted him on here and had a look at him. Visser, Omega, I think, is offside. The flag is up. Would have been nice to add another goal for him, but he is, I think, well offside. So we're going to go and 7 minutes added on. What was that for? This is definitely off, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to get ourselves a opening day victory here, though, against Luton, it would seem. Looks like it's going to be by 3-1 unless there is a late bit of extra drama, which there's not. I'm very happy with that. that is a really solid win, and getting all the, I mean, it looked a bit tetchy when they did get one back, but getting all of the lads a nice start, you know, and debuts. Saforza hit the bar from miles away, scored a goal, 2 assists from Frendrup, really, really exciting. You had a mega scoring on his debut. You had then, of course, Tyler Dibling coming on and scoring on his debut. That was about as good as you could expect, really. I'm going to send the assistant to that, and you know what I'm going to go and do now, guys. I'm going to go and play the rest of the first half of the season. I will see you perhaps as we approach January, unless something happens in between. I'm going to go to about January and talk you through what my approach is going to be for that January window. Hopefully it continues in this way, as we are currently top of the league. That's nice, isn't it? I'll see you in about December. All right then, so it is the 28th of December. We are approaching January in our second season at the club, and oh my word, what a spell I have just had playing this game here. Brentford, little old Brentford, the Moneyball Kings, as they are becoming, are 4th in the Premier League. We're 4th. We're in the Champions League places after 19 games. That's officially halfway through the season, and we are on course to finish in the Champions League places. We're actually 4 points clear of 7th and the European places. We're actually only 8 points off the top. So I'm not saying we can win the title, but could we win the title? We probably can't win the title because Spurs apparently are the best team in the league, along with Liverpool. However, we've had an unbelievable start to the season, and it's got me believing that Europa League qualification again is possible. Maybe, just maybe, it'll be tricky. Can we edge out teams like Arsenal, Chelsea? Man United are down in 12th again, by the way, and Newcastle. Can we edge these out to finish in the Champions League places? What a dream. What a change to the save that would be for season 3. Think about the players that we'd be able to attract. It could be a game changer. However, I'm actually very happy with the players that we've got already at the club. And you may have noticed on this screen right here, there's a couple of superstars that we've managed to uncover this season already. One of them we know about. The most assists in the league so far this year is Keane Lewis Potter. He's got 8 in his first 19 games. We knew how good he was last year. If I just show you in terms of his... Can I click on him from here? Actually, don't think I can. That's it. I can click on these guys, but I can't click on him. Let's go to the page here. In terms of these bars that which we really love, the assists are right up there. He's really good across the board. He's got 8 goals, 9 assists in his 25 games in all competitions. He is fantastic. We love him. I want to keep him here for the longest amount of time, especially because he's homegrown at Nation, which is going to be something we need to discuss a little bit. He is our superstar, but he's not our superstar goal scorer, because that man is Emmanuel Omega. Do you remember I talked about, I was like, he scored in on his debut, and I was like, I wonder if he's good enough for the Premier League. Can he hit the ground running? I mean, yeah, is the answer. He has got 18 goals in his first 19 league games. He has got 19 goals in 26 appearances, all competitions. He is a revelation this season. 2 assists, 6 player of the matches, 7.43 in all competitions. His goal scoring has actually dried up a little bit, which is a worry, because that it was so good before that. I think he had like 13 in like 7 games or something silly at the very beginning of the season. This guy, though, has fired us into the top 4 so far this season. And let me show you where that all came from. We played this first game here against Luton, didn't we, together? He scored, so did Saforza, so did Dibling off the bench. He then did this in the first month of the season. Scored twice against Bournemouth to get us a draw, then scored 4. He scored 4 goals in a 4-1 win against West Ham. Then he scored again against Everton. Then he didn't score in this game, but we did beat Manchester City. Then we beat Ghent 5-1. He didn't score in this one either. But then, after an amazing start, that was no losses and a couple of draws in the first month and the first 6 or so games. And then we did this. This is what I mean by like he was a bit patchy. He did score 2 in this game, but we were patchy. After winning or not losing in the first month, we then won once in basically from the 22nd of September all the way through October. We won 1 game, and it was against Arsenal, which it made it make even less sense. You know, those times when you're playing Football Manager and you're watching it and you're going, we're playing quite well, so I don't want to change loads, but why aren't we winning? We're not winning. I don't know if it was because players were unhappy or we had a few things going on there. I think it was probably likely because of the number of games and the fact we've got a really small squad. It's something we need to remedy, and something that I was hoping wouldn't be as much of an issue as it has been with the Europa League and extra fixtures in there. We are obviously out of the EFL Cup, which is the Carabao Cup, which is called the Spineless Cup. If you watch my stream save, you'll know what that's about. There'll probably be some videos coming out about it eventually too. Just ignore the fact that it's called the Spineless. Don't worry about it right now. But because of these extra games and having a squad that is this small, I've been looking a lot at this page here. We have no homegrown players, which means we don't get those bonus players that don't need to be registered. We don't have loads of players that are under 21, which could bolster the squads, but we don't have to register them. So we've got like the bare minimum squad. In our first team squad, we've actually got 24 players. And there's not loads of depth underneath that in terms of the youth teams here. So we're scratching around for players every now and then. I think that maybe is what caught up to us here. But like I said, we were playing quite well, and then it just sort of clicked again. Omega scored twice against Middlesbrough, and then just kept scoring. He scored another one against Brighton, scored 2 against Aston Villa, and then Bryan Mbeumo came back from his injury. Remember, he was out for 3 or so months. He came back from this and scored a couple of goals. And we ended up in December going unbeaten, having beaten Manchester United and Liverpool. We beat Liverpool at home, look. And beat Man City, I think it was earlier on in the season. We're beating the teams around us. We are really good, but I'm just hoping that these extra games don't catch up with us again and we don't go for a spell that's like this one. Overall, though, I am delighted with how things are going. Let me show you some of the stats on the tactics screen here, just to go through and update you on how the players are performing, because that informs then how we're going to do our transfer window, etc. Makawa, the goalkeeper, really very good. He is so solid, especially recently. The average ratings are a little bit impacted by that spell where we were really bad, so they had lower average ratings. But if you have a look at the last 5 games, this is more like the form we're actually in, where we look really good. So maybe we'll look at the last 5 average rating rather than the overall average rating. But anyway, we'll take it with a pinch of salt. Right back, Ruslev, very much first choice. Tobias has played a couple of games, but he's the backup. Left back, Rico Henry. We need to talk about this guy. I think he might be the best left back on the game. He's amazing. He's just amazing. He is wanted at the moment. So if there is a big bid that comes in, we are going to have to think about that. It's West Ham. Yeah, it's West Ham that want him. Have a look at his percentiles here. The progressive passes, the dribbles. He wins the ball back so well, and that reminded me, there's a meme, he's like, the way he wins that ball back. Anyway, expected assists as well. It's all of the filters. If you remember, I did that filter when I extracted all the data. I was looking for assists, progressive passes, as well as then winning the ball back. He is the archetypal right back, if you ask me. I really want to try and, left back, I should say. I really want to hold on to him for as long as possible, really. He's 28 now, but if he is wanted by West Ham, his value is at 54 to 58 million. To be quite honest with you, however much I love him, because it's a Moneyball save, I might have to accept that. So I'm just hoping they don't make a bid, basically. So he's been a revelation, outrageously good. The centre-backs, Bade's played 24 games and been solid. Wu is playing at the moment just because I promised him game time, so he's played 9. It's usually Quaresma who starts in there, and he's been solid alongside Bade. I've had to do this a few times with players to try and keep them happy. Because if it was up to me, I'd just keep the same team in rather than rotate, although I'm trying to more so rotate in the front 4 players. And then going forward, Frendrup and Sforza have been great in there. Just show you really quickly their bars on here, their percentiles, just so you can see. Both of them really great at this one. The progressive passes, they both create so much passing the ball forward. They've both got really good assist numbers too. 6 assists from Frendrup. Doesn't win the ball back as much as I thought he would in this ball-winning midfield role, but does enough. So Forza, exactly the same look. Progressive passes, 8.81. And also he's got 3 assists in there, slightly less. But he's been really good as well. The two of them, the pair of them, I think, complement each other quite nicely. I like them a lot. Then the front 5, Lewis Potter we talked about, and Mbeumo just back from injury. Carvalho has actually been very good this year. 8 goals from him, and any assists in there? 7 assists too. So he's been very, very, very good in that number 10 role. Although we don't really have a backup for him is one thing I've noticed. And then finally up front, we talked about Omega as well, who is just a mega goal scorer is basically what he is. That's kind of the team use. I'll show you the other stats of the sub players here, like Kevin Shade's played a lot of games, or Shada, I never know what to call him. Lots of sub appearances from the other players in there, although Quaresma's got 16 starts in there as well. One thing you may be noticing, Vitaly Janelt has been sold. He is leaving in 3 days' time. I mean, look at these bars here. He looks amazing. However, that is a really small sample size because he's only played 542 minutes, which isn't completely insignificant. He's good. I can see why other teams want to buy him. I can see why he's been bought by Al Nasser in Saudi Arabia. You see his value is 48 to 53 million. I've sold Janelt for 53 million pounds. I can't say no to that. I just can't say no to that, can I? So we've accepted another bid from Saudi to go and finance and bankroll our Moneyball save is what's happening at the moment. 53 million. I think it started at 35 and I managed to negotiate all the way up to 53. So very happy to let him go for that. It gives us 218 million to go and spend. Not that I'm going to go and spend it, hopefully, because one thing I'm trying to boost is this here. We're going to be up to, when that money comes in, we're going to be up to 200 million pounds in the bank. We started at 38 million at the very beginning of this save, which is there, look. And we've managed to get it up to 148, but that's going to go to 200. Very proud of that, because it's not like me. It's not how I play Football Manager, but we're being Moneyball. We're doing Moneyball. And it's going very well. So long may that continue. We've also, some of our players have got decent values now, having brought them in. A good example of that would be Morten Frendrup, who's already valued at about 40 million pounds. Omega is up about 32 to 41 million pounds. Force has got a good value now. Cesar Hueta, we looked at 26 to 29. Like, they're all getting better values. And if we qualify for the Champions League or even the Europa League again, hopefully that will continue to get boosted, because our club rep will continue to be boosted too. I have been scouting. One of the things that I'm going to be mainly looking at is, can I get some young players in that I think are good enough that could boost the squad a little bit, just in terms of numbers, especially those homegrown players, because that would help with registration. And also, if I can't really register anyone else right now, we are right at the cusp. Look, 25 players registered. So anyone I buy is going to need to be homegrown, except for one, and that's because Janelt is going to go now. So Janelt out will be 24. So anyone I do bring in, I do need to think really closely about the registration rules too. I have been scouting, going through every position on here. They haven't changed loads, but I mean, if I just show you, if I go to players scouted, there's nearly 2,000 players that I've now scouted. So I'm trying to really keep on top of things so that I have a full picture of who's good and who could be a target, and then have a look at their data to see if the data backs up them being good, and maybe if I can get value for money for players, basically. One player that I think is still real value for money is Victor Gyökeres. He's the dream target. I know Emmanuel Omega has scored so many goals, but he's still at Sporting. If this guy doesn't move, I'm going to keep him on my shortlist until he does move. He's 27 now, but if 30 million to get Gyökeres, he's wanted by Liverpool and Milan. So we probably don't get him, but whilst he's at that price range, I think he's value, and I think we're going to keep him there. He's just really, really not interested in us, look, when a lot of the other players are, which is a real shame. Another one that the similar thing has happened to is Angelo Stiller. Still not interested in joining, and his value is up to nearly 100 million now. So we're not going to get him, is basically the story there. I think that ship may have sailed. He signed that new contract. He's wanted by Milan. Unless we go and splash massive money on him, we're not going to get Angelo Stiller, I don't think, which is a shame because he was a big target of ours. Bacciarina did go to Leipzig. I've just noticed actually he's 40 million. That's a release clause. It just said it there. So there might be some value in that. If we become quite rich and 40 million becomes not that much to us, maybe Bacciarina eventually down the line. For now, though, I think that's a little bit too expensive for me, and I think we can get good players for a little bit cheaper. Anyway, that's the full story. We're heading into January now with all this money to spend. I've given you the context. I'm going to go and attack January now and see what I can do. I'll bring you an update at the end of it, and hopefully we'll get a couple of new players in, or maybe not. We'll see. But hopefully we'll be in a good position to go and try and go for Champions League football. I'll see you at about the end of January. End of January, and perhaps a little bit quieter than I originally thought it was going to be. We're a little bit stuck in the moment in this situation where we've got not very many spaces that I can fill up with the homegrown element of the squad, and also we're sort of, are we good? We're in between. We're in the Europa League but challenging for the Champions League. So the players that I'm looking at are Champions League caliber players because we're trying to be ambitious, but they're not interested in coming to us. We're kind of stuck in between, especially with the idea that I can't sign too many people because of the registration rules. So let me show you how we've done first of all, and we have done a little bit of business, but at the end of January, it's the 1st of Feb here. It's not loads, so it should be quite quick to wrap you up on what's been going down. We are 4th in the league. We're above Newcastle and Arsenal at the moment. Newcastle have played an extra game. Arsenal are 2 points behind us with the same number of games played. We're quite a way off Man City, so I don't think we're going to go 3rd anytime soon, but we are well in this race for Champions League football. Results-wise, these are our Jan results. We have beaten Luton away from home. Bade and Huerta with the goals there. We lost to Villa in the FA Cup. Again, it's one of those where we just didn't really turn up on the day. If you have a look at some of the ratings for the team there, just didn't play very well and then got smashed by a really good Villa team. I was coming away going, it would have been nice to have an FA Cup run, but also if we can put all of our energy now into trying to finish fourth, and also this Europa League, which we're still in and hopefully going to qualify for the next round in, then, well, we have qualified for the next round, spoilers, but I'll show you here. That might not be the worst thing in the world, basically. We then drew to West Ham. Huerta scored early and they equalised right at the end. Literally the last kick. Emerson on 90 plus 7 minutes. Always a bit of a gut wrencher, that one, but 1-1 away from home. It's actually not the worst thing in the world at all, is it? We beat Everton 4-0. It was Bade, Matazzo and Mikey Moore, you will notice. This was his debut. It's also a Brentford own goal. Our first bit of business was to bring Mikey Moore to the club. Now, ignore this a little bit, or at least take it with a pinch of salt anyway. It's only 2 appearances, both for us at the moment in terms of his data. We know Mikey Moore. We've seen him in real life. He's one of those that in real life football, it's not a secret how good these players are. I know we're doing Moneyball and trying to look at the data and things, but you still have knowledge and understanding of how good these players are, and you see it with your eyes. So I think we have to factor that in a little bit as well. I'm trying to sign homegrown players. So Mikey Moore is an English player. He's obviously homegrown in nation. He's obviously going to have a lot of potential. At least I'm hoping so in the game anyway. He was expensive, but I've decided to take a punt on him because he was available, basically. We've signed him for 30 million. Again, this was with a little bit of transfer debt induced on this one. It was about 10 million pounds up front now. I think I'd rather split it over that because it feels like whilst we're still bringing money in, it doesn't feel like we're being too silly with the money. And 30 million feels like a big cost up front. As you can see, though, he's made his debut. He's scored a goal on his debut, played very well. He also played in Europe and scored in that game as well. So I'm hoping we've got a bit of a player here. Obviously, we can't see his attributes. I don't know how far along his development he actually is. Makes me wonder if he's still got a long way to go because Spurs were ready to let him leave and they actually sell him for 30 million. However, maybe he's got potential that we can recapture and get him towards the top of his potential by playing him a little bit more in our squad, because we've got such a small squad that he actually will get game time. I wasn't planning him on throwing him in too early, but here he is playing against Everton in a win. He started this game on the right hand side. It was, a good performance. You see that there is a bit of rotation there. Matazzo started and scored. Mikey Moore, obviously we talked about, has scored as well. And then the next game started him again against young boys, and for a young boy he did a good job. He scored a goal in this one. It was our opener on 58 to equalise. This Mohamed Kamara, by the way, is actually pretty good. I was looking at his look, there you go, look in the midfield here, doesn't lose the ball and wins the ball back a lot. Is 6'3" as well, very cheap. I know he's a bit older, but I was actually looking at him going, he performed well. And that's a very Liverpool thing to do, in my experience as a Liverpool fan. A player plays really well against you, and then you're like, oh, maybe he's quite good. Maybe we should sign him. And then Liverpool seem to do that quite often, it seems. Darwin Núñez springs to mind with that Benfica performance in the Champions League. That was a good win, though. That put us just about ready to qualify. And I think we would have gone through and skipped the playoff phase if we won our last game in the Europa League, but we drew it. Annoyingly, we drew to Rangers. Probably shouldn't be drawing this game. We were 1-0 down, equalised, went 2-1 up, and then they equalised again with Robin Proper. It put us here in 10th, a point off qualifying automatically. If we got 2 points in that final game, an extra 2 points from turning a draw into a win, we would have gone through on 16 points. We would have been an automatic qualifier. We're going to have to play an extra round because of this, but it's one of those things. I obviously tried to go through, but we drew that game, so that's where we're at. Other than that, though, it's pretty successful. We're 4th in the league. We are through in the Europa League, even though we are going to have to go and play this knockout playoff game, which we'll find out our opponents very soon. We've got a really tough run of games coming up. Look, it's Chelsea, Arsenal, City, then Palace, but then Newcastle, who are also really good. February might be one of those disaster months, which if it happens, I'm hoping that we don't fall as far down. Like I'm bracing myself for it, basically. But if we could stay in the top 7, I think I'd be happy with the way that those fixtures are. I think I'd actually be happy if we're in the top 7, and then hopefully things ease up a little bit with Ipswich, Middlesbrough, Brighton. Then it gets a bit tough again. Villa, Liverpool, United, Fulham, Spurs in there too. Like, it's not an easy end to the season. So whilst we're in contention for the Champions League, because we've beaten these teams a lot over the course of this season so far, I'm not counting my chickens yet. If we finish in the top 6, if we get 6 again, I think I'd be happy. If we finish in the top 4, it would be a dream, wouldn't it? It would give us a lot of ammo to go and boost this team with some new transfers. Omega is still top goal scorer. King Lewis Potter is still the top assist maker. But the transfers that I've done in January are as follows. I have sales first. Janelt did go for 53 million to Al Nassr. They put him on £525,000 per week. Do you see why he wanted to leave now? I actually didn't check. What did they put Damsgaard on when they signed him as well? Because he was talking about the wage. £650,000 per week. And Nathan Collins... Like, I have no chance of keeping these players once these teams become interested. £650,000 per week. We have no chance, do we? I mean, I'm happy to take the money for them because they're not world-class players, are they? Nathan Collins and Vitaly Janelt. But they're putting them on world-class wages, so we're going to have to just cop for it and go with it. I have also sold Seth Vandenberg, who just wasn't very good, and his value was just plummeting, so I've decided to kind of just cut my losses on him, to be honest. He's 24, he's 6'4", he could be good, I'm sure. There's a player in there. I'm not sure that's been replicated in FM, and then maybe that's why he's not so good. So he's gone to Venezia for 2 million, basically. I've signed... three players actually, all English young players. Tyler Dibbling has now joined permanently, £8 million, slightly overpaying, I will admit, on this one. Again, it was about 2.5 up front, but I wanted to keep it down. That's why I didn't sign him during the loan spell, because I wanted to get him a little bit cheaper than 8 million, but it is what it is. He's done okay with us when he's been here. Mikey Moore, we talked about 30 million. Looks like a lot. I'm hoping it's going to pay off eventually and it will be a Moneyball signing, but we have to speculate to accumulate, especially when we've got this amount in and this amount out. Like, we are still building our budget up. We've got £168 million in the bank. Our transfer budget is still £202 million. You have no idea how much it is, how difficult it is for me to not go and spend that all on loads of players. But I'm being good. We are being Moneyball. And the final one is Trent Cohn-Doherty for 400k. I know that he's quite highly rated from being a Liverpool fan, and at 400k, it felt like a bit of a no-loss punt. I'm going to pop him into the under-21s, I think, and see how he goes. I mean, his value's already up from there. Even if he doesn't make it, if we can turn this into a bit of profit, feels like a good signing to go and make. So I'm going to keep an eye out for opportunities like that. That's the January business. That's the January situation. We're 4th in the league. I'm going to go and finish the season now, and I'm hoping there could be a Europa League run, maybe a Champions League qualification. That would be lovely. Oh, and another thing, just to keep you updated, but I'm still very much stalking the living daylights out of Victor Gyökeres. So we are sending so many scouts to watch every single game. He still has no interest in joining us, but he's still, after deadline days, still at Sporting. His value is still about 30 to 37 million pounds. That is a bargain in my eyes. If in the summer he decides he wants to come here, we will be pulling the trigger. We will bring in Gyökeres and we will deal with how we're going to accommodate him in this team with Omega in it as well. What if that happens, which at this stage is still a long shot. We need to basically go and qualify for the Champions League, don't we? So let's go and try and do that. And here we are then. The season is complete and little old Brentford have finished. We finished 5th. It's actually a little bit heartbreaking. We will be in the Europa League again. At least I believe it will be the Europa League. There is that very faint chance that we could get Champions League. I don't think it's going to happen though. In fact, let me just check with the Champions League if the final has been played. It has. Man City, if they win it, does that give us an extra Champions League spot? I don't think. I mean, they've got one from the league, so maybe it would. So come on, Man City. Is that what we're thinking here? Either way, we finished 5th, which is one position higher than last year. But at the moment, just outside those Champions League places, it all really came down to those tricky games that were in the run-in that I kind of showed you in the last little update. It was a tricky time, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't find the 2 points that were necessary to get ourselves into the top 4 legitimately. But I can't really fault the lads. They've had an amazing season overall. I'm going to show you all of the stats and sum it all up here, as well as thinking about the future, thinking about some maybe possible transfer targets, but that might even be impacted by whether we're going to be in the Champions League or the Europa League next year, or how much of a reputation boost we get by now being in the Europa League for 2 seasons. I don't know if you get the rep boost this year or whether we'll get a reputation boost next year having been in the Europa League this season. Either way, I'm hoping that we can attract some better players eventually, and particularly Victor Gyökeres, who is still at Sporting. I mean, the window's not open, so you'd expect that. Have a look here, though. Top goal scorer was Emmanuel Omega. He got 29 goals in the Premier League. He outscored Erling Haaland, and as a marker, any striker that does better than Haaland must be a really good striker. His average rating was 7.29 as well, which was behind Haaland. Most assists in the league was Keane Lewis-Potter. This boy is a superstar for us. We love him. And then the results were as follows. I'm going to show you some data hub stuff. I'm going to go through the team on the tactics screen and show you all of the stats as well, just so you can see how the players performed. But this was our second half of the season. Here was the end of January. From there, I talked about this being a tricky spell after Chelsea and then Arsenal. We beat Chelsea. It was 3-0, 3 new players scoring the goals as well. Bade, Sforza and Omega. We then lost to Arsenal away from home at the Emirates. You know, that's one that we just kind of have to take on the chin a little bit. Then a great run, knocking out Fenerbahce in the Europa League and knockout playoff rounds. So we went through against Fenerbahce 3-0, 4-2, beat Crystal Palace 5-2. We were flying. We drew to Newcastle, which I was fine with. It was a late equaliser from Huerta to make this one 2-2. You can see that Omega is still scoring goals here. He got 2 against Palace, 1 against Newcastle. Then these games, Ipswich, Roma, Middlesbrough. Amazing. 2-0, 3-0 at home against Roma. I was like, we're going through in the Europa League. We're going to be into the last 8 here. And then disaster struck. We lost 5-1 away. Like, Roma just did us. Artem Dovbyk, who, by the way, sensational striker. He is maybe one that we could... I mean, if we were really good, we'd have a look at signing him instead of Victor Gyökeres, perhaps, as an alternative. But I don't think we're going to, because he's never going to come to us. His value isn't that high, though, if you ask me. He's 28, so maybe... getting on a little bit, you know, in terms of a Moneyball save, but you could maybe say the same about Gyökeres as well, couldn't you? Just to show you as well, this game here, 3-0 against Middlesbrough, 2 from Omega, 1 from Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore got goals, 7 appearances, 3 goals, and data-wise, he looks pretty good, doesn't he? Again, slightly smaller sample size here for him, but the value for him is up to 50 to 63 million pounds. It's making 30 million look like a little bit of a bargain, especially when you consider he's only 18 years old and is only going to get better. Fingers crossed for that development there. There was that 5-1 loss, and then I told you the game's going to be hard. Villa's tricky, City's tricky, Liverpool away from home at Anfield, going to be tricky. We lost 4-1. We drew to City with a last-minute equaliser from Aaron Hickey. We beat Brighton, beat Manchester United, and then this one was the one that really... In fact, this run here is what has killed us, really, which is why I'm disappointed rather than just saying, what an amazing season. We lost to Fulham. We lost to Spurs away from... at home, sorry. And losing to Leicester away. Elliot Anderson scoring a penalty. We missed the penalty in this one as well. Keane Lewis Potter. So frustrating. We did win on the last day. Keane Lewis Potter got 2 in this one, but... those 3 games have made us finish 5th rather than 4th, and I can't help but be frustrated, even though I shouldn't be. We've got Brentford to being a team that is this good. If I show you in the data hub, these are my picked out ones for team analytics. I think it just tells the story for data-wise for how good we've now become, and perhaps points us in the direction of where we might need to improve for next year. The XG table, we had the highest XG in the league, 73.5. Compare that to City, who won the league. They in fact they didn't. Spurs won the league in the end. City had the highest, I should say, of 71.9. City can feel very hard done by. According to the XG table, we should have finished 4th. We ended up finishing 5th. The problem, if you have a look at the XGs against in the teams that are around us. They're all in the 30s. Ours is 44, which you have to go down to 6 in the XG table here to see an XG against that is worse than ours. That maybe tells the story. We score loads of goals, but we may be conceding chances that are worth a goal slightly too often, even though we should have finished above. We were better, according to this, than Arsenal were in the XG table. So a little bit disappointing. But again, just have a look on these. Look, we're mixing it with the big boys. This is the scoring scatter graph. We are right in the corner, the quarter that you want to be in here, where we're high scoring with lots of high non-penalty expected goals. We have actually got the highest in the league non-expected goals per 90. And only, I think it's 3rd, if you put it on here, the 3rd best goals per game in the league too. So we are, I mean, maybe that's a slight differentiation that we should maybe try to close up a little bit. If we're creating loads of non-penalty expected goals and then not scoring the goals, we need to be slightly more clinical, but that is really splitting hairs because you'd expect these teams to have slightly more quality players as well, which is the thing to think about as well. But we're mixing it with the big boys is sort of my overall point here. Similar story with defending. This is where we can improve if we want to get closer to these 4. Look, Spurs winning the league, City being very unlucky, or just they should have won the league, I think, according to their quality anyway. We're sort of a way off. We're mixing it with Chelsea and with Newcastle in terms of the clearances. We're making fewer blocks and fewer clearances per game because our defending is good, but I think we can improve our overall defending and get closer to these, and maybe that's where you push the limits a little bit more. Pitch tilt as well. We are in the right place, but as you can see, the best teams in the league are here. We're sort of in this next group along here. So I think these are great infographics to share, and I especially like looking at the data hub at the end of seasons because it tells the story and you kind of get a proper feel for where you actually are and how good you actually are having played the games. If I show you the squad on our tactics screen here just to show you the stats as well, we can get an idea of who's performed really well this season, who's performed not so well. That can also inform then our transfer business, which we're going to get into at the start of next video. That's what I'm going to go and do first, and then we're going to attack this next season from there. I'm going to do 2 seasons per video, so they're going to be nice and long and lovely and chatty, and you can put them on and watch them, but I feel like that's going to be the plan here. Here's our performance then. Average ratings, again, I mean, they don't look amazing, but there's some that are pretty good. Omega, obviously, with his 32 goals in all comps, outrageous superstar. I'm hoping that he's grown as a player as well, if you think about his attributes. I'm really hoping so. He's got amazing, his data looks great for the goals and non-expected penalty goals, and he doesn't lose the ball all that often as well. I'd like him to win a few more headers, even though this is good. He is 6'5". I'd like him to win more of those headers, I think, going into next season. I don't know how we go about improving that, just like maybe as he improves. One thing to mention too, Murillo has been playing left back for us because Aaron Hickey has been injured. I think he's back now, so yeah, he would be back now, but he missed the last couple of games of the season. Rico Henry damaged his cruciate ligaments. He did his ACL and he's got another 4 to 6 months out. Left back might need to be something we recruit for, which is a bit of a shame because I was waxing lyrical about Rico Henry before, wasn't I? He's so good. He's had a really good season as well, but he's done his ACL, and we never know what type of player is going to come back from an ACL injury like that. And we now only have Aaron Hickey who can play left back, or Maria, who has been filling in quite well. He's played 6 games. Well, I think it's about 4 games at left back in this time too. Defenders wise, they've all played a lot of games. I'm quite settled on our back 4, but if that is the area that we need to improve, is it a tactical tweak or is it a personnel tweak? We'll have a look and see what's available out there, because maybe if we do get that rep boost, we might be able to bring in some better players. But these are pretty good. Quaresma's done well. Bade's done well on the bench as well. Christopher Wu, when he's been called upon, has been pretty successful too. 11 games from him. Tobias at right back, only needed for 3 games from the start, but is developing nicely. I like the look of him. You can see the bench and how many games they played here. Kevin Schade has played 29, started 29 games, scored 8 goals. He's, I don't think, in our first choice front 4, and that makes it difficult if we sign anybody else as well. The reason I mention this is that he is wanted by Frankfurt and by Al Ahly in Saudi Arabia. His value is about £40 million. He's really quite good, and he's only 24, but we signed him for what? 21 million? If we can double the money on him, is that something we need to think about doing? And as a side piece on that as well, we've also got basically our whole team is wanted by Saudi clubs. Al Nassr in for both midfielders, Al Ittihad in for Bade, Ruslev Al Ahly. I don't quite understand what this Saudi revolution is in this save, but basically all of our players are wanted by Saudi teams. So if we need money, I suppose there are options to go and get that money. Our transfer budget is £203 million. They've given us a massive wage budget as well of 446. If I was to stick that in the transfer budget, we'd have 225 or something like that. We've got money to go and spend. I don't know where I'm going to spend it yet until I see what our reputation is going to be like, and we'll kind of go from there. Money-wise, we're up to £221 million in the bank now. We started with 38 million. We have risen all the way to 221 million. This is a Moneyball save that is continuing to Moneyball. That ball is rolling, and we're going to keep it rolling. We do have some debt, some loans, £79 million as transfer debt. That is those future installments that I've been putting in. But actually, it's quite nice to watch these as we sort of pay them over the next like 6 months and a year and things. These are coming down, and you probably expect a chunk of this to come out, which will come out of this, which still, I mean, if you look at how much is in there and how much we're going to keep adding to it as well, I'm still happy we're going in the right direction with that. It's all going well. It's a 6th place finish. It's a 5th place finish. We know what next year has to be. We have to get into that top 4, don't we? Hopefully you guys are enjoying this as a save, though. Hopefully you're enjoying the pursuit of Victor Gyökeres, who is still, as I say, at Sporting, still not interested in joining us. So we will keep that in mind. We'll keep checking. I will just continue to keep checking this, to be completely honest with you. I think a good place to start today's video is on this screen here. It is our finances, which I think it just sums up how well this Moneyball approach is working here. We've gone from, at the very beginning of the save, having 38.35 as our overall balance, and these days, on the 1st of June 2025, the balance is over £215 million, and this is whilst, importantly, that we are also improving on the pitch. 6th place, then 5th place, and with a team that I think is a lot better than we started with. We've managed to bring in players that are cheap compared to their actual values, using data to try and extract which players we should go for. And also we've sold players at the top of their price ranges. We've been pretty lucky, I think, so far that we've had some interest from Saudi Arabian teams. But Vitaly Janholt and Damsgaard and Nathan Collins were performing quite well for us, which I think attracted teams like Al Ahly to go and spend, I mean, there's £150 million in just from those there. And then we managed to spend that on players. I think we've got a bargain, for example, on a player like Morten Frendrup, who has already become really, really important for us. And if you actually compare him to other defensive midfielders, he holds up pretty well, even data-wise. Look at the progressive passes for a defensive midfielder. He wins his tackles. He gets lots of assists as well, 8 assists in the league. He's so important for us, and he costs 15 million. Like, if you're signing Premier League players for 15 million, you're doing a good job. I think we've been very successful so far. We did splash the cash a little bit. I signed Mikey Moore. The rationale behind that one being that I wanted to try and bring in some young players that were going to be homegrown in nation, because we were a little bit tight on our registration. I actually think we might have to tweak our recruitment plan or vision or approach slightly, just because of the registration rules, and also because I don't know how this jump is going to be a big one. To go from a 5th place team to trying to break into that top 4. We looked at some of the data at the end of the season, didn't we? To try and make this jump now, we might need to invest in younger players that can become elite, top 4 quality players, because I don't know if we're going to be able to go and sign them, because they're playing for the top 4 teams most of the time anyway, and that means they're expensive, and that's not really Moneyball that way. So I'll talk you through everything that we are doing as we go through, because it's going to be a long one. Again, you guys seem to love the long format of these videos. You liked how much detail we're going into. I said it before, but it's a Moneyball save. I think you have to look at all of the details. So we're going to go with the same approach today. It's going to be maybe a long one. I don't quite know how long. We'll see how long. We're going to go and do season number 3 and season number 4 of this save. And thank you so much, by the way, for the reception on video 1. It was overwhelming, to be honest. So many lovely comments. I really am glad that you're enjoying it. And also the video's done very well as well, which is always a nice thing for me. Let's jump into it then by going from this point here with this squad here that performed so well, with superstars like Keane Lewis-Potter, who's been so good, and Emmanuel Omega, who, I mean, he scored 32 goals last year. We signed him for £16.75 million and he outscored Haaland. I'm going to say this so many times that I know it sounds like I'm saying that's number one, but that's Moneyball, isn't it? We've got a player that can win for us right now and give results to us on the pitch right now for cheaper than counterparts that would do the same type. It would produce the same type of stats that would cost a lot more. Erling Haaland to Omega, I think that kind of shows it and sums it up, doesn't it? Same for the likes of Keane Lewis-Potter. And if we compare him to other attacking midfielders, he holds up pretty well percentile-wise, and even forwards, actually. With these expected assists, we kind of use him as an inside forward. So we're kind of looking between the winger ones, and also the forward ones and the attacking midfielder ones are kind of both apply to Keane Lewis-Potter and other players. What I'm going to go and do now, to build on this squad, is to go and do some transfers. We have got a huge budget and a huge wage budget, because I'm not going to really touch too much of that. We're going to go and see what we can do recruitment wise. I'm going to sell some players probably, because we do have some interest in some of our players on here. If I go through, actually, Frendrup and Sforza and Mbuemo and Bade and Ruslev, like, I will probably end up selling these. My mantra is being, and this is my interpretation of Moneyball anyway, is if I think we get a bid that is right at the top of their value or even above their value, I'm going to accept it. The reason for that is not necessarily because it's complete Moneyball, but because I'm going to back myself to find a player that can at least produce the same results for a cheaper price. And that's my interpretation of how I'm going to be doing Moneyball here. I understand that some of you would say no to these things because we've got the money, and actually if they're performing really well for us, we don't need to sell them. I get it. I do understand that 100%, but I also want to bring in that level of challenge as well, that I don't want to stand in the way of players in a realistic way. For example, if Bayern Munich come in for Bryan Mbuemo, I think realistically he'd want to go there. So I think we'd back ourselves to bring in a replacement that could do what Bryan Mbuemo does for a cheaper price. So just to talk you through my approach a little bit there as well. I'm going to go and do that window now. And I guess I'll show you what I've done and maybe justify or explain the reasoning behind accepting or rejecting bids, and also the players that I've brought in. I will also make sure I pull out any of the stats and the percentiles of the players that I bring in before they sign for us and before it gets rid of all their data. So I'll see you in August sometime after we've done a bit of business. Come on. All right, so here we go then. We are now on to the 20th of August. That means that transfer window is now complete. We've actually just played the first game of our third season here at Brentford. We've beaten Bournemouth, by the way, 4-2 away from home. Goals from Carvalho, 2 from Brian Mbuemo, and then a goal from Loic Bade as well. And you may, if you're eagle-eyed, be able to spot 1 or 2 new names in this lineup here because, as you would imagine, I've been very, very busy. I've been wheeling and I've been dealing in the transfer market. Now, let me show you what I have been up to. As you will notice that we have £245 million in our transfer budget now, £145,000 per week in the wage budget, which is, I think, slightly less than before. I have signed 3 players this summer and spent £85 million, which is, I think, it's got to be right up there in terms of our biggest outlay, at least, well, because it's only on 3 players. I've spent pretty heavily, and I feel like I need to justify it a little bit, especially because it is a Moneyball save and because you're not supposed to be spending a lot of money. Remember, my interpretation is if you can buy players for less than their value, it can still be Moneyball. And that is where I need to make that argument for Ryan Gravenberch, who has come through the door. We're trying to make this jump. I think we needed a bit more quality, like star quality. Ryan Gravenberch was available from Liverpool, transfer listed for around about £45 million. He hasn't played loads last season. So data-wise, I'll show you his data profile on the screen right now. There wasn't loads to go off. However, one thing, and the reason that I came across him in the first place is I was searching for key passes. I was looking for how can we get chances created from our midfielders, which midfielders are available that we can that create key passes often. Ryan Gravenberch was really high on that, even though, and that wasn't in terms of like per 90. His number of key passes, just the quantity, was really high compared to other players who had played way more minutes as well. And that made me think, is there something that we can tap into to get the best out of a player like Ryan Gravenberch, especially because he's transfer listed and because all of a sudden he was interested in coming to Brentford. So for £45 million, a lot of it is in future installments. One thing that is going to be a big target in today's video over the next couple of seasons is seeing if I can bring down this transfer debt, because this is something that I always rack up in every FM save. I always end up doing loads in future installments and then it looks like we've made great signings, but actually we owe a load of money. I think we can bring this down, and it's going to be a big target of mine that by the end of this video I want to see if I can reduce this by either through sales or by selling players when then other teams owe us money perhaps, or just by simply paying off some of the transfers that we brought in so far. Ryan Gravenberch is our first signing though. He cost us £45 million, and I do genuinely think he can help us to go to that next level. The reason that I wanted to bring him in is because I made some big sales. One of those big sales was a midfielder. In fact, a couple of them were midfielders. First up, let's start with a stalwart at Brentford and a player that I'm going to miss, genuinely, in this save. I've come to really enjoy the performances of Matthias Jensen, and he's now moved on to Crystal Palace for £7.75 million. I think he went after Gravenberch came in, I think it was. Yeah, he went on the 16th and I brought in Gravenberch on the 13th. I would have kept Matthias Jensen if it wasn't for the fact that I'd signed Gravenberch. And then I was looking at the pecking order and I was thinking we've got Saforza, we've got Frendrup, we've got Gravenberch, and there's other players in there too that are just going to be above in the pecking order than Jensen. And it was about just under £8 million. And I just thought, it's actually not that bad for a 30-year-old. Maybe we could have got more. Maybe a season ago we could have got more. But just in terms of the number of minutes that Jensen would have played, I think it's time that we just took the money and ran with it a little bit. As well as the fact that then we also got £5 million for Onyeka after his loan at Torino. So £13 million in. It pays for one of our players that I'm going to show you in a second. It's just the business that I decided to do here. I also managed to get £10 million, rising to £11.5 million for Jayden Magoma, who hadn't played any games for us and is a young, promising centre-back, I should say. But I didn't, again, pecking order-wise, I wasn't sure he's ever going to get there. I know you can't see the stats and things on here, but £10 million felt like a lot of money for him, considering he wasn't great in the Championship for Cardiff, wasn't particularly good for Barnsley the year before that either. Can't see him getting into our team. So at £10 million, I thought we're just going to go for it. I did make sure that I put a few things in there. Yeah, we're going to get 30% of the profit on his next transfer if he does go for more than £10 million. So I think I've kind of covered myself a little bit with that one. I did want to make sure that I was protecting my future a little bit. So there will be a bit of money for us if they do sell him for a bit of money in the future too. Also, once he plays for England, if he plays for England, which is probably not going to happen. We do get £1.4 million there as well. So he's another big money sale. And then two big ones, because our luck with the Saudi Arabian teams has continued, and long may it continue, in all honesty. Now, just to clarify on this, I know you might be like, how realistic is this? I can't say no to this, and I would like it if other teams could buy our players instead of the Saudi teams, but I also can't say no when they come in for this money. It starts with lots of teams being interested, and then when I auction the players, and if you've not seen my auction method, there are videos on the channel on how I do this. I invite bids to come in, then once some bids come in, I play the teams off each other until we get the biggest bid. It turns out that the biggest bid always ends up coming in from a Saudi Arabian team, and then our players are happy to go there because they give crazy wages. Like Al Hilal here have put Thiago Dantas on £250,000 per week. He's not going to say no to that, whereas with other teams, he would say no. So I'm going to sell him for £18 million, Dantas, a player that we have truly moneyballed. We brought in for 950k. He played for half a season for us, did okay. Loaned him out to Braga where he had a good season, 29 games. Not amazing in terms of, he got 5 assists there, which is good. The average rating isn't great. Now we've sold him for £18 million. That is a silly amount of profit. £17 million profit on a player that played 12 times for us. We're using it. We're bringing in money, aren't we? We're buying players that are way below their value and then selling them for a good amount of money. So Thiago Dantas, again, wasn't going to be high up our pecking order in midfield. We've sold him for 18 million. And then Kevin Shade, however we say his name, I don't need to worry about that anymore. He has gone to Al Ahly for £55 million. Played loads of times for us since he joined, last season especially. 22 starts in the league and then 15 off the bench. 37 appearances all in for us. One that I think he'd be a great performer for us. Didn't want to sell him. If you look at his attributes, I think he's pretty strong across the board. Did well for us, but £55 million. I can't say no to that, can I? It's silly money. And they put him on £450,000 per week. I don't love the fact that we keep selling players to Saudi, because how realistic is it? I'm not sure, but I just hope you understand my reasoning. I can't really say no to it, can I? So that's kind of just the way it is. We brought in £96 million, which I think allows us to speculate a little bit with Gravenberch. Also on a £12.5 million signing. This is a little bit more moneyball. Rodrigo Zalazar. If I pop up his profile here before I'd signed him so you can see his data. And also the next one, if I swipe across, this scout report here, which it was really prominent on there, the amount of key passes he was getting. I was looking for key passes. It's one of the things I was exploring in the market this summer. Also because I was looking at some of the data from last season. I was looking at that we weren't doing loads of key passes in our midfield or generally across our team. So I wanted to bring players in that would just naturally do that. Zalazar scored really well in that regard too. And for £12.5 million, I think he can come in and just generally improve us in that midfield. So he comes in from Braga. He's been on our shortlist for a long time now. He's a bit of an alternative to players like Angelo Stiller, who was actually interested briefly, but was about £100 million. So might have to wait on that one. By the way, Victor Gyökeres, still not interested. Still cannot sign him. Still at Sporting. The quest to sign Victor Gyökeres before the end of this save continues. I promise you I'm going to keep trying. The price might get a little bit silly and it might not be very moneyball, but I feel like I've committed so much that I have to go and try and sign him now. So Gyökeres will be a B at some point if I have anything to do about it. Finally, though, back to our other side of our approach, which is going to be the signing of Miles Lewis-Skelly from Arsenal. Not loads of data to show on him because he hasn't played a load of football. So this is speculative from me. It's a little bit not moneyball. I'll hold my hands up and say that. However, there is a bit of moneyball to it in the fact that I think at 27 million, if we play him enough and if he develops enough, he will then have a value that is much higher than 27 million. I'm confident of that as well. So that is a moneyball aspect. It's just not data driven because instead it's scout driven and it's a little bit of real football knowledge driven from me to know that he's only young and he's going to get better. But he's also English, which means we can bring him into our squad and we don't need to worry about register him because he's going to be under 21 for a couple of seasons still. Miles Lewis-Skelly, £27 million. Looks like a lot. His value is already above this, so there is that as well. I think we can give him genuine game time that can actually turn him into a really good player. At least that's my hope with him, alongside players like Mikey Moore, alongside Tyler Dibbling, alongside Keane Lewis-Potter, a core of really good young English or British players that don't need to be registered. I think it's just smart business. So speculative, yes, him and Gravenberch. A little bit more money ball on Zalazar. These are the signings we've made. I continue to keep looking. I continue to keep scouting. I continue to send my scouts over and around the world looking for players all over the place, because I think that is the way that we're going to identify better players to come in. I've also done a few loans as well. I told you about these sales. We've also loaned out Zeballos. Didn't think he was going to play for us all that much this year. So a bit of football in Britain, in England, going to Hull on loan. I think it might be best for his career. So he's gone out on loan. They're going to pay us a little bit. We actually got in. I mean, already, look, Palmer paid us 850k. We signed him for 6 million. That's almost our money back on him in terms of the transfer fee too. We didn't get much this time, but just thought it was something that I would mention. Your Moliak, I should say, could be quite good in the future. He's done very well in his first few games for Swansea on loan, where he has got himself, I mean, not great appearances. He was there last year, so I've extended it again because he had a great loan spell with them. Hopefully he's developing into a good player. He's only 22 as well. I mean, his value's all the way up at 60 million, but I just think that is way over the top. I don't think we'll get 60 million for him, but it'd be lovely if we did, wouldn't it? And also Emre Konak, we looked at him before. He's gone to Coventry on loan, and I'm hoping he gets first team football there as well as we continue to develop. We've played one game, but if we go to the Premier League, season preview wise, we're still down in 10th with the quality of our squad, but we know that we can overachieve from here. We know that our aim is top 4. We know that we've got strikers and players that can score goals. You know, Emmanuel Omega up front. Hopefully, I mean, he didn't play the first game because I got things a bit wrong with my, I played a game on the 12th, a friendly, and they were still knackered for the first game of the season. So we're a bit lucky that we've won it. I had like random players like Benjamin Frederick have to start, who's an under 20s defender who's not very good, but we got away with it and won the game. So that was a bit silly of me. We didn't need to be playing Glebe and winning 7-0 with a full strength team pretty much in here, but you know, these things happen. We then go and play West Ham, Villa, Forest, Leicester, Fulham, Sunderland before we play a genuine top team in Liverpool, and then it's Arsenal, and then it's City. So this point here might be a little bit stressful, but I'm going to go and play all of these games, and I'll see you to show you how the season has gone so far before we head in to January, where we think about transfers once again. I'll let you know how these games have gone, and hopefully we're closer to the top of the league than we are to the bottom. Fingers crossed. I'll see you then. And here we are, heading in to January 2020. Well, January 2026 is what we're heading into. It's the 29th of December. We are about halfway through our season, and we are sitting, after these results you see on the screen here, very happily exactly where we want to be. We are 4th in the league after 20 games, so over halfway. 35 points on the board. We're aiming for what, more than 68? We got 68 last season, did we? So we're sort of just below that if you count the extra 2 games that we've had here, but we're around about where we need to be. We are in 4th position. We could drop down to, we could drop down as low as 6 if West Ham win their game in hand, if City win their game in hand, but we're in the fight. We're looking for this Champions League spot. Liverpool top the league, then Arsenal, then Spurs, then us. Palace have an amazing season. They are in 5th. Then West Ham, then it's City, then Manchester United, who have recovered from that weird relegation spell at the start of season 1, haven't they? Then it's like Newcastle in 10th, Chelsea in 14th. A little bit of a weird Premier League table, to be honest, this year, but Liverpool out in front. We are, though, where we need to be, in 4th spot. You'll notice, by having a look at some of the player stats to the left-hand side here, there's not a lot of Brentford influence over there. We've not had... we've been a better team. Well, we've been a good team this year. We've played 20, won 9, drawn 8 and lost 3. I think we can massively improve. We've had a really poor spell as well, which is kind of where I pointed out that it was going to be. We actually got the Champions League draws, which muddied the schedule a little bit. But this spell here with Liverpool, then Arsenal, then Man City, we drew to Arsenal. We lost to Newcastle in the EFL Cup. Then we lost to City, lost to Napoli. But we had a really poor spell here, look, where we only won 1 game in, 6 games? We beat Newcastle in the league, but lost to Midtjylland in the Champions League. We lost to Everton in the league. We drew to Spurs. And that was quite recently. That was in December. So I'm hoping we're going to turn things around a little bit. We've got another couple of rough spells coming up. It's like the reverse of the first half of the season. We play Liverpool, then Arsenal, then City, sort of in quick succession. The end of the season's tough too with Spurs and Manchester United. So it's going to be tight, but we're going to do our very, very best here. the thing that's sort of been missing this year has been the goals of Emmanuel Omega, who scored 29 last year in the league. This year he's got 7 and 15. It's not terrible, but look at the average rating drop off. It's just not as good, to be honest. He's not been able to continue with, I mean, even the stats look pretty good here. The non-expected penalty goals, compare them to other strikers compare them to all players, they look pretty good. Compare them to strikers and they're sort of not as strong. Doesn't lose the ball. He's big and he's strong and he doesn't lose the ball, but he's not been quite the striker that we need him to be. It's one of those now where I'm like, oh, if we get a really big bid, do I sell him? Or do we trust that he can recapture some of that form that he had last year? I mean, if we got £60 million, does that finance going to sign a Victor Gyökeres? It probably does, although he's still not interested. Heads up, we haven't signed him yet, okay? I know that we're going to keep talking about that, aren't we? So that's been a big problem this year. I was having a look at the data hub as well, and we're sort of in the same sort of place. I wanted to improve those key passes, those progressive passes. We haven't really done that. Recently, Keane Lewis-Potter has been brilliant. He scored lots of goals. He actually is one that has been holding his end of the bargain. He's got 11 goal contributions in 19. Compare him to those attacking midfielders, and yeah, he's pretty strong across the board. Compare him to strikers as well. In like, he gets the assist. These are instead of other strikers, he is doing things that other attack, you know how I said he's like a mix. An inside forward is a mix between a striker and a winger, isn't it? The striking, the goal scoring part, he's not as high in terms of the strikers here, but all of the other stuff, winning the ball back and progressive passes and the expected assists and things, he's really strong on. He's actually wanted at the moment. Something I need to mention, if I go to the squad screen here and have a look at some of the recent 11s we've been putting out. We've had injuries, by the way. Rico Lewis tore his knee ligaments. He's been out for pretty much the whole season. So Aaron Hickey's played a lot of games. He's now suspended. We've had to play Murillo in a lot of games. He's been playing left back as well. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy season, but I'm happy with where we're at. You see some of the stats on here. It's the 11 goals for Omega. One thing that I do need to mention is, if you look down our list of players, we have Saudi Arabian interest in Loic Bade. We have Saudi Arabian interest in Aaron Hickey, 3 teams looking at him. We have Saudi Arabian interest in Keane Lewis-Potter, as well as Brighton. We have Saudi Arabian interest in Fabio Carvalho, as well as Brighton. We have Friendrup interesting Saudi Arabian teams. We have Matazzo, not Saudi Arabian teams, just sort of championship teams for him. I'm going to hold my hands up on him, I think. I loved his stats when we pulled the stats through and had a look at his profile. I've maybe not given him enough game time, but when we have, he hasn't been amazing either. He's played 10 minutes this year, so this we can't even think about. He might be one that we might have to cut our losses on. I don't think we're going to get back to £8 million worth even on him. His value right now is 2 million to 4.7 million pounds. I'm trying to send him out on loans to try and give him game time so that his value goes back up, but that might be one we lose a bit of money on, but that's going to happen. We go, especially when you buy players that are really cheap. Some of them are going to go like Dantas did and like Makawa did, who's now amazing. Some of them are going to go a little bit more like Matazzo, and I'm going to hold my hands up on that one. We've also got Huerta wants to leave because he's not played enough games, so he might be one that we look for a potential transfer for. If we could get, we signed him for £10 million. He's now valued at £24 million. I might need to it might be a slight cut your losses situation, or it might be a situation where we look to try and bring in a little bit of revenue by selling players on for a profit. Visser as well also wants to leave. He's not played as many games this year. Brian Mbuemo's played 24. He's just out on international duty at the moment. Miles Lewis-Skelly brought in the summers, played 3 games. I think that's fine. I'm not going to try and push him into the team because he is very young still. Only, is he 18 or 19? I think he's 19 now. He's now 20 actually, so he has had a birthday, so we might need to try and bring him in. But Sforza and Gravenberch and Friendrup, mainly Gravenberch and Svendrup, it's mainly been like this, our midfield so far this year. The two of them have got a good relationship already. Look, it's been a bit more like this, and also Carvalho in here. Salazar's been good, or Zalazar, I should say. 4 goals from him. He's had good. He's been pretty good in that midfield. Mikey Moore's played 9 games. Quaresma does usually start in the defence rather than rather than Murillo. Murillo's going to have to play left back in the next game because we don't have another left back, but you can do that, which is useful. You can see the other stats on our players there, look, in terms of how many minutes. Tyler Dibbling has really struggled. I might need to look for a loan for him in this January as well. But that's sort of the situation. In the Cups, we are, if I go to the competitions page here, in fact, we've been knocked out of the Friendly Cup, but ignore that. In the Champions League, we are in the group of teams that go through to the playoff rounds. Played 6, won 3, lost 3. lost to Midtjylland that I showed you, lost to Napoli, lost to Stuttgart, but did beat Real Madrid, and beat Fiorentina 5-1. We are a strange football team, aren't we? But we should be okay, I think, to go through. Maybe not in this top elite group, which skips the next round, where Arsenal are topping it, but maybe in the group down below, which is, I think, absolutely fine. Still in the FA Cup because it is, I think, the third round that has not yet been played. We've got Luton away. Carabao Cup, we got knocked out by Newcastle in the fourth round, which the board weren't too upset with. It was... where was it? I'll show you on here. I think I showed you it before. We lost 2-1 to them. We beat, in the first round, we beat Rotherham. Then we lost to Newcastle in the round after that, where they've got a really good team. They've got loads of money to spend, haven't they? So it's one of those that you can't really complain about. With the situation as it is in the league, the aim remains to finish in those Champions League spots. The aim remains to try and go through in the Champions League, to still try and build on our reputation as a club. I was wondering if we could see the rep on here. Our reputation is still only national, even though we're playing in the Champions League. So after a campaign of Champions League, and if we qualify for it again, I'm hoping this goes to Continental, and that, I think, opens up a lot of more options in terms of players that are interested in signing for us. Players that are at elite clubs that maybe aren't getting the minutes, a bit like Ryan Gravenberch, might then be more interested in coming into play for us, which is sort of what I'm hoping on. I was hoping that the rep would go up this year, but it hasn't, so we wait until next year. By the way, Morten Frendrup is now the new captain as well, and he's our key player. This has been a big success. You have a look at, if we compare him to other defensive midfielders here, look, big success of a signing. He's got those progressive passes in there. £15 million he cost us, is wanted by loads of Saudi teams. So if we get a bid of 60 million, he might go, but I'm hoping we hold on to him, to be honest. I'm going to go and do that January window now. I'm going to go and build from here, see if we can do any business. The balance is at over £200 million still. See if we can use some of this £247 million budget, and also see which players we can hold on to, because as I said, a lot of interest, and mainly from Saudi teams who are very good at buying our players. I'll see you at the end of Jan. All right, so that window has been... I wasn't expecting this. Basically, this is what's happened. We have, in January, sold our goalkeeper. Daya Makawa, on the 3rd of January, I got a bid of £19 million. I think I actually got a bid beforehand from another team, and then offered him out and got £19 million for Daya Makawa. Daya Makawa was our Japanese goalkeeper that was a revelation. I love him. He's fantastic. If you go to his goalkeeping, I can't actually show you here because he's gone to play in Saudi Arabia. They are incessant. They don't stop. They love our players so much that I've sold another one for silly money. I mean, we've moneyballed it, haven't we? We've signed him for 165k. We've sold him for £19 million. It's a 32-year-old goalkeeper that we've now made about 18 point something million pounds on. It's business that you can't say no to doing, but I am also gutted because he was so good for us. His actual stats and his average ratings, especially this first season, 17 games, half a season, 7.27 average rating, 8 clean sheets in there, 3 player of the matches. He got a player of the match in his first game and got an 8.1 or something. I feel like we've managed to find an amazing goalkeeper that I told you to go and sign in your saves. Loads of people in the comments said I sign him every single time. Loads of you like, I've signed him before. I had no idea he existed until we found him, or one of our scouts found him, and then we looked at some of his data. It's really sad. I'm actually sad about losing him. However, it was one that I couldn't say no to. Part of this rationale that I'm going with, which is if I feel like I get bids that are above the value, I'm going to sell players and I'm going to say yes to them. So he went out to Al Duhail on the 3rd, and then I had to go start looking for a goalkeeper. Luckily, we had already been scouting and following on my goalkeeper shortlist Nicholas Heddle for a while, who is pretty well known as a goalkeeper and already comes in, and I don't know why I've got not available for the goalkeeping ones, but I've never been able to see it on here. I can find the stats, I just can't see it on the profile screen, which I don't really know why. You can see kind of generally how good a goalkeeper is just by their average rating and goals conceded, but obviously that's going to be different for depending on which team you're in. So there are all of those things too, but goalkeeping wise, we've kind of been fine so far, and I'm pretty confident that Nicholas Heddle's going to be quite good too, because he's well known and it's a goalkeeper that I know. So I kind of had to go and find somebody and quite quickly bring them in, especially trying to find one that was of a good value. And because he's playing for Rapid Vienna, he was going to only ever be cheap. He's come in and done well in his first 2 games as well. We didn't get him until, what date was it that I signed him? It was a little bit afterwards. We had to wait for a work permit as well, the 15th. So it's one of those where I kind of had to bide my time. Luckily, Ellery Balcom was very good in the games that he ended up playing for us. So fair play to this guy we're keeping around the club because he's homegrown. He's 27 now, but when he has played, he's been quite good. 2 games this season and was solid. But yeah, he's actually an okay keeper as a backup goalkeeper anyway, which is good. It's him and Hakon Valdemarsen are the 2 that kind of interchange. I think I've listed him. I'm trying to sell Valdemarsen because he's not homegrown, whereas Balcom is, and Balcom's seems to me, I don't really know what his attributes look like, but seemed to me like he's a pretty good goalkeeper anyway. So I'm happy with that. So yeah, goalkeeper fiascos and chaos going on. And then not only were Saudi Arabian teams coming in to buy our goalkeeper, they bid £50 million for Fabio Carvalho, which he then decided he was like, he will be upset if I don't accept the bid or whatever the message is that you get. He really wanted to go there because of the wages that they could offer him. They've put him on £525,000 per week. Another player that goes to play for Al Ahly. If we go to their team, I mean, it's made up of our players. It's Ivan Toney. It's Nathan Collins. If you go to the tactics on here, it's Kevin Schade. It's, I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. They've even got down here, look, Damsgaard and John Stones, who I'm not even sure that they're not even in the squad for this most recent game here. So I think you can only play a certain number of non-Saudi players in their squads, but either way they keep signing our players. So Fabio Carvalho is the latest to make the move from Brentford to Saudi Arabia. £50 million. It keeps this churn of money that we've got coming in, and it allowed me to speculate a little bit, as well as after loaning Matato, which we talked about before, and also selling Johan Visser. Again, I mentioned that he was unhappy, he wanted to leave. We didn't give him basically any game time this year, so it's one of those where I was kind of actively looking for a team to send him to. We got a £13 million bid from Leicester. He is 30, so I think that's probably just about as high as we could get for him, and I'm pretty okay with it in the end. It's also money off the wage bill, etc., and he's happy to go. So we've brought in, just in this January alone, it's about, I mean, what is that, 90 odd million pounds, just over. So it's almost 100 million pounds coming in just from selling 3 players. It allowed me to go and spend. After buying Heddle, I went and bought an Ethan Nwaneri, who was happy to come to us. If we have a look at how he's done in the first 2 games for us as an attacking midfielder, he's one that it's a bit like the Lewis Skelly signing, not just because we've signed him from Arsenal, because we know he's really good, because we know he's highly rated. We don't have loads of data to work off because he hasn't played lots for Arsenal, but £37 million, I'm taking an educated guess that he's going to be really good, and an educated guess that's sort of already paying off, because look at his value already since he's come in. It's now £94 million. He's only 19. It's Moneyball, but in a slightly different way of moneyballing it. He doesn't need to be registered. He's homegrown in nation. He is going to be hopefully really good for us. Highly rated player. I'm going to use some of the money that we got from Carvalho. Well, look, we've sold Carvalho and made a profit, even though we brought in Nwaneri, who's younger and I think eventually could be better. Fingers crossed he's better anyway. So it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy window. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy January on the pitch as well. We started great, look, after beating United, which I think was after this Spurs game that I was last talking to you. We beat United, drew to West Ham, beat Luton in the FA Cup, beat Bournemouth 3-0. 2 for Keane Lewis Potter in that one, says Arjueta. We then lost to Villa. We lost again in the Champions League. We need to be careful that we do actually qualify for the next round. I'm glad that we've now beaten Feyenoord after that, because we are kind of right on the... Well, in terms of points, look, we're right on the cusp. If we hadn't beaten Feyenoord, we would be struggling a little bit, but we're right in the middle of this second group that should go through now. So I'm feeling better about it. And then most recent game, this is where I'm feeling good about the signing of Nwaneri. He scored twice against Leicester in a 2-0 win. I'm going to show you those goals. We haven't seen a lot of on-pitch action. I'm going to make sure actually in today's video I do at least one live com so that you can see the players in action too. But let's see the goals from Ethan Nwaneri. It wasn't his debut. I think he played a game before this. I think he's played 2 for us, right? But in his second game, he's helped himself to 2 goals as well. So fingers crossed this is a sign of things to come, and we're going to get a real future superstar. Him and Lewis Skelly in the midfield, homegrown. You add him to Mikey Moore, maybe eventually. It's a lovely first goal with his right foot. He played off the right wing, I think it was, in this game. Left-footed, inside forward from that side. Here's Salazar giving it to Henry. Henry's back, by the way, from his ligament injury, which is out. He was out for months and months. Nice finish for the second goal there. I'm kind of building what I'm hoping is going to be the next generation with Nwaneri, with Mikey Moore, with Lewis Skelly, with one or two others, Lewis Potter, with, I mean, Gravenberch is only 24 himself. If we're going to go and challenge the teams above us, like Arsenal and Liverpool, these players, if they become elite players, maybe allow us to do that. And it's Moneyball in a different way. So give them game time now. Hope they develop. Hope they do as well as like Frendrup has done when he's played for us this season, because he is, I mean, he might be my favourite player that we've got at the moment. The captain, 25, still a whole career ahead of him as well. I'm hoping we continue from here. We have dropped after those results to 5th, but only a point off 4th, 3 points off 3rd as well. A game in hand for Man United who could go. They'd still be behind us though. So we are well and truly in this group. And remember, 5th might be enough for Champions League football, which it was last season, because we finished 5th and we are in the Champions League this year. I'm not sure if I mentioned that before, but in the end last season, it was, I think it was Liverpool went and won the, no, maybe it's because Spurs, whatever it was, whoever won one of the cups allowed us to then qualify for the Champions League. So we are, I don't know if I did say that at the end of the last video, and I should have maybe mentioned it before, but we are a Champions League club, as you've seen by some of the games that we've played. We continue from here. We try and build on this. We've got, what is it, how many games left now? We've played 24. We've got 14 to go, with the aim being, can we finish 4th? That's just the aim, isn't it? Can Omega score a few more goals? He's got 12. Can Keane Lewis Potter still keep going as good as he's going? Can our new players, like Nwaneri, continue to do as well as he's done in his first couple of games? We've got an injury for Saforza at the moment, but it's only a pulled hamstring. Gravenberch is out as well for a while. He tore his thigh, so he's been out for a little bit of time. He's got 2 to 6 weeks left on that one. That is all the business. Well, I mean, that's all the business that we've done. Still, Al Ittihad looking at Murillo, Al Ittihad looking at Quaresma, Zalazar's wanted by Al Nassr. It's all Saudi clubs just trying to sign all of our players. I don't know quite what's happened in this save for this to be as prominent as it is, but as I said before, there's not a lot I can do about it. I just try and hold on to players unless we get a massive bid. I'm not actively encouraging the bids, because I think it's getting a little bit silly. But at the same time, if they do bid and it's a lot, I'm going to probably have to say yes, because otherwise they become unhappy and it sort of derails us anyway. They immediately want to go because of the wages that are on offer. So we'll see. Maybe that bubble will burst and hopefully it stops at some point. But for now, we're just going to cope with it. We're going to deal with it. It's part of the save. It's part of this weird world that we're living in right now. I'm going to see you at the end of season number 3, and fingers crossed we've qualified for the Champions League. And by the way, also still no Victor Gyökeres. He's still at Sporting, so that fight goes on. See you in May. So here we go, another season in the books. It's May 2026, and we have finished. We did it. We finished 4th. We actually did it. I know that it doesn't actually change all that much because we were in the Champions League anyway, weren't we? But we've actually broke into the top 4 of the Premier League. We've actually got the same points total. It's 68 points for the 2nd season in a row. But we're a top 4 Premier League team, and it's all because of our Moneyball approach. We've wheeled and we've dealed, and even though we've only really signed a very mundane, run-of-the-mill 4-2-3-1 system, we've built ourselves into a real force in Premier League football, and hopefully it continues to go from strength to strength from here. Let me show you and let me break down to you how the season has gone as a whole on the screen. I think let's start with the players first of all before I show you some of the results, how we've got on in the Champions League, etc, etc. Newsflash, I would have led with it if we had, but we haven't won the Champions League. We did get knocked out, of course, but let's have a look at the player stats to start with, because it is a data driven save. It's data driven in the way that we look at recruitment, but also by which players we might think about replacing. Goalkeeper wise, we did replace our goalkeeper in January. Nicholas Heddle has come in and he's been so good, honestly. I thought Makawa was great, but if you look at the average rating for Nicholas Heddle here, I still can't see, if I go on here for some reason, the goalkeeper stats. I don't know why this is. If someone who uses this skin, if you could let me know, that'd be really useful, because I would like to see a breakdown. Apparently it's supposed to change all this. Maybe this is just something that I'm doing wrong. Maybe the pizza shows it instead. Oh, no, it's still, oh, it does actually. Hang on a minute. Maybe that's why. On here, it doesn't show clean sheets, but on the pizza one, or the pasty one perhaps as well, it does show clean sheets and saves and everything else on here too. So you can see how he's performing. He's actually quite low percentile in terms of saves, but I take everything with a slight pinch of salt. When you think about passes and actually how he's going to be, being part of the system, on the ball is what we're looking at here. Expected goals prevented, that's not particularly high on that one. So maybe he needs to improve on that a bit, but on the ball, he seems to be a revelation, and his average rating seems really good as well. So this is the first time I'm seeing this, as I've only just figured this out. So maybe that's something I need to look at going forwards. But he's been really good. As far as I can see, the eye test has shown me that he's been really good as well. In games, he looks solid. Last 5 games, 7.38 average rating. So all good there. Right back at the moment, it's Aaron Hickey. He's played 37 games, lots of them as a left back. Right back wise, we've got a slight issue in that Mads Rorslev has been injured. He's been mainly the first choice though. He's not injured right at this second. He's played 41 games. He's mainly the first choice. Not wanted at the moment, but he was wanted by a few clubs before that. Bade and Murillo, or Bade and Quaresma, or Quaresma and Murillo are our main centre-backs that have been rotating. 8 games for Wu as well. Lots off the bench too. So he's also, considering we signed him as a real Moneyball signing, he's been solid for £3.3 million for 3 seasons now. He's played the most games he's played in a season too. So still, I'm counting him as a win, as a bit of recruitment as well. Rico Henry is back as the first choice left back, but of course Aaron Hickey played a lot of games there too. Murillo played some games as a left back as well, lots of times. 43 games for Murillo. Definitely continuing to improve as a... Which one is it? Centre backs is this one, isn't it? Continuing to improve as a player in our squad too. He was also attracting a little bit of interest from other teams as well. His value is at £25 million. I think we signed him for 22, so he's about where his value is. But just to show you some of his stats there as well. That's the defence, as well as some other ones that I didn't mention, but I think that's pretty much it. Into the midfield, the first choice 2 that I showed you before, Gravenberch and Frendrup. Gravenberch has been so good this year. Look at the average rating, 7.06. I mean, the two of them, the pair of them together, they are so good as a duo. Gravenberch as the player that gets on the ball and creates things. Frendrup as the one who goes in there and is just a terrier, winning the ball back. He's not the biggest, but he does win the ball back. The way he wins that ball back has been really, really impressive. I'll show you on here. Look, possession 1. It's actually not as high as I thought, but tackles 1 is right up there. Possession lost is, I mean, it maybe is not quite as good on here as I thought it was, but in the game, this is what I'm seeing. Progressive passes, though, really, really good from this midfield. From a ball-winning point of view, if you have a look at some of his attributes as well, it doesn't quite show it, but defending ones, decisions really good, marking really good. I think his tackling must be quite good as well, because, as I say, I do see him winning the ball back. Maybe the eye test is slightly different to the data there, but I see him winning the ball back, and it works anyway because his average ratings are great playing this ball winning midfielder role. Zalazar in front has been good. 14 goals from him. I actually had on here. Can I bring it back again? It just doesn't show them. It's just, if I go across, it shows you the other ones too, but he's got some assists in that. Well, let me highlight him. He's got some assists as well on there too. He's got 9 assists as well as his 14 goals from attacking midfield, replacing Fabio Carvalho. The outgoing Fabio Carvalho has been good too. If I show you his data, attacking midfield wise, great for expected assists and non-penalty goals. Not loads in terms of the progressive passes, which is why I bought him, because he was doing loads of these, the key passes and progressive passes. But he's doing the job. He's doing the business either way. His value's up at 42. Let's call it £40 million. Brought him in for £12 million. Again, another one that going in the right direction, isn't it? Lewis Potter, revelation, love him. 13 goals and how many assists? And 10 assists, 23 goal contributions in 44 games. Look at him compared to other strikers or other wingers. We look at both of them. He's our Moneyball boy. Brian Mbuemo scored 11. And Victor Omega up front. It's a respectable season from him. 22 goals in 40 games. If I show you his overall, it was 13 goals in 30 appearances. It's respectable, but it's not prolific, and that's kind of what he was the season before. So I'm thinking, if we need to go to the next level, if we're going to be playing Champions League again, if we want to challenge for the title eventually, which I guess has to be the aim, if we're in the Champions League finishing 4th, I'm going to do at least one more video, which is at least 2 more seasons. Can we build on this point to go and become title winners, title challengers at some point? Do we need to improve on Emmanuel Omega? It feels a bit harsh after the season he just had, but we've always had a plan for this save, haven't we? We've had a target up front. We've had somebody that could come in and hopefully guarantee us goals. And I need to tell you, I need to let on to something right now. I've done some business. Can you guess who I've signed to come in and be a striker in this team? It's Victor Gyökeres. We have actually, eventually, this is the reason it happened, as I show you, we did become a continental reputation team before the end of the season. And as soon as that happened, I went to our shortlist. I went to here and I tried to see if Gyökeres was interested in joining us. He was. So I've done something. I don't think lots of you are going to like this, but let me justify it to you. I know that signing a player who is £60 million, who is wanted by loads of teams, who isn't particularly young at 28, it doesn't seem like Moneyball, does it? But I'm going to justify that by saying we've raised all of these funds and they are just sitting there. And I think he takes us to the next level. And I think genuinely, even though he cost us £60 million, I think his value is going to go way above that as soon as we sign him. So let me have this one. I'm just going to make an appeal to all of you watching. Let me have this one. If it was 30, as the plan was, which is where his value was at before, then I think we can get away with it. It is 60, but I think everything we've done before can hopefully justify this. I don't know. Let me know in the comments down below. But welcome to Brentford, Victor Gyökeres. He joins in the summer straight off the back of a season where he's done very well with Sporting. He's got 12 goals there, got 15, got 16, signed for 17. They've moneyballed it, absolutely, haven't they? I couldn't resist. I had to do it. It was such a big part of the narrative of this save that Victor Gyökeres is going to come in and be a striker for us. If I compare him to the other strikers, his data does look average. I'm not going to lie to you. But I think I get 6. He's going to score goals. The scout reports make it look a lot better. He's an A+ look. And actually, on this skin, it does show you a lot of the data in his scout reports. And it ranks them in the league as well. So he's the 4th best expected goals. He's got the 4th best shots on target, 5th in these things. And these are all listed as cons as well. I think, I mean, you can paint a picture that it's worth it. The proof will be in the pudding. If he comes in and scores us loads of goals and he takes us to challenging for the title eventually, then it will be worth £60 million. If it's not, I've got this one wrong. I hold my hands up. I'll go and sell somebody for a load of profit and make up for it. I promise. But welcome to Brentford, Victor Gyökeres. He comes in and that's, I mean, we just looked at Omega. That's kind of where the squad is at right now and how the squad has done here as we finished 4th. You can see some of the subs here and the data that goes with those guys. Lots of games for Aaron Hickey, for Murillo. Plenty of games for Sforza too as a backup midfielder. He's actually upset because they fined him after he got sent off against Arsenal. Could have played a lot more games, but did play. I mean, in total, that's like 45 games that he actually played for us. 29 games played in the league, 11 starts in the league. So it's a respectable season, but didn't play loads. I want to get more game time into Mikey Moore as well. I want to get more game time into Ethan Nwaneri. Did start 14, but didn't hold down a starter place just yet. I'm just hoping that he's developing and becoming a better player. We can't see his attributes, but you imagine that he's now 20, that he's growing as a player and his attributes are actually getting higher as well. So at that point, we can bring him in to do a few more starts. That sums up the players' performances. And I think you can see where we're going from this. Gyökeres comes in and then it will basically be a decision of which players get sold. There is still lots of Saudi Arabian interest in players. Lots of Premier League interest in Keane Lewis Potter as well. Looking some other teams in for, like Frendrup's wanted by, no, it wasn't. It was Baday's wanted by Wolves, for example, too. If we end up selling people, it might tell us who we need to bring in. Otherwise, I'll go and have a big deep dive into the data hub and see what I think this squad needs. Remember I talked about we needed to improve the defence. I think we've done that with Charisma and Bade in there. I wonder if a right back is where we could improve next. I'm looking at some of the role abilities and things in here. I'm looking at that we don't really have great backup right back. We've got Vinicius Tobias, but maybe somebody else in there. I'm sort of thinking out loud on this one. I'm continuing to scout across everybody as well. Lots of these players are the same players, but I am adding to the list, like attacking centre mids. I think there's a few more. Was it on this one, defensive ones? There's a few more on here that I'm looking at different players. Look, that I've made my watching closely list, like Chris Rigg, who was another one a bit like Nwaneri and a bit like Lewis Skelly, that if he develops would be great. The scouts didn't love him as much. He signed a new contract, which is I think why the scouts don't like him as much, because he was a bit more expensive. Either way, at one point he looked like he could be cheap and then he signed a new contract. Just know I'm doing all of the scouting and watching of the players. Let me show you the results for the rest of the season then, from January or February onwards, we should say. Lost to Fulham. Beat, here we go. We did qualify for the Champions League. If I go back to this league stage, I can show you that. In the league phase, we finished 17th, qualifying for the playoffs. In the knockout playoff round, we came up against Atletico Madrid and beat them 3-0 on the second leg. We beat them 6-2 on aggregate. It was outrageous, really. This was the second leg here, a 3-0 win away from home. which again, it sort of proved to me that we can mix it with the big boys. On our day, we could beat anybody. Seriously, there's the team that was played. Balkan played in goal in this game. I think it was an injury for Hedel at this stage. Roslev, Quaresma, Rio, Hickey. Nwaneri played deeper in midfield, got subbed in the end, but look how good he played. 8 out of 10. Saforza, Luis Potter, Salazar, Huerta, and Omega up front. Huerta scored 2 goals late on to win it. We already had a pretty good lead in this before this as well. I think we were 3-2 up from the first leg. Ended up 6-2 winners against Atletico Madrid. Took us through to the round of 16 where we beat Marseille 3-1 on aggregate. I'll show you this scout report I'll show you the match report on this one as well, because I think it's interesting to follow our Champions League journey, because we're Brentford and being in the Champions League, there's a little bit of a novelty still at this stage, although we are going to be in it again next year, which is always very good. We were dominated in terms of stats here, but we did get the win, and we'd already, I think we drew to them in the first leg, or beaten them in the first leg by a goal to nil, I think it was. So either way, we did our job. We did enough. Mbuemo and Omega in this game. Gravenberch played further forward in this game. Look, you see the 11 here. Otherwise, it's almost the same. Hedel was back. Mikey Moore led the line, didn't play great and got replaced in the end. Omega came on and scored the goal in that one. Through in the Champions League to the quarterfinals, which is where it sort of came to an end. We were beaten by Arsenal. Arsenal are amazing. I think, did Arsenal win the league this year? I feel like they did. It was Liverpool. Liverpool won the league this year, but Arsenal was second. Arsenal have a very good team. They beat us 2-1 in this one, 5-1 on aggregate. They kind of just swept us aside. That was the end of our Champions League journey, but I'm happy and proud to have got to the Champions League quarter-final. Look how many English teams are in there, by the way. Us and Arsenal, Liverpool and Manchester City, Spurs. So that's 5 teams in the quarter. 5 out of 8 teams were from England, which goes to show just how strong the Premier League is at this stage and what we're up against when it comes to trying to finish in the top 4. It's not going to be easy to try and turn this into challenging for the title. Arsenal have actually got themselves to the final where they've got Real Madrid. Real Madrid are looking for a 4th consecutive Champions League win, which is going to be quite difficult to beat them if we ever get ourselves to that stage too. But yeah, there you can kind of see the results. Don't need to go into them in too much detail. You can see the goal scorers too. You see that we went out of the Champions League here against Arsenal. We went out of the FA Cup here to Liverpool in extra time in that one as well, which sucks a little bit. Ross Reed, who is a new gen, got the winning goal in that one. Beat Man City 5-3 here, which is always a good result. Lost to Chelsea 7-2. Don't know what happened. They did add 2 goals really late on, but we got dominated by Chelsea. But we just had a really bad day. I have nothing to say. I don't know why it happened. We lost 7-2 and then won the next game 4-0 against Newcastle. So I don't really have any explanations. But after losing 7-2, we won 4 games on the bounce against good teams. Beat Spurs, beat Manchester United to eventually finish here in the Champions League spots with 68 points. We got 68 points last season as well, didn't we? We did, and finished 5th that year. First season, we got 69 points and finished in 6th. We've actually got less points than we did in season number 1, but we have finished in the Champions League spot. So we're kind of doing the same, but still growing as a club, and I think getting better players in, because if you imagine too, these teams around us are also getting better. West Ham 5th, look. Palace, who were doing so well, ended up finishing 12th. Relegated teams, Burnley, Leeds and Sunderland. I might have a look at a few of these teams to see if there's any players, but because they've all been in the Championship recently, they don't have quite as strong squads. Chris Rigg might be one to look at from Sunderland though for the summer. But that is our 3rd season. We are a Champions League team confirmed at this stage. 2 seasons on the bounce. We are now also a continental reputation team. That means that we can go and have a look at a slightly better caliber of player. I'm going to continue to do all of my scouting. I've got so many recruitment focuses on the go look of players that I'm looking for. Some of them to point out, I'm looking for players that could be 4 stars. Scalvini and Scott. Scott, I think, is linked with City, keep bidding for him. It's Chelsea at the moment. Chelsea and City going for him. I would love to get involved, but at this price, I just don't think I can. Christian Medina is one that I might look at as well, but I just don't think we need a midfielder, but he could be a Moneyball signing because he looks really good coming in from Boca Juniors. We've got Saforza already, who's very similar, so I just don't think it's going to happen. Looking at 3.5 star players, these are them on here. English players, average ratings, key passes per 90. I told you that I found, I think it was Gravenberch that I found by this one, the key passes, and then also you can see them on the screen here. A homegrown in nation under 21s. This is where I found players, or I say found, but this is where I'm, players like Nwaneri and Lewis Skelly are coming up, and I'm making the move to go and sign them. Kobe Mainu, by the way, only 28 to 40 million pounds. It's one that I am kind of tempted by. So maybe in the summer we go and sign him. Hasn't played, he actually played loads. Hasn't maybe developed in a way that he's the world beater that he could become in real life, because at this price point, and he's 22, but could be a fun one to bring in, couldn't he? I will continue to keep looking. The scouting never ends in this save, but the big one is that we've signed Gyökeres to come in this summer as well. The squad, I'm hoping, can go again. The plan after this has to be, can we go and challenge for a title? Or are we still a little bit behind that? I don't know. Maybe a couple more signings are needed. See what I can do. Let's go and do a transfer window for season number 4. Come on. And here we are then, ready to head in to season 4 at the club. It's been a lovely rise so far, hasn't it, in this save? We've gone from, as I've said before, 38 million pounds as our budget at the beginning. We did actually peak towards the end of last season. We were up to 285 million pounds after a few sales. Then we brought in Victor Gyökeres. So we have dropped back down to 218 million pounds in the bank. Overall, though, over the past few seasons, it's been a lovely steady rise in terms of the bankroll, as well as hopefully, as I did promise earlier, this transfer debt is on its way down. It's down to 69 million pounds. I'm hoping that hopefully by the end of today's video, but definitely over the course of the entire save, I want to bring this down again so that we don't have any transfer debt and all of the money that we have sort of is ours from there. That said, this is where it is because I have been doing a little bit of transfer business. Again, it's the 7th of August. We are just about ready to head into our 4th season at the club. It has been a 6th place finish, a 5th place finish, and now most recently a 4th place finish with Brentford. So logically, we need to finish at least 3rd in this next season. So let's see if we can do that. We've had a good pre-season. Victor Gyökeres has just scored a hat-trick in the final pre-season game. He is now officially a Brentford player. Here he is. If we show you his profile, you can see his pros and cons on here. You can see, I mean, there's lots of extra details that we've not really looked at actually on here, have we? If you go to the attributes screen, it does show you them all here, look. Obviously, not actually showing you the numbers. It will show you all the stats and things on there too, but he hasn't played any games for us, which is why you can't see too much about him. His value all the way up at 90 odd million, which is what we were talking about a little bit before information wise. It is all on here just to show you what's on the skin as well. Let me know, by the way, in the comments down below if you are running your own Moneyball save. Really interested to see just how many of you are actually having a go at this. Let me know who you've been playing with and how it's been going. Maybe, here's an idea that I've just had, you guys share with me your Moneyball saves and we do a video where I do a little form for you to submit your best Moneyball saves and we can have a look at things about how you've been wheeling and dealing. Have a look at this tab here about how we've built up a balance. Hopefully you've done even better than I have. Let me know if that's something that you'd be interested in, and maybe I can get that Google form set up, because just had the idea for a video whilst recording another one. That's always fun, isn't it? Either way, as I mentioned, we have been busy in the transfer window. Actually, that's a lie. We've done some transfer business, and that is, as you can see on the screen here, we have spent 4.2 million. It's been quiet this season. I was having a look and really doing all of my scouting and everything, and there's just wasn't really any standout players that I thought would take us to the next level. Instead, I've brought in 2 players, as well as at the end of the window, obviously, as you know about, Victor Gyökeres coming in. Also, because we'd already spent 60 million on a striker, I wasn't about to go and spend loads of money. Our transfer budget is at 256 million, but I'm not going to go and spend that. Instead, I have been working on things like the facilities. We are up to exceptional youth coaching, junior coaching, above average youth recruitment. We've got great training facilities, great youth facilities, and the corporate facilities on there. I might actually go and check again now. That is actually a lot better than it started with. So just know a lot of this money that I'm making, I am trying to put back into the club as well. Let's just see that. Well, there you go. Look, that's what's been done. The youth facilities are currently under works, as well as the training facilities. And you can see some past ones here that have been done. The youth recruitment, the youth facilities. Let's just see if there's anything on here that I can increase. I don't think there is at the moment, because we're waiting for this work to be done. So money is going back into the club that way. And I decided to be a little bit sensible after maybe not being very Moneyball and not very sensible with the Gyökeres signing, and just signing 2 people to fill some gaps in the squad. There's not a lot of data to look at on either of these, but let me tell you why I've brought them by going first over to the players that have been sold. I have once again been enforced. I've been enforced to sell players to Saudi. I can't do anything about it. I want it to stop, sort of, but also I still quite like it as well. The only teams that really are coming in for our players are the Saudi teams, at least with any meaningful bids that make my players want to leave. So Mads Roerslev, who some would argue has been here maybe longer than he should have been, because he's okay, but I wouldn't say he's amazing, has actually played a lot of games for us in this save. If you go back, we started here, so 37, 38, 32 games in those 3 seasons without ever being amazing. First season was actually his best one with these 8 assists that he recorded. We've got 24 million for him from Al Nassr. He's going to go and play for Cristiano Ronaldo's team, who I'm assuming by this stage has retired. 24 million though, couldn't really say no to it. It's one of these Saudi, I don't want to even talk about it too much anymore. It's just Saudi teams buying our players. This one is an interesting one. The first signing that I did make in this save was Ezequiel Ceballos. I said that I think we can maybe get a little bit of money for him. It didn't really go to plan. However, we did actually turn a profit. If you add the 850k onto this 6 million, or onto this 10 million here, about 11 million back from a player that we signed for 6 million that played not very many games for us. None in this season. I think he did play games for us, but it doesn't record it on here because this is just from that particular season. He was on loan for most of the seasons. I think there was a spell when he was here. Either way, maybe he didn't. Maybe he played no games and we've made at least a £4 million profit on him, which it's one of those. Sometimes it won't work out as well as I want it to. This is one of those times. I think I still think a good player. I wonder what his attributes actually look like. He's clearly very quick look. However, we've sold him on for £10 million. I think it's just 10 million. It might even rise to slightly higher than that, I want to say. And then finally, this was a very Moneyball signing that we made. Cesar Huerta, who lots of people will let me know in the comments of the last video. This was the guy that was linked to Liverpool in the summer, which I remember that link. I just didn't put I didn't put the name to him, and I didn't realise when I was signing him in the game that was him. I remember it was something to do with maybe like a Sunderland loan that then fell through, which meant the whole deal fell through. I had no idea it was Cesar Huerta, so that's quite fun that we've ended up signing him and then selling him on to a Saudi team, Al Ahly, for 24 million or 21 million. So we've doubled our money on him after he actually was quite useful for us. Never really excelled, but 5 goals, 3 assists last season from only 9 starts as well. He's a good player, just not maybe going to be a starter if my plan for the squad actually comes to fruition, which is these young players, I need to give them game times so that they become Moneyball signings, because then their value is going to rocket, and actually hopefully even more so than thinking about their value, they will actually take us to the next level by becoming elite talents. That's the plan. Cesar Huerta doesn't really fit with that, so I've sold him on for the profit, which will allow us to reinvest this 21 million on the 10 or 11 million pound profit that we've made on him. So 58 million pounds in through the door. 4.2 million pounds spent on top of this 60 million pounds spent. We are still turning a profit we're almost turning a profit, not quite. Also, Trent Cone-Doherty went as well. Didn't actually end up looking as good as I was hoping he would, and he's 21, so I didn't think he was going to get much better. And again, we did almost double our money on him. It's a small profit, but profits are profits nonetheless on him. And then also this one, he's not homegrown in nation, which meant it's very annoying to try and bring him into the squad. So I've sold him for 2 million, which it's not very much, but I think it's the most that I could get for him for a goalkeeper. So Balcom is going to be the backup goalkeeper this year instead, and then we'll use youth players if we need to. That's the business. That means, all things considered, that the squad looks a little bit like this heading into our first game of the 4th season. Our goalkeeper is Nicholas Heddle, with, as I say, Balcom as the backup goalkeeper. Actually, not picked the subs on here yet. He is the backup goalkeeper. We are going to go with Vinicius Tobias as our first choice right back. I'm going to put a bit of trust in the fact that I think this guy can do the business for us. He's only 23. With games should improve as well. It's him, and then I didn't even show you the other guy, did I? Didn't even show you the signings. And then as a rotation option, a youngster in Martin Fernandez. The scouts gave me a lovely scout report on this guy. He's very young. He is only 21, and he was only £4 million, I think it was. £4.2 million. So we're going to bring him in, and hopefully he can improve. There's his scout report, look, to become a really good player that will have a high value and will be a useful asset for us. But at the moment, I think he's going to have to be a backup. And then finally, I'll just show you whilst we're on here too. I did, just to beef out the squad a bit, because we were lacking in numbers after all the sales, I did bring in Gaetano Castrovilli, who I think is just going to be a solid option. He's not on big wages, and he was on a free transfer. So I don't think I've promised him all that much game time. Impact sub look. So he's happy to just be a squad member that barely plays. But if we need him, he's good experience and utilising that free transfer market a little bit. So that's where that is. Going back to the squad, it looks like this. Tobias on the right, Bade and Murillo as first choice centre-backs. That can easily rotate with, say, Quaresma in there. But Murillo was great last year, so I'm happy to go with him because he's left-footed as well. Christopher Wu will be the other backup centre-back. Rico Henry is the first choice left-back, and then Aaron Hickey as the other left-back. Frendrup and Gravenberch are our first choice central midfielders, with Juan Saforza to come in if we need him to. He's also excellent. We've also got Castrovilli if we need them to. Let's put Gravenberch back in there, although he's carrying an injury actually, so should be back for Arsenal tomorrow. Brian Mbuemo on the right, Keane Lewis Potter on the left, Ethan Nwaneri on in the middle. Just to say, in central midfield too, Lewis Skelly is another option to play instead of one of these two when we need him to. Mikey Moore is a winger option. Zalazar is a central attacking midfield option. Matazzo back in the midfield too, but I don't think he'll play too much. And that's kind of it there. Yarmolenko as well. Yarmolenko, I should say, might get some game time this year. We will see with him too. And then up front, we've got Victor Gyökeres and Emmanuel Omega as our two options. Of course, a few of these guys can play up front. And Mbuemo, for example, can play as a striker too if we need them to. That's the squad. I'm confident, actually. I think this is the best the squad has looked. In terms of how well-rounded it is, perhaps. And also, the idea that players like Ethan Nwaneri, I'm hoping, you can see it on here, look, this is his potential and things on here. Some of these guys with the potential that they've got, if they can reach some of this potential, we might be looking at what I'm hoping becomes an elite squad. Mikey Moore, Nwaneri, Gyökeres can actually, I mean, he's already at his potential, but Fernandez can improve. Some of the youngsters on here, Lewis Skelly can become a really good player, hopefully. That's when maybe we can start to go and properly challenge the likes of Arsenal and Liverpool and Manchester City at the very top. But whilst we're in the Champions League, whilst we're here, it's going to be, it might be long term until we get to that point. But as long as we can keep qualifying for the Champions League, I think I'll be happy, as well as hopefully continuing our trend of this upward trend of the money and the Moneyball approach that we are going with. That hopefully sums things up. Let's go and play the first half of our 4th season, with that aim very much being keeping ourselves in the Champions League and maybe, just maybe, seeing if we can challenge at the very top. I'll see you in December and we'll talk transfers again. All right then, so about halfway through season number 4 at the club, and we sit pretty happily in 4th place. We've played 19, exactly halfway through, 36 points on the board, and we're sitting in the Champions League places. We haven't so far been able to mount that title challenge that I did think was a little bit unlikely. However, I was hoping that maybe we could surprise a few people. It hasn't quite been the case yet. We've played 19, won 11, drawn 3, lost 5 games so far. You see the losses on the screen there. We lost away at West Ham, got absolutely hammered 4-0. One of those that you can't really explain. Beaten by City, you can explain that. They're Manchester City. Beaten away at Leicester 2-1, which just felt like one of those days. Newcastle are really, really good. They beat us 2-0. They are second in the league, by the way. And then we lost at home to Arsenal. So all of our losses are away from home, except for this Arsenal game, which I think was the first game of the season at the very beginning. It was literally first game of the season. So I'm sort of okay with where we're losing games. We've drawn a few games that I think are a little bit disappointing. Those drawn games, 3 of them, drew at home to Chelsea and then at home to Villa. Both of those I'd like to be winning because Chelsea are only 14th and Villa are dead last in the league. So those games are a disappointment. Away at Wolves, I think an away draw can happen at any point, but even them, they are just above the relegation zone. So if we can turn those draws into wins, that's an extra 6 points. We would be on 42. We'd be right up there challenging for the Manchester City at the top, 3 points behind them. So you can kind of see where things have gone wrong. I'll show you the results quickly, and then I want to jump into some of the data of some of our players so far, as well as maybe scheming a little bit for this upcoming January window. I've scaled back the amount of transfer stuff that I'm doing, because at this point now it feels like I've built this squad and I want to see through the development of the squad and only really need to move transfer wise when a team bids for our player, for example, or if we need to replace somebody really quickly, or if there is an opportunity in the market to get somebody who is way below their value. For example, Ryan Gravenberch was an example of that I didn't really need a midfielder, but I just felt like there's value there, and I'm actually going to back that up by showing you some of his data at the start of this season. These are the results so far. I've talked you through really kind of how they are going, just to show you some of the cup competitions as well. In the EFL Cup, we have won against Stevenage, we've won against Wigan, and we lost to Leicester. We lost a penalty shootout here. We did get a last-minute equaliser, Gyökeres, and then Murillo missed his penalty. So we aren't going to win the EFL Cup, the Carabao Cup. We went out in the quarterfinal there. Champions League, though, in the league phase, we are just at the moment outside the qualifying group. We find this tough. We do. Admittedly, on my part, this might be where we need a slightly bigger squad, although I struggle with keeping everybody happy if we have a bigger squad. It's one of my preferences to have a smaller squad because it's much easier to manage the dynamics of everybody. Even Castrovilli, who I brought in as an impact sub, is now upset because he's not been happy with his game time because he's only played, I think it's 5 games off the bench. So smaller squad's just easier in my opinion, but maybe because of the quality of the players that we're slightly struggling when it comes to playing twice a week with playing Champions League games. 6 games in, we've only won 1, which was against Debreceni, and then we've drawn 3 against not great teams and lost twice against the better teams, which is Leipzig and Feyenoord. Still confident we can sneak into this top group here. Like, 1 win takes us to potentially 14th if everything goes well, but we need to be a little bit careful. The last games we've got there are Club Brugge and Real Madrid, so it could be a poor Champions League campaign, which means we have to make sure we get in it next year. I'm still hopeful that a win against Club Brugge might even just be enough on its own. But yeah, fingers crossed for that one. Otherwise, the results on here, you can see Manchester United, we beat them. You may just noticed a lot of the games has one name popping up in particular, and that is Victor Gyökeres. Also, Ethan Nwaneri doing very well as well. But Victor Gyökeres, for spending all that money on him, he is elite. He has been sensational. He has been everything we were kind of hoping him to be, which is why I've been chasing him around the world for about 3 seasons before this. He has been great. He's got 20 goals in his first 25 appearances, to 20 goals in 2,221 minutes, an average rating of 7.18. You can see him compared to other strikers here. He doesn't lose the ball. He's very like Emmanuel Omega in that regard, who it might be the way that we play, the systems that we're using, but he holds it up really nicely and then, of course, scores the goals. Non-penalty expected goals and goals expected, like 0.81 goals expected, or he's, sorry, I should say he is scoring 0.81 goals per 90. So he's almost going at a rate of 1 per game, which is why you've got 20 and 25. Obviously, does get a couple. He's got a couple of assists so far, so maybe we can increase that too. But he's a threat. Every single game, he's a threat, and he's 29 now. But I feel like we can get 3 or 4 more seasons out of him scoring goals. It's 12 league goals in 16 games, and then he's got 4 in 3 in the cup and 4 in 6 in the Champions League. So 20 and 25 all in, which is already, he's got as many as he got in for Sporting last season. So that's going to be a nice tally. If we can get him 20 league goals, I think we've got ourselves a really good return from a striker that we've spent a lot of money on there. But I want to show you a little bit of data about the season so far, because I think it kind of tells the story of where we are in the league and how we've actually been performing. Something I love to look at is the XG table. I'm going to show you the same data that I showed you way back a couple of seasons ago in the first video of this series. This is where we're at about halfway through, or actually at the halfway point of this season. We sit 4th. According to our XG, we should be 6th. If you just look at the other teams around us, this is what we're up against. These are really, really good football teams, as well as the introduction of a couple of teams that are also really good at the moment, like Brighton, who are 5th in the league, and Liverpool, who should be 3rd according to their XG, but are actually 7th. So this top group of teams, I think we've established ourselves as one of them, but to actually overtake them and be the team that comes out on top is going to still be really difficult. Like, if we can win it, I remember starting this series and thinking, I'm going to do 3 of these videos, which means 6 seasons. It might have to be extended to 10 seasons. And if there's appetite from you guys watching it for me to do it for longer, then that's what we will do. But I want to try and win the league or the Champions League using Moneyball, because that's really seeing it through all the way, isn't it? At the moment, I'm finding it a little bit tough, but also I think that's a good thing. I think it keeps the appetite to actually play the game, doesn't it, when it is a little bit tough. We've won the league already by now. I think it would be a little bit OP, and I didn't want to do that, but it is tough. But I do want to keep going and plugging away at it and see if we can actually achieve what we want to achieve. According to the XG, we should be 6th, but we are currently 4th. That's not to do with our scoring, though. We are taking our chances. We are up there with the likes of Manchester City and Brighton, as I said. Palace having a really good season. Maybe they could be a little bit, score a few more goals, but their conversion rate's pretty good luck for when they are getting chances. It's City that are out in front in this regard. Interestingly, have a look at Liverpool, just not taking their chances, which is why they are way below where their XG says they should be. So I'd rather be up in this group over here. So scoring-wise, with Gyökeres leading that line, I'm happy. Defending-wise, this is again, I know I said it before, and I have made moves to try and improve things. This is again where I think we can improve. We're up there or around teams like Brighton, Newcastle, Brighton who are 5th, Newcastle who are actually 2nd, I think, and then Wolves who are not so good, down in 16th. We're at sort of this level, whereas you look at Spurs, Arsenal, City, Liverpool, we need to push ourselves down here. We need to not have to be making as many blocks per game and also as many clearances per game, because we have a bit more control of the game completely. So that's just because maybe our system, which led me, I'm just going to jump out of here a little bit. We'll look at the pitch tilt in a second. Led me to, in a few games, make a bit of a change. We've been using this 4-2-3-1 system throughout the save so far. I have been tweaking slightly things like the out of possession and some of the instructions on here. For example, where is it? On out of possession here, I did change to stepping up more with our defensive line and trying to catch people offside, which I think has made a big difference, but it is kind of difficult to quantify that. But the big change that I have been doing is for some games dropping into this here. Now these two would swap. Using Nwaneri in a sort of Martin Odegaard system. He's left-footed and can jump into this space around here in a more compact midfield three with Frendrup a little bit deeper and then Gravenberch being just all action in the midfield, because I think he's our best player right now. Let me actually show you. Now's a good time to show you. Ryan Gravenberch's numbers as a defensive midfielder are almost out of this world. Have a look at that for a profile screen. He can do everything, can't he? He's winning the ball back loads. He is pushing the ball forward and creating things. He dribbles with the ball and carries it. His assists and his goal contributions are really good. He's got 4 goals, 5 assists from central midfield. Average rating is right up there. This is a serious midfielder. 6'3". It is no surprise to me that right now, despite him being so important to us, being wanted by Chelsea, I think we may be needing to prepare ourselves for a bid of around about 80 million for Ryan Gravenberch. And if we receive that, it's one of those where it's almost double what we paid for him. It's one of those where I go, let's have a look, see what he wants to do and make a decision on it. If I don't think that the money we're going to receive for him outweighs how important he is for us, I will say no. But if it's silly money, I don't know how we can actually say no. It just goes to show that even if you spend lots on a player, like 45 million is a lot, but he wasn't playing for Liverpool, you can still turn that into a little bit of a Moneyball signing because you can back yourselves to get the best out of them. This is a good season so far, and there's value. He's got ongoing sell-on value because of his age. When we signed him, he was 24, wasn't he? But a serious footballer, Ryan Gravenberch, alongside Frendrup, who again is just our guy in this midfield too, who just keeps doing a little bit of everything and captain in the side. He's also wanted, I should say, by lots of other teams. Real Madrid want Murillo. Al Ahly, of course they do, want Frendrup. There is still, of course, Saudi Arabian interest. Kino Spotter, once again, Brighton looking at him. And then Omega's wanted. I do need to think about what we do with Emmanuel Omega. Probably his value is going to drop down if I don't start getting him some game time. So I might need to rest Gyökeres a bit more, who is needing a rest right now, to give Omega a bit more game time. I need to think about that because he was so good for us a couple of seasons ago, wasn't he? I don't want to just him to fade away because I've not played him enough. So I am trying to rotate. You can see by the appearances made by different players on here. This is very much the first 11, but lots of sub appearances from Zalazar, lots of starts from Aaron Hickey, lots of starts for Saforza, 9 of them as well, 7 from Christopher Wu. Bade started 3. Bade has dropped in as 3rd choice in terms of centre backs. That's because he had an injury and then didn't get back in because Quaresma was really good. His form's dropped off a little bit, so I wonder if it might be time to put Bade back in alongside Murillo. Murillo very much for me at the moment seems to be the better of the defender options. I really do rate him very highly. It's only a 6.86 average rating, but he seems to be good. And Real Madrid are now looking at him, so there must be something in that, mustn't there? That's kind of the situation, though. We do have, of course, loads of money, £260 million to spend. We're at £200 million overall balance. I will be probably looking at just if we sell anybody, seeing if we need to replace anyone. At the moment, there's not loads in terms of what I'm looking at to try to buy. If I show you the shortlist, a few of those players are now interested. However, Angelo still are not interested in joining us, but they've kind of got massive values now, the players that I've been tracking for a while. I did add a few extra players to some of these, but at the moment, there's no one I'm kind of really looking at thinking I need to sign them because I'm quite happy with where the squad is and I'd rather get to the end of the season and then maybe reassess at that point. So I'm going to go and do January, but I'm sort of quietly hoping for it to be a quiet one. So I'll see you at the end of January. All right, so exactly what we didn't want to happen happened. Ryan Gravenberch, the man I was just professing basically my undying love towards, has been bought. I've had to sell him. He's gone to Milan for a serious amount of money, actually. £81 million, which does rise to £91 million. I'm calling that 90 million, and I'm calling that doubling our money on him after a season and a half at the club is actually what you could say. He's gone to Milan. They've put him on £230,000 per week, and I just couldn't really say no to this. I mean, he's made an amazing start. I know it's only 3 games for Milan, but he scored twice in those games, and he's just a monster. So, after what I was hoping would be a very quiet January window, I've had to do some business. It is sort of the way of this save, and I know that you guys love transfers. Do you love them as much as me? I would contend that against most people, because I do love a transfer. So let's have a look at the transfers first, and then I'll let you know how we've done in terms of results on the pitch as well. Those transfers are 2 incomings this January, as well as 2 outgoings this January. Ryan Gravenberch, I told you, there it is, 91 million. And another pretty sad one, really, and one that if this wasn't Bayern Munich, if it was, say, a Saudi team, which they haven't bought any of our players for the first time in a transfer window for what seems like years and years and years. Aaron Hickey has gone to Bayern Munich. Because it was Bayern Munich, I've applied my own logic of, would he really want to go there? I think he would. Could I say no to a really good bid? The answer was no. He wasn't our starting left back. Rico Lewis still has that spot. And I decided that this makes a bit of sense. It's 38 million, so it's good money. That would actually rise up to 43 million pounds as well. It does leave us a little bit short, I'm not going to lie to you, which isn't necessarily the Moneyball way, because you want to make sure you have players that can play on the pitch. You still want to be competitive, don't you? But you back yourself to be competitive by spending a little bit less. Aaron Hickey has moved on, so I did go out and try to find a left back that would hopefully be able to come into our squad that would be really cheap. And that man is Andre Borza, who is yet to make an appearance for us. His value is at £10 million. On the screen right now, though, you can see some of his data that I extracted and put through the spreadsheet, and he came out very favourably in that. So this is the justification. He was playing for Rapid Bucharesti, where he was playing pretty well. 15 games so far this season. 3 assists, 1 player of the match, a 7 average rating. He's only 22 years old, and I'm hoping he can be a little bit of a Moneyball signing for us. At the very least, he's going to be a second choice left back in our team behind Rico Henry, of course. So he's only going to be second choice, and he's going to be a much cheaper alternative to Aaron Hickey. Fingers crossed he can actually develop and become a really good player, though. And then also I brought in a long-term target from this save. You may have seen him on a lot of different player search screens and shortlist screens too. Franco Mastantuono is... Well, I mean, have a look at his starts. It's only 437 minutes in these first 5, but he's a bit of an all-rounder. If you put him in this attacking midfield comparison, or maybe as an inside forward, he is a serious player. Let me show you his data from his time at River Plate on the screen now, and you'll see that actually he was doing the business whilst playing for River Plate as well. In those games, he played 27 times. He scored 8 goals, got 3 assists and 3 player of the matches in that time as well, and just came out very favourably in the data for a 20-year-old that we could get for just the small price of 9 million. I think this one is one that you couldn't really say no to. He's already played 3 games in January, scored a goal, got 2 assists as well. You see his data in these first few games too. I think we may have found a gem here. Not found a gem. I know that you guys know who this guy is, but I think we may have managed to bring a gem to Brentford. Him alongside Nwaneri and Mikey Moore and Lewis Skelly, this group of young players that we're hoping become the next generation that take Brentford to the very top. Fingers crossed he can be one of them. I've been playing him in this number 10 role here with Nwaneri playing a little bit wide. They can actually interchange and go into the different positions. Lots of our attacking players can interchange. You've seen also, I did talk about it, Emmanuel Omega has played a few games in January, started 7 now, scored 8 goals, just to rest Gyökeres, who now does have 23 goals, all competitions. It's been a bit of a weird January. We finished January going into Feb now in 5th. And I feel like we've actually been quite good. We've won our last 2 games. We did drop points in the 2 games before that, but I think we've played better this January than we had been previously. But some of the results didn't necessarily go our way. I'll show you here. Look, we lost to Liverpool because Liverpool are really very good. Emmanuel Omega did score twice. We beat Fulham, beat QPR in the FA Cup, lost to Arsenal because Arsenal are really good. Drew to Palace because it was a last-minute equaliser from Keane Lewis Potter. Beat Newcastle. We did beat Club Brugge in the Champions League. Now, this was important because we needed to win this to be able to qualify for the next round, didn't we? We did beat them, and then we lost to Real Madrid. But in the Champions League, we did go through. We've got Gothenburg, or Göteborg, if you read the name like this. Gothenburg in the next round. The league phase finished off like this. We snuck through 23rd out of 24 with 9 points. Level on points with Club Brugge, who we beat, and they went out. I think it was our goal difference that saw us through there. So it wasn't the best league campaign from us, but we now have a game that I think we can go and win as well. So that might take us through and make it a successful Champions League run after all at the end of it. And then most recently we did beat Leicester as well, a hat-trick from Omega in this one. Mastantuono got himself a goal in that as well, and it leaves us in 5th, 2 points off 4th, and a little bit behind the top 3 now. So what is it, 8 points behind Newcastle, or behind Spurs in 3rd, and then 10 points behind Newcastle in 2nd. It is a bit of a race for 4th spot, or maybe we'd be relying on finishing 5th and hoping that one of the teams above us wins one of the cups to sneak into the Champions League again. It's a little bit touch and go. It's definitely narrowed what our aim is for the rest of this season. In the remaining of this season now, we just have to try and get ourselves into the Champions League spots. I'm going to go and play those games now, using this system, using the 4-3-3 that I showed you as well, trying to get ourselves up to the point where, well, also, we've got a bit of a keeper issue going on at the moment. Heddle's injured. He's got 12 days. He's got a virus. And now Balcom's torn his groin. So we've got a bit of a keeper issue at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be able to sort that out. 12 days. We're going to have to play Brighton without a keeper and maybe use a youngster in there. But these things happen. This is the squad right now. I'm going to go and play the rest of those games. I'll see you at the end of the season. And remember, I did promise to do a live com. I'm going to do a live com in the next game. I'm going to try and pick a game that I think is useful, maybe towards the end of the season, especially if we're going for Champions League. But we'll see. I'm going to choose a game so that we do actually do a live com in today's video. So I'll see you for that. Right. So the rest of the season hasn't gone completely to plan. After losing Gravenberch in that January, we've had to settle for using players like Guan Saforza in the midfield. We've ended up finishing... Well, we might end up finishing just outside the Champions League places. This is because, not I don't think, because we've been poor, but because the teams around us at the very top of the league have been very consistent and very, very good. We're 6th going in to the final game of the season. We are 2 points off 5th and 2 points off 4th, meaning there is still a chance that we qualify automatically for the Champions League. And there is also a chance that if we finish 5th, we also qualify for the Champions League, because there are a couple of teams who are in the Champions League. I think there's a Champions League final here. Is it City that are in there? No, Europa League final is City against Fulham, meaning they qualify for the Champions League, which would give us an extra Champions League place, I think. All of this means that there's a lot riding on this final game of the season, which is why I've returned now to play the final game of the season as our live com. Let me show you the results leading to this final game of the season, which is at home to Liverpool. Underperforming Liverpool, who are now 7th, and they also want to try and finish 6th. I think they can go above us if they win as well. No, they can't. They are 64 points, so they can qualify themselves and keep themselves in Europe, but not necessarily the Champions League. I've also made peace with myself at this stage. If we end up in the Europa League, that might not be the worst thing, because maybe we could go and win it, which would actually be really good. So I'm going to make myself feel better by saying that, but really, you don't want to go from finishing the Champions League places 2 years in a row to then suddenly not being in it. So I'd like to win this last game and see if we can get there. We have, just in terms of results and here in terms of player performances throughout the season, we've been weird. We've had a up and down February, a terrible March. We lost in the Champions League. We went out in the round of, I think it was round of 16. Is that correct here? The final, by the way, Marseille versus Juventus, Champions League final. I think it's round of 16 we went out to. We got Bayern Munich and got beaten 6-1. They beat us 4-1 in the second leg. So beat us 2-0 and then 4-1. So they've beaten us 6-1 on aggregate. They were just way too good for us. That was Aaron Hickey's Bayern Munich beating us in that one. So we didn't go and win that one. FA Cup quarterfinal, we lost to Liverpool, who we play today. Omega scored twice in that one, and I'd already shown you when we'd gone out of the Carabao Cup, hadn't I? After our terrible March, though, we had an amazing April. In fact, we've won every game since then, beaten Southampton, Wolves, Hull, West Ham, Bournemouth and Manchester United. Victor Gyökeres has ended up on 21 league goals. 32 goals in all competitions. He is electric. I'm hoping he is going to fire us back into the European places now. He is wanted, by the way, by Chelsea, Milan and Al Ahly. I don't know where Milan have got their money from, but if they buy Gravenberch and Gyökeres off us for silly money, I am going to be a little bit upset, because it's been a good first season. 21 in the league. I said he was aiming for 20. He's got lots in the other competitions too. 32. If he gets a hat-trick today, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? 24 league goals. That sounds good to me. Then this is what we're up against. I'm just going to show you as well the other teams. Arsenal, we need one of these two teams to drop points. Their games aren't too bad, but they are all away from home. Arsenal have Hull away. Hull are finishing 14th. They're actually staying up. Fair play to Hull. So Arsenal are away at Hull, and the other team is Brighton. Brighton, who are currently in 4th spot, they are away at Everton. They then got an FA Cup final and a Conference League final. Now, I don't know how this works here, but I don't think that helps us in terms of getting an extra spot because they just qualified for the Europa League by winning this, right? If they win the FA Cup, that's also a Europa League place. So I don't think that helps us. We really need City to win the Europa League and us to finish 5th at the very minimum here. So we need Brighton or Arsenal or both to drop some points here. So let's get ourselves ready for this game as we head into what is going to be a make or break final game of the season. This, I think, is going to be the team. It's going to be Heddle in goal. Tobias, and what's looking at the screen here and showing you the tactic squad lineup for today's game, you can see some of the stats for some of the players and how they've performed since January or since February onwards. Tobias has played 37 games. I've just offered him a new contract because he wants a new one reflecting his performance. Amazing average rating, 7.1. He's actually been, in terms of an average rating, except for Mustantuono, who's come in and played a lot of games and scored 10. By the way, I think we just need to give this guy his flowers. 20 years old and has come in and done this. Have a look for a start in the Premier League at 20 games, 10 goals, 9 assists from that attacking midfield spot, sometimes playing wide as well. We've got ourselves, I did say, a real gem on our hands. He's currently injured. He's going to miss this game, which is a shame. He twisted his ankle. So Nwaneri's going to go back into the middle here. But Nwaneri's had a good season as well, got 9 goals. It's going to be Tobias at right back, who's been great. Bade and Murillo. Bade's been better recently than Quaresma, who I'm going to drop to the bench. His average ratings haven't been as good. His performances haven't been as good. Murillo is first choice. No longer wanted by Real Madrid, by the way. Bade is wanted by Burnley. Maybe that shows his level. Maybe we need a new centre-back in the summer, if I can find one. Rico Henry, still very good. Frendrup and Sofors has come in as first choice since the exit of Ryan Gravenberch and been pretty good, especially recently. 31 games from him now. And I think there's plenty of assists in there as well, actually. There's 6 assists, look. So he's been very good. I knew that he was good, which is another reason why I was okay with Gravenberch going, even though Gravenberch was so good for us. And Buemo on the right hand side, he's wanted by a Saudi team. Shock horror. Nwaneri, we talked about. 14 goals, by the way, from Buemo. Keane Lewis Potter is just that guy. 12 goals from him, 16 assists from him. Just honestly, I have no words left to describe Keane Lewis Potter. You sign him in your save. Seriously, he doesn't look... I don't know what his attributes look like. I'm assuming they don't look as good as this performance makes him look, because I've never noticed or found the need to sign him in any other save before. But just this is where a Moneyball save changes things, and having them hidden changes your perspective of players. This guy, as far as I'm concerned, is Lionel Messi, because look at the return. Season upon season, he's got 8+ goals and 5+ assists in every season so far in the Premier League, that is. So even more assists. He got 16 assists this year. What a player. Love him to bits. He plays on the left, and then Gyökeres leads the line with his 32 goals. Got a couple of assists as well. He's got 3 assists now. He's got added an extra one since before. That means we have Omega on the bench. 13 games from Mikey Moore now. 13 starts from Mikey Moore. He's been good, actually. Lewis Skelly has started 11. I have been rotating a lot more second half of the season. Martin Fernandez hasn't played loads. Christopher Wu wants to leave after only starting 8. Borza hasn't played loads, but has been fine in those games. Quaresma played 46. He's been good, but as I explained, Bade's just ahead of him at the moment. And Mustantuono, I told you about before, unavailable today, which is a shame because he is so good. That's the team. I'm going to get ourselves up to... It's not actually game time. We need to go an extra day. I'm going to get ourselves into this game, and hopefully we can do the business. Come on. Okay, teams are warming up. Fingers crossed we can get ourselves into the Champions League this season again. If we don't, I'm sort of... Yeah, there's supposed to be ups and downs in a series, right? We're not supposed to... We've what was it? I think it's 6th, 5th, 4th in the 3 seasons so far. If we drop back down again, you guys can call me a failure if you like in the comments, but I think that's part of it. You want that in a series. I think so anyway. There's our 11 looking resplendent in the West London sun today in what is a May afternoon. I don't know why I'm being Peter Drury all of a sudden. Here we go though. We are underway. First 5 minutes. Let's have a look at the team stats, the stats overall, which helps me to see how the game's going. Are we behind the goal for some reason? I know why. That's because I was making a meme of Gary Barlow's son, and I needed a good shot of Victor Gyökeres to do so. Did get a lot of likes though, so sort of worth it. Anyway, we digress. Here we go again. It's Bamba out to Trent, who's inverting into this midfield. Victor Gyökeres has won it. High up the pitch. Here we go. The Bees are on the attack. It's not where I want you, Gyökeres, necessarily, but Keane Lewis Potter. What a weird goal. It's an own goal from Ibrahima Bamba, and we will absolutely take it. I don't know what I've just seen. It's the most Football Manager thing I think you will ever see. Gyökeres runs down the left. I think it comes towards Keane Lewis Potter from the Rico Henry cross. And they kind of just... What is Georgi Mamadashvili doing? We're not going to ask any questions. We are just going to say that is brilliant news. What I want to see now, can I see on here things like... other results? I can go to the matches tab. We need to keep an eye on Arsenal and Brighton. 0-0 in both of those games. As things stand, we would be heading into 4th place at the end of this season. I don't know. It goes to goal difference first. I think we've got a good goal difference compared to them as well. Here we go with Liverpool on the attack though. I think that's Alexis McAllister standing over the ball, taking his time. Should we go defensive now? Should I park the bus to finish in 4th? Like 4th would be great because it'd be 6th, 5th, 4th, 4th. He's hit the post. Or clip to the bar there. Header will had it covered, I reckon. That was fine. Brighton and Arsenal games both 0-0 still as we head in to about half an hour on the clock. 1-0. City have scored. City are going to... City have won the title, actually, haven't they? We are leading against Liverpool. We are joint on points with Brighton and Arsenal because of this win. Is that actually how it is? If they draw and we win, we are joint on points with them. If they lose, though, if either of them lose, that would really help us because a draw... I don't think a draw would actually even be enough then. It's very, very... We need to win and them to not win, basically. At least one of them anyway. At the moment, we're overtaking both of them at half-time. No changes from me. A change from Liverpool as Luis Diaz comes on. I should have a look at how we're playing. We're not performing particularly well, all things considered. Are we? We've had one shot on target, and it wasn't even on target, and we've scored the goal. Okay, Liverpool are dominating the game, but we haven't seen highlights of them dominating the game, so I think we're okay. Here we go on the ball again. We have our own quality, but that wasn't quality. Liverpool have got it. The sub Diaz is into the box. Oh my word! What an introduction. Okay, it's that's not ideal. It's 1-1. Liverpool have been the better team, and that is really poor from Juan Forza, who's given it away. And Diaz, fresh off the bench, has just... I mean, he's just wellied it in at the far post. Look, it's a lovely finish. It's actually near post. Heddle should have done better, to be honest. How Arsenal are winning as well. Arsenal have taken the lead against Hull. It puts us back in 6th. We need to take the lead again, or we need Everton to take the lead against Brighton. Everton are okay, right? They're a decent team at home. At the moment, things aren't going our way. I am going to make a change, I think. Let's go and have a look at what we can do to improve things here. Keane Lewis Potter's not playing great. Rico Henry's not having a good game either. This is quite annoying. Who do we even go for? Keane Lewis Potter at 4. We've got Mikey Moore can make an impact. We've seen that before in live comms before. I am tempted to throw a mega on. How's Ethan Nwaneri playing? Not amazing. I'm going to do something that I have done a few times this season and go with the 2 strikers up front. We'll go with double AFs like this, and we're going to throw Emmanuel Omega. Because he's so big, it might just make things happen. And I'm also going to bring Borza on at left back because Rico Henry wasn't having a good game. Just seeing if a slight change of shape and having a few more players forward might make the difference. Can create a chance for us because we've not created anything so far. Let's just see. How is... Oh, hello. Oh, hello. It's not enough, but Hull City in 2 minutes have turned it around against Arsenal and now lead. I don't think that's updated on the table here, has it? I know it has. We're now 1 point behind them. A goal for us would take us above Arsenal. We have a highlight. It's Liverpool on the ball, though. It doesn't matter if we lose to Liverpool, who we know are a great team. It might be Europa League for us next season. Luis Diaz is just... Oh, my word, it's put it wide. I thought that was in. I was sure that was going to nestle in the back of the net, just like his first goal did. And it was almost the exact same chance as well, wasn't it? Corner from McAllister. Heddle has claimed it. A late goal for us could be magical here. Still 0-0 with Everton and Brighton. If they drop points, it doesn't help us either. We need a goal. Even with Arsenal losing, we still remain a point behind them. We need a goal. I need to do something a little bit more drastic. We need to go to attacking. We need to look at where we're not creating much and change something. I'm going to move Safor's a bit further forward and bring on Zalazar, I think. It's a little bit crazy, this, but it's just numbers getting forward. So we're going to go attacking, just get numbers forward, just because we've got nothing to lose. Like, we're going to finish 6th if we win this game or if we lose this game. Arsenal have equalised. It still would be enough for us to score a goal, right? Because it would put us on 74 with a better goal difference. We still just need a goal. 5 to play. Can we carve out one chance? There is a highlight. Bade's got it at the back. We've got no midfield, basically. It's Martin Frendrup holding it down on his own in there. So we're going to need to try and bypass that by going long, which is the plan. We've got 2 big strikers. It's bounced back down to Emmanuel Omega, who's put it wide. That is the game plan. Almost exactly. It's go long, see if we get a knockdown, and then put it in the net. And Emmanuel Omega usually is so good at putting them in, but he didn't. Few more minutes to play. I think it's going to be heartbreak, despite it ending up being... Oh, Brighton have just missed the penalty as well. If we score now, it would be glorious, but we're not even getting a chance. It's going to be... Oh, that sucks. It's a really good result against a really good Liverpool team. We didn't play great, but we did make the chance happen at the end by going slightly more direct. It's going to be a disappointing, but maybe a realistic... 6th place finish this season. The teams around us are just so strong, and we've ended up losing one of our better players in Ryan Gravenberch halfway through the season, and maybe that's what paid to our challenge to get into this top 4. I think, annoyingly, if Man City win that Europa League, I think we end up being the first Europa League team, and these first 5 will be Champions League contenders or Champions League in the Champions League next year. I'm actually going to go, before we finish up today's video, I'm going to go and find out exactly what we're going to be playing in next year. When is that Man City Europa League final? Because I feel like it's something... Conference League place goes to the league. We know that. Forest just got relegated. There might be some players we can look at from there as well. I'm going to go and find out if we're in the Champions League or not, and then we'll finish up the video from there. Okay, so I've gone to the point where Man City have played that Europa League final. They did beat Fulham 3-0 in the final. However, and this is slightly concerning, I think we're in the Conference League for next season, which does now mean that we have to go and win that competition. And anything less than that, I think, is going to be a disappointment. Europa League for Arsenal, and then it's Champions League for the first 4. Maybe it's to do with the coefficient, and maybe we've dropped off a little bit. But City have taken a Champions League spot because they won the league. You'd think that we'd get an extra one because of it, but maybe I'm just wrong here. Let me know in the comments down below if you can see why this is the case. It's Marseille-Juventus in the Champions League final, and it looks like we've just got 4 Champions League spots, maybe to do with the coefficient, as I said, maybe other, because we've not got anyone in the Champions League final, maybe, but even the Europa League win you'd think would have done. But anyway, we're going to be playing Conference League football unless something changes, in which case you'll find out at the start of next episode. It's a 6th place finish, a little bit disappointing, but once again, we've got serious money to go and spend if we want to go and improve from this point on here. The budget we've been given is £325 million, which of course we're not going to go and do, but there is lots of business that we can hopefully try and get done as well as seeing which players we hold on to, because once again, Saudi teams are looking at our players. So there is that always to contend with. The date is the 7th of August, 2027. And this is the state of our finances, a key thing to have a look at in our Moneyball save, and something that hasn't actually been the steady increase that I maybe was hoping it was going to be. And that's because I've been spending money, actually. If I go to the board over here, we have been constantly asking to, I mean, we are expanding our stadium currently. We are increasing our youth level. And if I go back, can you see like things that are completed? On here, we have also improved things like the training facilities, etc. I don't think it says it on there, but if I go to facilities here, we now have, I mean, excellent training facilities, excellent youth facilities. I know that some of you may ask as well, the youth intakes, they've not been amazing so far. We do have a key, what does it list on this skin on here? We do have a very decent, one of our players is pretty decent as well, which is, I mean, there you go. Like, this is what our intakes have actually been like. We got one good guy, Trevor Parker looked like he might actually be quite good, according to the scouts anyway. He's got lots of pros and less cons. So I know that lots of you will ask, what about youth? Are you going to use youth? This guy's got a bit of value, so maybe he's 16. Maybe in the future we can keep an eye out for him. And go to our transfer business this summer. Our fifth summer transfer window, and one where I have sold players to the tune of £3 million. Not loads of massive sales. I've not sold anyone. Just going to check the list here. I've not sold anybody to Saudi. That might be the first time so far in this save. I haven't really sold anybody, to be honest. I've sold Gaetano Castrovilli, who we signed on that free transfer, £2.2 million he's gone from, and then a lot of other players. I've also loaned out Christopher Wu and Elliot Matazzo. I think these might be my biggest failures when it comes to actually moneyballing. I thought this guy was going to be way more effective on the pitch than he has been. I still think he's probably all right. I think maybe just quality-wise. Obviously, we can't see his attributes, but from these seasons here where he was showing up looking like a really, like it was this season with Rennes, wasn't it? 16 games and really good average rating. His data was through the roof. I mean, he's played a fair few games, but never really been a starter. So he's going to go on loan to Hull, who are in the Premier League. Hopefully a good Premier League season may shoot his value back up and we might be able to recoup the £3.3 million we spent, or maybe he'll become a starter in the future. I'm not giving up on Christopher Wu, hence it being a loan rather than just selling him for less than we bought him for. I mean, his value's at 3 million there. Maybe we could get around that again. I'm going to try a loan and see how he does with it. And the other one is Elliot Matazzo, who, again, I think he was actually 8 million. I think I overspent on him compared to what he was. I think his value was high because he had that really good season with Monaco. But yeah, 3 assists and 2 player of the match is 7.15. His data when we looked at him, I thought it was the new Paul Pogba, how good he was in the midfield. We signed him for 8 million and he's actually played even less games than Christopher Wu in the defence. He played 1 game last season and played quite well in that game. He went on loan. I said that wasn't even last season, was it? He's been on loan at Birmingham for 2 seasons. Not really done loads. He's gone to Watford this time, where he's already played a game. They are in the Championship. He is one that we're just going to see if we can. Maybe he'll have an amazing season. We can recoup some of the money, but I think that's part of Moneyball as well, is that you're going to have some that are great, some of them that don't quite work out. He's one that I'm happy to admit hasn't really worked out. That's also the thing, isn't it? You sign these players based on their stats. They might have amazing stats for Monaco, bring them to the Premier League, and if they don't quite have the quality in terms of the attributes, they don't necessarily have those stats when they play in the Premier League. So it's something we have to bear in mind. I have made signings. I know it says none in here. I did it before the tick over. I have signed 3 players and I've gone full Moneyball. I know that loads of you in the comments, you are actually very patient. I will say shout out to you guys because I know that with the Gyökeres signing and even a few of the other signings where they were like players that we know, they weren't strictly Moneyball. And you guys have been very patient with that and understanding the place that we were in, where we kind of have to use our scouts, and like teams like Brentford do know about players that are hyped and have a big reputation. They don't completely avoid signing those players, but if you're going to be true Moneyball, we want to unearth maybe hidden gems and players that are under the radar, but their data is suggesting that they can go and play at this level. So I've tried to be really true to that in this first window, and I hope you appreciate it because I appreciate you guys being patient. They are these 3 players here. They are Andrea Caldini. I bet you've never heard of him. That's because he's a new gen. So if you were going, I have heard of him, you're a liar. This is Andrea Caldini. He is a 18-year-old striker that I have signed from Cremonese in the Serie B. He had an okay season last season. I'll pop up his stats on the screen right now. I did make sure that I did do a little screenshot before the tick over and you lose all these stats. He scored 6 goals and got 4 assists. It's not like jumping off the page in terms of stats, but he was 17 when he was doing this. And I was looking for players that are cheap, young, and are already playing lots of games. He hit the minutes threshold that I was looking for. And the fact he got 4 goals and 6 assists, 10 goal contributions in 19 games for Cremonese. I think they finished like mid-table as well. I'm going to take a punt on him. And we also got the scout report on him, who listed him as a wonder kid. His value's up at 54 million already. We signed him for £6.5 million. I'm going to have to try and find game time for him, either by sending him out on loan, which there are lots of teams that would take him, or maybe in cup competitions, or leaving him in the under-21s, which is where he is right now. But this is a Moneyball signing, I think you'd agree. We've looked at, like, it's basically the goals. It's very simple stats to look at, but he scored 6 goals in 19 games. To me, and does it actually tell me, is that his... Yeah, that's... In 14 starts, he got 6 goals. So I think already... was any of them penalties? Can you see it on here? No, yeah, none of them were pens as well. So it's a very basic stat to look at. But this guy scores goals and he's really young. I think we can work with that. He is maybe the least Moneyball signing of the 3 that I made, where I spent about 17 million pounds, 18 million pounds if you want to round up on here, which I think is a more realistic Moneyball window. I think you'd agree. 18 million pounds in, no sales yet, but the window is still open. But I've stopped here because it is the start of the season. We are playing Hull City. Look at this stage. This has been our pre-season. I'm trying to just say those words but not getting them out. This has been our pre-season. We did have a Rico Henry testimonial, which is fun, against Feyenoord. Very random. And I did notice as well, thank you for the comment that pointed out that I keep calling Rico Henry Rico Lewis. I'm just going to pretend that Lewis is his middle name and I'm just sort of calling him Rico Lewis like that. He did have a testimonial. He didn't play in his testimonial. I think he was injured, which can happen on Football Manager, can't it? But we did win that. And we are playing Hull today. The other two signings then are, first of all, let's start with Andrea Maximovic, the more expensive of the two. £6.75 million spent on this man here. Again, I'll pop up his stats and everything on the screen for you to see right now. He is an attacking midfielder, and I think he looks very solid in terms of all of those stats from last season. You'll especially notice that he played 46 games for Red Star in Serbia, and in those games, he scored 13 goals and got 11 assists. 11 goals and 11 assists in the league. 7.11 average rating. Very, very solid stats-wise. And I mean, his possession won from that attacking midfield spot. The expected assists are right up there in the top percentiles. And he was available for, and he's only 21, and he was available for £6.75 million. I've had to put him on a decent amount of wages, £66,000 per week. But 21, I'm hoping he also will improve from here. And he was very happy to only be a squad player, meaning that I don't necessarily need to be starting him straight away. I think this one, I mean, his value's up at 40 odd million already. This one could just be very Moneyball. Looking as well at some of his attributes, which are hidden, but you can kind of see them. Great agility, technique for crossing, technique for passing. Finishing's really good and flair's really good. For a number 10, I think that's quite nice. I like the look of him. Let me show you. I mean, I can't show you on here, but I'll pop up again on the screen here the stats from last season. And I think for an attacking midfielder, I'm quite excited about what he can offer us, especially because he's so young. But he wasn't even as much of a freak in terms of the data as our final signing, which was this man here, Ilario Monterisi from Frosinone in, again, the Serie B. I think it is Serie C they are now. I think they were Serie B last year, though. This guy here, I mean, look at the data. Right there on the screen. He was almost like top percentile for assists, for non-penalty goals, pressures attempted, tackles won, possession won, progressive passes, dribbles. He's a centre-back. He's 6'3". I just think he is so Moneyball. I don't know how good he is because obviously we can't see his attributes, but data-wise, he was screaming out to say, sign me from the, yeah, they did play in the Serie B. Look, he cost £4.7 million. He got a 7.11 average rating last year. If he can come in and just be a solid squad player, I think he also was happy to be a squad player. That's kind of what I'm hoping is going to happen with the squad right now. If I show you the team now, this is how we're going into this season. Something that looks a little bit like this. With Hedl in goal, Tobias at right back, who I think is actually going from strength to strength. Last season, he got 9 assists last season. 3 player of the matches in there too. He's going to start as our right back. Quaresma, Bade. We also then have Maria, who starts a lot of games. Rico Lewis Henry at left back. And then Lewis Potter, who's the best player in the world. Mastantuono, who I'm hoping is just going to be a revelation after a really good half of a season last year. And Mbuemo. We've also got Mikey Moore. We've also got Zalazar. We've also got Borz is going to play back up left back. Fernandez back up right back. Lewis Skelly we need to develop. These new guys that I've not even put in the squad just yet. But Maximovic in as a number 10 option. I'm going to keep Emre Konak around as well. Monterisi as a centre-back option. We've had to make him, by the way, we've given him a work permit place. One of the ones that you can allocate. Sforza in the midfield. I think we've actually got a really well-rounded squad. And I don't know, but I wonder if this is a squad that can go and challenge at the very top. I think, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that's kind of the aim that we can go for. With this system, with the other systems that I'm using and interchanging between the two of them, we can go for it, right? We are, by the way, actually, I didn't mention this. We are in the Europa League from last season. After the coefficients and everything was sorted out, we kind of ended last video talking about which European competition we were going to be in. It is the Europa League. Look, it was after our 6th place finish, we did get Europa League because Arsenal did get Champions League. So That's sort of a little bit better. It'd be really lovely to go and try and win that competition as well, wouldn't it? So I think we're all set up to be in a good place. They don't fancy us too much, by the way. 100 to 1 to go and to finish 10th basically. But I fancy us a little bit more than that. So we're going to go for it. We're going to see what we can do. Oh, one thing that I have to tell you about as well. Look at this. You think I'm not taking this Moneyball seriously? Look what I managed to do. I managed to sell our assistant manager for £5.5 million. Can you beat that in your saves for selling a staff member? Klaus Norgard, who has been here from the start, I didn't even sign this guy, went to Liverpool as their new assistant manager. I could not say no to, I didn't even offer him a new contract because I was like, 5 million, I'll take that. Very much so. I am signing another one. It's this guy here who I've signed before in other saves. I think this guy's really good anyway. He's been the PSG assistant manager and then he's been in Saudi. So they must have seen something that they liked there. He's been at Spurs and at Lille and Argentina. Before that as a performance analyst. So João Sacramento hopefully is going to be as good as Norgard and is free because he's a free transfer. So that's proper money balling there, isn't it? Right. That's enough babbling from me. Let's go to towards January, end of December, and see how the first half of this season can go with this squad. And also see if there's any other sales because the window, as I say, is still open. I'll see you in December. And here we are then on the 31st of December. We find ourselves in a we're not in a title race. We sort of aren't and we sort of maybe are. We're 7th and I don't really know what to say. We've lost one more game than the team that are top of the league at the moment, which is Liverpool, as we head into this January window. We're only 5 points off the top and I feel like we've been quite good, but also not good enough. But then I look at the other teams around us and I think they've also not been great. Like there's a team who are top of the league going into Jan and they've lost 6 games already this season. It feels like the league's very open. We are joint on points with 8th place. We are 2 points clear of 11th place Manchester City, having played the same number of games. It's just a truly bizarre Premier League table. And I'm wondering, hoping, although it's not really transpiring at this stage, that this might mean that there's an opportunity for us. Brighton are 4th, Newcastle are 2nd, West Ham were top of the league for absolutely ages. Can I see that on here actually? If I go to state, where can I see like the past positions? This is what I want to see. West Ham, look, they were top of the league twice. But they were right up there and then they've fallen right the way down. We've been up and down as well. Look at that. We were top after the 3rd game. Then we dropped all the way back down. We've made it back up and then just up and down. Basically, you lose one game or drop any points. You drop all the way down. Like here, we lost to Arsenal, went from 6th down to 9th. Then we won a game, went back up. And then, we went from 1st all the way down when we drew to City 1-1 and dropped to 3rd. Then we lost to Spurs and dropped down to 6th. Even the teams that we're losing to, then we lost to Brighton there, look, all the way down to 8th, where we then beat, no, actually I think we lost to Newcastle that time. Either way, it's really up and down. These are the results to show you how exactly it's been going. That first game that we just looked at beforehand was this Hull City opener. We won it 6-2, 2 from Gyökeres, 2 from Mastantuono, who I just need to talk about him right now, actually, before we even get into the rest of this season. I'm not going to say we've uncovered a gem because I know that like everyone knows him, right? He's so good on FM. But we've got a gem to Brighton in our Moneyball save. Just show him as an attacking midfielder here. Look at the stats on the man. That's what we're going to say in this series. Look at the stats on the man. 14 goals in 28 appearances so far this season. The actual goal scoring from him. We've been using it as an attacking midfielder and as an inside forward. So I suppose we could look at the forward. Compare him to other forwards too. When you do compare him to those forwards, look at the dribbles and the progressive passes, the expected assists from this side. 10 assists. This guy, I love him. He's only 21. I love him. And I'm hoping he's going to just fire us into... I still believe we can turn this into a title challenge because we are, 5 points off the very top with only halfway through the season? We are 3 points off being 4th. And I feel like we've played a lot of the really tough games. Back to these results here, look. After a really good start going through in the competitions, we've played Man City. I think we played Man City, is it twice? Yeah, we played Man City home and away already. Although they're actually rubbish and they're down in, I think it was 11th, right? We've played Arsenal... I think only away. I think we do play them at home towards the end of the season. Oh no, we played them at home and lost. We play them away. But we have played a lot of the big teams in here. City, Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool. We did lose 4-2 to them. But It's a weird season, and weird seasons, sometimes there's an opportunity, and I'm hoping that happens. We've had some big wins. Look, Europa League, if I go to the competitions tab here, you'll see actually across everything. We are still in the FA Cup. That has not yet started. We're in the third round. We play Watford. We did get knocked out by Ipswich in the Carabao Cup, which is really annoying, actually, because I want to win some silverware. Some silverware really does sort of justify everything we've done so far. We're still in the Europa League, though. We played 6 and won 5 of those games. We've lost one game, which was Sporting away from home. But looking like we're going to go straight through to the next round. Liverpool being in the Europa League is really annoying. I think, like, well, I mean, like, we played Sporting, Valencia are in it. I think there's some tough games in here. I think Leipzig, Leverkusen are in it. Leipzig, I swear, are in it as well. Yeah, Leipzig are in it too. So there are some tough teams in this Europa League. I don't think anyone drops down from the Champions League anymore, do they? Not sure. Anyway, I'm hoping going to have a really good run in this. I was talking about it when it was the Conference League that I thought we were going to be in for this season, that we have to go and try and win it. Bit harder with the Europa League with teams like Liverpool in there, but if we can get to a semi-final, maybe even a final, I think that'd be really fun to go on a bit of an adventure. In the Premier League, we've talked about where we are. I'd like to go and have now a run in the FA Cup, but the board are still very happy with everything that we're doing. If we go to the board and how they feel about us, they love us. One thing is an interesting thing that I did spot on here. It's not on here anymore, but one of our board cultures was to spend the initial budget, and we failed it miserably. I think it was at the end of last season, because we've got, well, I mean, the budget right now is £322 million in our transfer budget. So that's going to be a problem, but at the moment it doesn't look like it was one of our club visions, so I think that's okay. In terms of transfer business, I've got my eye on one player, as well as considering if we're going to get any bids for any of the players that are currently wanted by other teams. A few Saudi teams, I mean, there's a few Premier League teams in for our players too. Tobias is wanted by Spurs. He's valued at about 20 million now. Safor's at Al Ahly, so there is some Saudi interest. I thought we'd got rid of them in that last summer, but no, they are back. Keane Potter is really wanted by Everton. They actually made bids for him in the summer, which I turned down because they were only around like 30 million. I've put his value at 80 million, but they are still wanting him. I don't want to sell him because he's been so good for us in this save, but we might need to consider it if they do bid anywhere near 80 million, of course. Emmanuel Omega is wanted on loan. Oh, actually, that Chelsea are new on there. Chelsea want to sign him, and his value is at 70 million, and he's not a starter. Has scored goals when he has played, though, look. 5 goals in 13 games. That's only in 4 starts as well, so he's a valuable squad member. And Victor Gyökeres, valued at nearly 100 million, is wanted by a Saudi team, Al Ahly, and now being 30, could we actually moneyball this signing? Are we able to moneyball Victor Gyökeres? He's got 19 goals in 23. He scores goals, this man. But 60 million to go and make a profit on him, and now he's 30. It is kind of tempting, but I also do really want to keep him. Because we kind of went outside the box a little bit to go and sign him, didn't we? I did mention before that there is one player that I'm looking to sign. If I go to my shortlist, he is a striker / winger. I think I've put him on the wingers list here. His name is this guy here, Jakob Anderson Ostenfeld. The scouts love him, an A- from the scouts. He's 8.8 million, and I found him because if you have a look at some of his data on here let's have a look at him as an attacking midfielder, because he is a winger. I mean, he doesn't do lots other than just score lots of goals, have lots of shots. He doesn't lose the ball either. And I mean, he's got 16 goals in 27 games, and he's only 19, and he's Danish, which I actually think is really important for continuing the culture that we have here at Brentford. I am very tempted to make a bid, but I'm going to see what happens. I think it would be one winger too many. There is a bid, though, by, I think it's Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid have also identified him as a signing, so I'm a bit worried he will go there. So maybe I'll make a bid for him. I think it's a release clause at £9 million. 8.8, £9 million, I think it is. Yeah, £9 million release clause. That to me spells a little bit of potential. A little bit of Moneyball potential. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Maybe it depends on some potential outgoings. If Keane Potter does get a bid, replacing him with a younger Danish model doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, does it? That, though, is what I'm going to go and do now. I'm going to go and play January through, do the transfers, see what happens there, and see where we're sitting around about this point here, before or after this Brighton game, because I'm hoping that we're going to be right there in the mix, because these fixtures aren't too bad. Luton, Watford, Hull, Everton, Villarreal, Lask, and Spurs. Spurs being the toughest game there. The Premier League games, there's only 3 of them before Spurs, but they are pretty winnable. I mean, Everton are struggling too. They're 13th, actually. I think they were struggling before. Hull are 16th and Luton are 19th. So 3 wins, and we've seen how much that can change your position in the table. I'm hoping that we might be back up into the top 4. And if we are, then that might might be a case where we could go towards the end of the season and do a bit of a live com run-in to see if we can, to see where we can finish. That's kind of my plan. I don't know if it's going to go to plan, but let's go and do January and see where the land lies at that stage. I'll see you as we go into Feb. Okay, so that's been a really weird January, actually. It's now the 31st. The window has just slammed shut. And on the pitch, we've been phenomenal. You see the results there. We won every single game, except for the very last one, where we lost to Spurs at home. We've ended up going down the table. We're now 9th. I was hoping we'd be in the top 4. I was building it up so well, I thought, you know, we'd win a few games. The games look easy. We'll be in the top 4, but we've actually won the games and we've ended up 9th. It's a really, really, truly weird Premier League season. If we win our game in hand, which we do have, we would go to 45 points. We'd have a better goal difference than Manchester United here and Liverpool here. We'd go into 5th and we'd be on 45 points, 3 points off top. Arsenal are now top, then Chelsea, then Brighton, then Newcastle. We're in a title race, but we're 9th. And you could maybe say the same thing for Spurs, who are 10th as well. City, by the way, 11th. They are rubbish. But we're 9th, but we're in a title race. So I don't really know where to go from here other than say, just fingers crossed we keep putting results together. And I also mentioned it's been a weird January because I have made a signing. Guess who it is? I mean, I'll show you right now. It's exactly who you thought it was. Welcome to Brentford, Jakob Anderson Ostenfeld. Wonder kid, Jakob Anderson Ostenfeld, who's going to be one of our wingers or one of our attacking players. I should look at either strikers or attacking midfielders. He is already valued at 35 million to 41 million. We signed him for that 9 million release clause. We did beat Atletico Madrid to him by paying a pretty hefty wage, which actually I was looking at the wages. In fact, I could probably show you on here, can't I? If we compare on team stats or team detailed here, the salary per annum on here, we're still okay. We've got the 14th highest wages in the league, considering we are finishing in 4th and 5th in the league and we're hoping to challenge for the title. I think that's still pretty Moneyball, considering also the teams below us, a lot of them are the teams that are coming up from the Championship, like Hull and Luton, and Burnley have been down and then back up again, etc, etc. Look at teams like Man City. They are spending £361 million per year. We're spending 77, and it's actually a decent jump up to Everton in 13th as well. So just to show you, I know that some of these players are on slightly bigger wages than maybe you'd feel most comfortable about based on the idea that we are doing this Moneyball approach, but 67,000 in 2028 is actually quite low, because if you played the game, you know that you get to about this stage and even your most average players start to ask for 90k a week because, you know, they're a Premier League player. They want 90k a week because other players are being paid that. The AI are quite generous, I think, with wages, and they seem to hand out these huge wages just willy-nilly. So I know it seems high. Well, maybe I'm being a little bit too picky myself, but I think that seems a bit high for a 19-year-old. But I think in the context of everything, it was either do that or don't sign him. So I think we'll make all that money back and more if we actually sell him. And also he's really good, potentially good enough that he'll be justifying 67k a week hopefully quite soon. He has scored a goal in his first 5 games, just one. Hasn't played amazingly, even though we've played pretty well, but he's actually not even the biggest thing I need to talk to you about in this January window. You may have seen it before. I made 2 huge sales. It's not Benjamin Frederick for £130. That's not very Moneyball, but Brian Mbeumo has finally left. I am actually a bit upset because I think I've held on to him longer than maybe most of you would expect me to in a Moneyball save. But I think you can actually justify this in Moneyball terms as well. It's 46 million or 46.5. 46 million pounds for a striker slash winger slash inside forward or inverted winger. But actually, for the role that he's played in the squad, I don't think his numbers have ever actually been quite good enough. If you look at his first season was his best season, and then from there, didn't play as many games. He has been a little bit injured, but this was a good season last season. But this season hasn't really done much. He's got 1 goal and 3 assists and a 6.8. I mean, even this, compare them to some of the numbers of other people like Keane Lewis Potter. I actually think 46 million for a 29-year-old that's going out, I think you can justify that, especially because they've put him on £115,000 per week, and he would want a new contract from me that was about that sort of price. As soon as they made a bid, I got, you know, when you get the he was slightly concerned. It was slightly concerned because he wanted to sign for West Ham because they could offer him a really high wage. And all of that into the melting pot made me think, I think it's the right time. I think it's a good fee, even if maybe we could have got a little bit more. But 29 years old, not producing the numbers that I'm hoping that even Anderson Osterfeld could even go and produce himself based off his season before. Look, if he can do a season like this for us, we could really quickly justify the sale of Mbuemo. I'm hoping that's going to be the case. And then right on deadline day, and I've not been able to replace him. Well, actually I have. I've been very clever, I think, in how I've replaced him in the squad. Murillo received a bid from Manchester City, which will rise to £36 million. I couldn't say no just because I've applied that logic of I think he would want to go to Manchester City. He was really good for us. £22 million signing. It's not a huge profit. It will go to 36, as I mentioned. He was so good for us, though. He was supposed to be a backup when we signed him, but he ended up being a bit of a starter most seasons. He worked his way into the team without ever having huge average ratings, but some of his stats did show that where he was useful, he was very, very useful. I can't see them now because he hasn't played a game for Man City yet, but he has been a really good servant for us. I mentioned that I couldn't sign a replacement because of the timing. I had already signed Monterisi in the summer, this guy here. So we had brought in a new centre-back who kind of took his place in the squad. But I've been a little bit clever in that I've recalled Christopher Wu from his loan at... Was it Hull that I loaned him to? Yeah, I've recalled him from his loan at Hull. I've recorded from his Hull loan spell where he only played 9 games. Wasn't really a starter for them. But he's going to come back and be our backup centre-back now and take the spot in the squad, and we'll just shift the pecking order a little bit. So we do still have a full squad with the players that we need to. Actually, before we continue on here, and I'm hoping the plan is still going to be, I'm going to go and play through this season. We're still in Europa League. We did go through to the round of 16. If I show you the stage before that, actually, just before I forget, we finished second only to Liverpool. Look, 8 games, won 7 of them. It was just that Sporting loss. Very, very good in the Europa League so far. I'm hoping that we can get ourselves a Europa League run, maybe an FA Cup run, and maybe even be in a title race as the run-in comes around. And if we are, we will do what I promised before, which is going to be a few live comms to finish off today's video, because I think we're only going to do 1 season, because as I record this and as I've been playing, it's very late. So I feel like 1 season, but a little bit more detail on the season wouldn't be the worst thing. So hopefully you enjoy that as a prospect. But if we can stay in things, there could be a really fun end to this season. It is a big if, and if we don't do that, then it'll actually be quite a short video, but we will see. We will see. The last thing that I wanted to do is just go to our tactics screen here, which I think this is a weird pick because we've not played. Let me just show you the best 11 to show you really who's been playing the most games. You can just see some of the stats on the players and who's been our best performers. I kind of mentioned them before, but Mastantuono and Keane Lewis Potter, both very, very good, scored lots of goals. Gyökeres has been in and amongst the goals, as you'd expect. Ethan Nwaneri is now very much our starting centre midfielder alongside the captain, Morten Frendrup. Love these two together. Saforza coming in when we need them as well. Maximovic has played 4, but been coming off the bench a lot as the number 10. Bors has started a few. He's actually upset that I've not been playing him enough, so I think I'm going to try and get him some game time as the left back. Coming in. Monterisi, the new centre-back, has played 11 games. Mikey Moore's played 11 games, hasn't scored many goals. Emmanuel Omega is wanted again, but nobody's made a bid for him in the January. He's scored lots of goals, Omega, 11 in 10 starts here. And then you see all the rest of the stats on the screen there. Just to kind of, I wanted to give you the heads up on what the squad looks like and how it's been performing. Lots of times it's Mastantuono in here, and then Zalazar comes out and it's somebody like Ostenfeld to play on this side, or it was Mbuemo before we sold him, obviously, too. Now Bade and Quaresma are going to have to be our starting 2 centre-backs. I think next summer we are going to need to look to recruit another centre-back potentially, unless Monterisi really proves that he can be the guy in this defence, which when he has played, he has been pretty good. But yeah, that's the squad. I'm going to go and play the rest of the season, but I will stop if it looks like there's going to be any type of grandstand finish. So I guess I'll see you either in May or just before. Fingers crossed that we can actually turn this 9th place right now into a title challenge. It probably won't happen, but let's see. Come on. Well, I kind of hoped this would be the case, but I didn't think it would be. We are now in May. It's the 7th of May, 2028, and little old Brentford are in a title race and two cup finals. This is the situation. This has been the run-in from that Brighton game all the way on. We have lost only 2 games in this time. In fact, yeah, 2 games. We lost to Chelsea away from home, which actually has ended up being very key when I show you the context of the table. We drew to Villa. We also lost to Liverpool in the Premier League. So 2 very good teams. And even in this loss to Liverpool, look, Ostenfeld scored 2 goals. He's come in and he's been very good. I'm actually kind of hoping he can go a few steps even better, but he has been very good. We have taken ourselves on a lovely run that I knew this squad had the potential to do. I knew that this tactic kind of works the way we've got them set up because we've seen great results. We just lacked a little bit of consistency. We've had that consistency. We dropped points against Arsenal, but then we beat Sporting, beat West Ham, beat Sporting again to set us up to this finish. We've got Bournemouth and then Palace in the league. We are going to play both of them. Well, we're going to play at least the first one because actually if it doesn't quite go our way, we won't need to play the last one. I'll show you why in a second. We've got Liverpool in the Europa League final. I'll show you our run to that final in a second. And we've got Chelsea in the FA Cup final. We have 3 shots at the end of our 3rd episode here in our Moneyball save. We have 3 shots at silverware. We might win 0. We might win all 3. I would predict it's more likely to be the 0 because this is really, really tough. The Premier League, let's start with this one. With 2 games to go, I've stopped here because this is where it is sort of crunch time. Chelsea are leading the Premier League. I don't even know where they were at the... I mean, actually, let's go back to that past positions because it is a wild Premier League. Look at that for a run from them. They were... Where's January? It's around about here, 18, 19, right? That is, yeah, start of January. These guys were 6. I think we were 9th at this stage. In fact, we can actually see. We were 7th. We were 1 place below them at the start of January. Then we've kind of like mimicked them just below them. We did go above them briefly here, but kind of when we've lost, they've lost, and when we've won, they've won, and we are just now heading into the last 2 games just below them in the table. Look at some of these other teams. West Ham are such a weird football club. Look at that for a season. If I just remove those. Look at Liverpool. Just up and down. Manchester City have just been really bad from the start, though. Look at Newcastle on here. Look at Arsenal on here. They were leading for different points. Now they're down in 3rd. It's been a really, really bizarre season. And this is the table heading in to the final 2 games. We can still win the title with, 6 points still to play for. We're 4 points behind Chelsea. It's a tough one. If Chelsea win their game as we go and play, we are playing against, was it Palace first of all for us? It's Bournemouth, first of all. If we beat Bournemouth and Chelsea win, they win the title. In fact, if Chelsea win, they win the title, don't they? Chelsea play. They've got one of the games is really tough. They play Arsenal away from home, though. This is why it's interesting. They go to the Emirates. There is a chance that we win and they lose, and it goes to the final day where they play West Ham at home. West Ham are not a bad team. We saw that they were up there, but they probably win one of these 2 games. Chelsea just need to win one of them. And they're probably going to. I mean, we also need to win our games. But the Premier League, there could be a lovely little story there. There could be a hell of a narrative that we could manage to make happen. And that is the aim. That's the Premier League situation with Haaland being the top goal scorer. And actually, a little bit disappointingly, can I show you player stats on here? I think I can go to here, can't I? A little bit disappointingly, Gyökeres is joint 6th with 18 goals in the Premier League. I mean, it's respectable, but it's not quite the Haaland 24. It's actually, again, like the season, there's a lot of players here on 19. 3 players, in fact, joint in 3rd on 19 goals. So maybe that's why he's not there. He's a bit unlucky. The other situation, though, if we go to our other competitions, is in the Europa League, we've got Liverpool in the final. You remember, in the league stage, we finished 2nd only to Liverpool. We've exceeded our expectations. We're in the final. 8 goals from Keane Lewis-Potter in this. Our run to that final, in fact, I'll just show you, this would be a nice way to do it perhaps. If I go just Europa League, this was our run to the final. From the league phase onwards, we had Partizan, beat them 5-1 on aggregate. We had Sassuolo, beat them, 6-2 on aggregate. Then we had Sporting and we beat them 4-1 on aggregate. Actually, quite dismissive of us. I actually played Tyler Dibbling started in this game. I think even in was it this game I had other players starting? I've been rotating in the Europa League. We've been finding it quite easy. It now gets stupidly hard though, and it's Liverpool in the final. So we will see. We're going to go and give it our best shot after we finish this league season. And then finally, our last shot at winning a trophy is the FA Cup, where we have Chelsea. Champions-elect Chelsea. probably going to go and win the title there, aren't they? But let's see. This is our run to the FA Cup final. Watford 2-1, Plymouth 4-1. You see that I did rotate quite a lot with some of the players that did play in this. We beat Swansea 6-2, but Gyökeres did score 5 goals in that game. And then Arsenal in the semi-final, our best victory by far in that competition. A 2-1 win, a late winner from Victor Gyökeres in that one. I think he might be top goal scorer in the FA Cup. Am I correct in saying that? Or was it Keane Lewis-Potter in this one? It was, yeah. Gyökeres has got himself 8 goals. He is the top goal scorer in that. He got 5 in a game. It's probably always likely to happen, wasn't it? That's the situation. These are the team stats. If I just go back on here, this was where I told you I rested the team in the last game. Let me show you the best. Can I just pick without restriction best 11 just to show you? This is sort of the team that's started most of the games, just to show you some of the stats as we head into these final games. I am going to go and play. Well, I'm going to go and get ourselves up to this Bournemouth game, pick the team, and I'll see you as we head in to Bournemouth and we watch out for that Chelsea result away at Arsenal. There is a chance. It's a small chance, but there is a chance that we could go and get ourselves into a final day title race here. That's the plan. Let's pick this team here then. So Omega is out injured. Let's put Lewis Skelly back on the bench. Tyler Dibbling back on the bench for the injured Mikey Moore at the moment. Do I just go with this? This is the best team, I think, at the moment. Rico, Henry, Bade, Quaresma, Tobias, Heddle, Frendrup, Nwaneri, Mastantuono, Ostenfeld on the right-hand side, and then Gyökeres up front. I think I'm just going to go with it. That is the team. We're going to get straight into it with the 4-2-3-1, which has been my preferred system recently. Let's go and do a live comm. And this game's all about doing our business away at Bournemouth and hoping and praying that Arsenal can do the business and taking this to the final day. If Chelsea win the league, we won't play that last Premier League game. I'll go and get ourselves up to the Europa League final, which will be our next live comm. So there's the two teams. Sean Dyche is this actually qualifies for the Champions League if we win this. That's quite fun, isn't it? Sean Dyche is the Bournemouth manager, which is another fun one. There's the Bournemouth team. They've actually got a lot of their players still around here in 2028, like Kirkes and Evan Nilsson and a few others have stuck around, which is quite nice, isn't it? Our one new gen so far in the 11. Oh, by the way, I didn't actually mention it earlier. You know Caldini, the other young striker new gen that we signed? I did loan him out. Can't remember who to, but he's out on loan this season. Here we go. We are underway. 10 minutes on the clock. We've got Semenyo clearing it. We are pressing high, but Bournemouth looking like they are beating this press with Jose Marsa, who's put that well over the bar. Leave rubbish, Heddle. Thank you very much. 10 minutes then. Is it still nil? It is still. I mean, it's right there on the screen. Liverpool have scored. That's none of our business down there. They've actually finished 6th, or they're going to finish 6th, it seems. Can we beat a team that finishes 6th in the Europa League final? I'd like to think we could, but we have lost to them, I think, both times we played them this season. So that doesn't give us a huge amount of confidence, does it? Here's Anderson Ostenfeld. He's a great dribbler of the ball. Here's Frendrup. That's a lovely goal. The two Danish players in this Brentford team combining. 1-0 to us. We are doing our business. If we have a look at the table after this, this means that we'd be a point behind Chelsea. No, 2 points because they're currently drawing, aren't they? There's Anderson Ostenfeld, by the way. Been a great little pickup for that £9 million. I'm glad that we did it. There you go. Look, we would be... It hasn't... There you go. It's updated. We are actually... Yeah, we are 1 point behind. Does that mean... Are they losing? I didn't see it in time, but they are losing. Arsenal have scored. I thought that must be the case. Chelsea are losing. We are winning. There's a point in it. If things stay like this, which of course is less likely. I mean, there's a long way to go is what I'm trying to say, I think. Here's Ethan Nwaneri. Did he forget the ball? No, he's giving it to Rico Lewis Henry. They are losing and go on then, make it really clear that we're going to win this game by getting a second goal. Don't lose the ball, Katsy. He's got it back. I'd like a nice, comfortable game for us where we can rest players and Chelsea to start rocking a little bit. Get a little bit nervous going into that last game. West Ham aren't playing right now, aren't they? I'm hoping that West Ham are full of confidence and they can actually... Oh, this could be really cool. I mean, it's still very likely that it's not. I mean, here come Bournemouth. This could really take away all of my... It's Evan Nilsson. It's 1-1. We've conceded. Okay. That's Football Manager for you, isn't it? I felt like that was about to happen. That's fine, though. I think we've got time to go and win this game. Okay, Chelsea have equalised as well. Of course they have. Mark Gui has equalised for Chelsea as well. So don't worry about it. Back to square one. We got very excited there and perhaps for no reason at all. Oh, my word. Bournemouth on the attack. Okay, leave rubbish. It's 1-1 in both games. So it's exactly how things started at the beginning of play. So... we'll just continue and see what happens from this point, I think. as Bournemouth are actually, I think, the better team at this stage. They've had quite a few highlights. Maybe some half-time. Yeah, there's the momentum. It kind of tells that story exactly as well. Good save from header. I was actually not a good save because it's a goal kick. That tells the story, the momentum bar there. Heading towards half-time. We're on the attack here. Rico Henry. He's now 31, by the way. We might need to think about... We've got Borza. I did give him game time and he's not unhappy anymore, but we do need to hope he develops maybe a bit more. Lewis Potter goes close, but a left-back might be someone who we need to think about too, just because of the age of Rico Henry, although I'm keeping him around because he's another one of those that is just a club legend by this time, isn't he? Traore goes close. Half-time. Is it going to be 1-1 at half-time in both games? It's an injury for Levi Colwill. That's good because we do play them in the FA Cup final, don't we? More injuries, the better. I'm going to say the fans expect to win. I'm not going to make a change just yet. I don't need to rush into it. I don't think we've been the better team. But we did get the lead, didn't we? So hopefully we can just go and do that again. Here we have the ball. It's always quite promising when your goalkeeper has the ball early in a highlight. And then you can go and try and build something. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen right now. Vinicius Tobias down the right-hand side. Lewis Potter heads it over. It was promising, but he headed it over. Still 1-1 in the other game. Does this mean... This means they win the title, doesn't it? If we win and they draw... It is technically still game on. We'd be 2 points behind going into that last game. So we just need to find a winner here. It actually doesn't even make that much difference if Arsenal win, other than them maybe losing a little bit of confidence going into that final game. We're not winning though, so we do need to do something about this. We're going to bring on Zalazar. I'm going to do something I do quite often, which is move our attacking four around. I'm also going to do Nwaneri for Sforza, see if he can do something. And Quaresma's not playing well, so Monterisi comes on. I'm wondering about... Do you know what? I'm going to do it. Oh, no, he's not on the bench, is he? He's injured. I was going to bring on Omega, but he's not on the bench, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to push them up to attacking, though. See if they can take the game a little bit to Bournemouth here. Maybe as well give them a bit of a berate from the sideline. Can they find themselves a winner here? Or is this going to be a bit of a damp squib to end the season? There was a moment... Even just that moment was... That's what you want in your saves, isn't it? There was a moment. Yeah, it's going to go to... We're going to go into added time here, not winning this game. I'm going to bring on... I'm going to put Ostenfeld up front and bring on Tyler Dibbling just to see if we can make something happen. Because sometimes a change like that just forces a highlight. Will it force a highlight? No. Oh, Arsenal... Ooh. Does that mean it's still technically game on? Arsenal did get a winner there. And it would have been... Is that now 3 points? Is this still... because of that winner from Arsenal, is this still game on? I actually think it might be. Which is even more annoying that we didn't win that game. But I think there is still a tiny, tiny chance here. Right? We're not even second anymore. Arsenal have just brought themselves into the title race with a 96-minute winner from En-Nesyri. But we're only 3 points off top. We do have a worse goal difference. We need a 5-goal swing in goal difference and also Arsenal not to win their game. I think it's very, very unlikely, but there is still technically a chance that we win the title here. I guess we're going to have to play that. Do we play that game as well? This video is going to get a lot longer. You're not going to complain about the game, the video being longer, are you? It's just me being tired. I think we're going to have to play this game. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and get ourselves up to this Palace game. And we're going to do it as a live com. There's 3 more live coms to come because we didn't do loads up until this point in the save, have we? So I'll see you for Palace at home. Jesus. All right, so I did say I was going to go and play this game. However, I actually, as I was like going through and playing towards it, I just thought, actually, what is the actual chances that this happens? I didn't think it was. So I played the game and it went exactly how I thought it would do, to be honest. Arsenal won their game and ended up finishing above us, which I'm a little bit annoyed about because I thought we were in a 2-horse race and suddenly we finished third, which is very Spurs. We won our game 3-0. It was goals from Gyökeres, Mastantuono and Bade. I'll actually show you those goals because, you know what, there was going to be a live com, so let's have a look at some of the action. We won 3-0. We were completely dominant. We are a lot better when we are at home. Anderson Ostenfeld was very good in this game as well, just to mention. 3 goals from us though. Gyökeres with another. I think that's 36 for the season. in all competitions now. Ostenfeld with the assist, look, across to Gyökeres, who couldn't really miss. He got the first one. Then it was who was the second goal here? It was it Ostenfeld himself? No, it's Mastantuono on the spin, look, put it in, deflected. And then finally, Loic Bade from the corner. Keane Lewis Potter, another assist from him. Dominant header from Bade. We won this game 3-0. And as I say, Arsenal also won, but Chelsea also pretty comfortably beating West Ham 2-0. So we finished third. We've got ourselves 72 points, which if you remember all the way back, I remember getting 69 points and finishing like 6. So, I mean, Chelsea have won the title there with 75 points. That is such a low total. In fact, if we go back through, it was 91 the season before. 75 points would have got you 4th, and they've won the title on 75. I can't help but feel like if we were ever going to win a title, it was this season. Or maybe we just need to get a little bit better. We just need to keep improving, don't we? But 75 points for a title win, that is outrageously low. 85, even 83 I thought was quite low that season. 92. As a Liverpool fan, knowing that we went and got 97 points once and didn't win the title, it's a little bit depressing. 75 points being enough for Chelsea. We are though now going to go and get ourselves ready for a European final. This one is a big one. It's in 3 days' time, so I need to make sure I rest the team. Get ourselves ready for Liverpool. The game is being played in Dortmund, and this will be outrageously good if we can go and win this. We finished above them in the league. Can we do it? I'll see you as we get ready for Dortmund. Okay, then, here we go. Let's pick the team for a Europa League final. I love the fact that we're in this final. I'm so annoyed it's Liverpool. If it was someone like, I don't know, Sporting, I feel like we were confident. We beat them in the last round in the semi-finals, but Liverpool might be a bridge too far. We've actually got a bit of an issue here. Ostenfeld is not fully fit. He's going to have to come out, and I think what I'm going to do is bring in Zalazar and play Mastantuono there. Zalazar's been good when he has played, look, in here. Let me go and show you these assists as well. I don't know why it keeps... I mean, I do know why. It's just because it's Football Manager, but I can actually show you the assists, so I bring them on there. Zalazar's got 11 assists, look. He's been very good. Otherwise, I think the team almost picks itself. I can put a couple of extra subs on, can't I? Mikey Moore makes it, and Konak does. Mega, by the way, he broke his ankle, which is why he's been out for absolutely ages. I don't think I want to swap anybody else. I am trying to see who's got the form in some different positions and maybe making a change there. For example, Borza has played well, but I don't think we can take Rico Henry out of here. So I think this is going to be the team. I don't think I'm going to change anything because it did just beat Palace 3-0. We are a good team. We're just going to go for it. It's Liverpool. We are not the favourites. We are the big underdogs in this final. Even though we finished above them, it would just be really nice, wouldn't it? Do you know what? Going hard but fair on Alexis McAllister. I'm going to go with that. They've got Hunas as the manager. Naida Barreto, that's an interesting name. And Ibrahim Abamba. I think we looked at this Liverpool team a little bit before. Nathan Ake's ended up there, look. Let's go and do it. I'm going to say we should be winning this trophy. Don't come back empty-handed. Look at that. A bit of confidence. Really putting it on the players. Europa League final. Here come the players. One final. Our first final. Can we do the business? Let's go to the stats over here and see how we're getting on. In the first 10 minutes, we've had the first shot. This is nice. We are both wearing red kits, which seems like an interesting choice from UEFA there to allow us to wear this kit. I'm not going to question it too much because hopefully it looks fine. I mean, you can... Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Maybe they've decided that our kit is predominantly white. Maybe we're focusing on the wrong thing. As we come forward here with Victor... Goal! What a weird goal! I thought we'd missed the chance. Victor Gyökeres, I think he hit the post, right? Eventually, Victor Gyökeres, the £60 million man, has opened the scoring for us. I don't know one more. Yeah, he hits the post. Then they can't clear it. Zalazar gets tackled. It hits him in like the chest. And Gyökeres puts it in. I hate the reversed angle that sometimes happens in the Europa League. I'm just going to... I mean, I can't even. I don't think I can even get rid of it, can I? Let's put this on TV and maybe it does. Either way, we're on the attack again here. We have the lead, both in our red kits, which is... Why was I babbling on about that whilst that goal was pretty much going in? Keane Lewis Potter. I don't know what that noise was. But I went, Mastantuono with the chance at the end. He put it wide, deflected wide. I would love to win a European trophy here. Also, we are in the Champions League again for next year. So that's really difficult to go and win. This might be our best chance at winning a European trophy, at least for a few seasons from now, right? I mean, especially from this situation here. 1-0 up, half an hour played. Mastantuono crosses. Back post header from Gyökeres. Looking for, I think, number 37 for the season. He's headed it over. But it's been all us until now as Liverpool have the ball. They play it in. That's what I thought was going to be a big touch. Alexis McAllister with a lot of space. Luis Diaz. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's gone down and we've got the ball and there's no foul in there. That foul... Time stopped for a second there as he's about to take that shot. We have lost it again. I'm very worried about... They've got Benacer. I didn't even notice him before. That's a lovely back heel. I'm worried about this attack. McAllister. There's an out from in run. I think is it Salibare? That's awful. I think he was offside as well, wasn't he? He was onside, but he put it so far wide. Going in at halftime, we've had more shots. Liverpool have had the last couple of highlights, though, which worries me slightly. But we have got a deserved lead, I think, at the halftime break. I'm going to say I don't like what I've seen from the team because I'm that type of guy. I'll always strive for a little bit more. They seem motivated by that. I don't like to make halftime changes. But if this game goes on for too long and it's still 1-0, I will look to try and lock it down a little bit, I think. A nice set-piece corner-headed goal would be very nice at this stage. Nwaneri, back to the byline. Loads of space for him. Salazar bouncing around again. That was a chance. They let him run all the way to the byline there. That was an opportunity. 4 clear-cut chances. I feel like some of those clear-cut chances were probably in... Like, there's probably a couple in the goal that we scored because when he hit the post and then maybe when Salazar got it. Maybe that last one was a clear-cut one as well. Because it did open up quite nicely for us, didn't it? I'm looking at performances and who's tired. Friendrup is knackered in our midfield. We do have... He was tired before, but we do have Ostenfeld to come on. Keane Lewis Potter. Just put it on Gyökeres's head or something. Nwaneri. Or just score from there. Or just score from there! The captain! Morten Friendrup has drilled it in and it's 2-0 with half an hour to play. And now I'm panicking that we might actually win this and I don't want to bottle it from this stage. The captain, a signing we made so many years ago at this stage, has just drilled it in. I don't really know how it's beat Alisson Becker in the goal there, but we are not complaining. Brentford are on the verge of a European trophy here. We're on the verge of dominating Europe, the Europa League, not the Champions League, by using Moneyball. Can I title the video that now? Something like that using this. I think I probably can. Salazar for 3. He's put it wide. Right, now it's time to make changes. I wanted to do Friendrup off because he's tired, but now he's playing so well. I actually don't want to change too much because time is ebbing away and they're not having loads of chances. Bade for 3. He's headed it over. I don't know if you guys do this, but if time's going by and I don't want to change anything to jinx it to go against us, even though I know that really what I should be doing is making sure we win this game. But we're the ones having highlights. Bade. Nwaneri. I need to tell them to take their time because Nwaneri could have wasted loads of time there. I'm going to do that now. We're going to make the first changes. 75 approaching. Friendrup is going to come off. I'm going to bring on... Now, this one's controversial, but can I do... I was thinking maybe Quaresma in the midfield. I think he's played there before for us. Salazar can play deeper. I might do Salazar deeper there. We don't really have another ball-winning midfielder. We do have other Konak could do that. I think his tackling is quite good. This is where you don't really know. Aggression's pretty good. It's risky to bring on a youngster to do that, but I feel like he fits the role maybe more than Lewis Skelly does. Maybe more than... Do you know what? Juan Sforza can do it. He's a little bit more experienced. Let's bring him on. And then bring on... I brought him on for Salazar, but I will change this as well. I'll bring on Maximovic for Salazar as well. And then Keane Lewis Potter's going to come off for Ostenfeld. I think we can swap those over like that. And Ostenfeld can come on with a little bit of quality as well. I'm also, I think, going to tell our team too, when they've got the ball, just take their time. I'm going to do half time wasting for now. They're already disciplined. And then we'll go to full time wasting when we get to about 80 minutes. 15 to play. Another corner for us as our subs are now on. Why is Gyökeres taking corner kicks? I mean, if it had worked, it's like Kane when he took them in that random in that tournament once for England. Surely he shouldn't be taking them. We are now 10 minutes away. I'm actually going to do that now. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to go and tell them just to waste all of the time. I don't know if we've got... I think we should have 2 more subs to use, right? 2 more subs that I can use to ebb away a bit more time as Barreto has it in behind. Oh my word, it's gone wide. It's a save by Heddle. Whew. Okay, it's fine. Because they missed that chance. It's actually just wasting time. Head this ball away. Lovely. Well done, Bade. 5 to play. Let's do those subs. Let's do... Who can come on here and really just shore things up? Monterisi at the back for Quaresma. And let's do the right back. Tobias off for Martin Fernandez. Seems like a safe change to make that one to me. There are 2 minutes or a minute and a half plus added time. Nwaneri driving forward. He has developed, I think, into the player that I was hoping he would do. A little less so from Lewis Skelly, and Mikey Moore, I think, may have struggled. When he plays, he doesn't look like... I don't know if I'm going by the star ratings too much with him. Maybe I need to just go above that. But he doesn't seem to... He had a really big impact at the start, and he doesn't seem to have done that. We scored another. Again, I'm babbling on about other things, but the sub, Anderson Ostenfeld, has headed in at the back post. It's a lovely bit of play from Nwaneri into Rico Henry, who clips it. Was it him who crossed it? It was. Clips it to the far post, and he stoops down low to head it in. 3-0. We have decimated Liverpool, and our Brentford boys are European champions, Europa League. But European champions, thank you very much. It's going to be... I hope that's Morten Frendrup, but I suppose he wasn't on the pitch at the end. But Morten Frendrup, we're going to say it, is going to lift this trophy. It's actually the number 4. I don't know who that is. It'll be Quaresma. It'll be Quaresma. No, because he got subbed off. I don't know who that is. We've got the trophy. I don't know why I'm talking about this. We've won the Europa League. Get in. Moneyball has seen Brentford turn themselves into European champions. It's not the big one yet, but we're well on the way to that, aren't we? And... it might just get better because we've got another game to go and play, which is why we can't just celebrate just yet, lads. We've got an FA Cup to go and try and win. So I'm going to go to that game now, and I'll see you at Wembley. All right, then, here we go. Final of today's episode. It is Chelsea in the FA Cup. They are the champions, and obviously that means that they are going to be the big favourites here, but I actually sort of don't mind as much because we've already won that Europa League. It feels like we've maybe peaked. I have just had a look at the team. I just picked the team who's going to play here. I actually thought it was ready to go into the game. We're not quite. Here we go, though. It is match day. It is now match time. One big change is that we have a suspension. It's Eduardo Quaresma, not available. Monterisi to start alongside Bade, and then that is the same team as started that Europa League final, other than that one change. It's Salazar there with Mastantuono on the right-hand side. Gyökeres, 37 all comps now. Hoping he's actually wanted again by Al Ahly, so there's another chance for us to go and sell him at this stage. Rico Henry's also wanted by Leeds. Christopher Wu actually wanted by Hull, who loaned him, and his value's up above 3 million again, so we might be able to make money back because of how we've managed him this year, which is quite fun. Anyway, that's a side story. Let's submit the team. We're going to go and get ourselves hopefully another trophy in the cabinet here. Things may have just started to turn. I was wondering as well, what effect will winning that Europa League have on maybe the reputation? Will we be able to attract a few different players because we are now a European champion? I'm not sure, but we'll have a look at the market going into next video, won't we? Next episode. I'm going to continue this series, guys. I know I said at the beginning that it's going to be 3 videos, but as long as you guys are watching, as long as you guys are loving it, we're going to continue. We can still there's still heights that we haven't yet reached, isn't there? We can go and aim for that Champions League, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to rest until we win the Premier League, because we were so close this year as Chelsea on the attack here. We do kind of get it away, but it's back in. It's 1-0 to Chelsea. I'm not expecting to win this. Chelsea are champions. Badiashili's now made it 1-0 inside 4 minutes. I don't mind. I'm okay with it. We've got to Wembley. Got to a final, which is nice in itself, and we did win that Europa League. But yeah, like I said, I think we're going to have to continue the save regardless. So as long as you guys are watching, we will continue, as we are looking for an equaliser here on our big day out. I wonder if they had their suits on and went and tested the pitch beforehand. Gyökeres 1-1. It is 1-1. He's got his 38th of the season. He runs to the corner. This is our end. Look, our corner of Wembley. And it is back to all level. Victor Gyökeres, worth all that money, wasn't he? All that money in our Moneyball save. Salazar with the assist. He puts it into the back of net past Sanchez. And game on. Here we go. 20 minutes on the clock now, just past. 22nd minute, just ticking onto 22. We're on the attack again here, looking for a lead. Gyökeres again. Oh my word, he's actually done it. I've perked up out of my seat there for a second. There is an offside check here. I assume it's for Mastantuono down the right-hand side, but I think he might be on. He is on. Is that confirmed? He is onside. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it's definitely onside. It was Fofana playing him on. Gyökeres makes it 2-1. He scored twice. We've turned it around against Chelsea. I was writing this one off when we went 1-0 down, wasn't I? Maybe I was making a mistake to do so. We are I mean, it could get even better here. We're on the attack again here. We're leading at Wembley. Frendrup into Monterisi. That's a Moneyball signing starting at the back there. I've been, hopefully you guys will appreciate in this video, pretty pure Moneyball, I think. It's Tobias. The right back Tobias has put it in. It's 3-1. Go on, Vinicius. Go on, the boy. Half an hour, we've turned it around from 1-0 down to 3-1 up. Rico Henry into the box. Poor clearance from their goal scorer, Badiashile. And Tobias puts it into that far corner. And all of a sudden, from a goal down, we lead 3-1. That might not even be it. I was going to say it's probably going to be the score at halftime, but no, it's not, because we've got another highlight starting here. And it's good football from us. We've spread it wide for Tobias. There's players in the box here. 4 of them waiting. Keane Lewis Potter has made it 4. I think this one might be offside. There were 4 of them waiting in the middle. Is he kept? Oh, he is. He's onside. We're 4-1 up. The football on show here is beautiful. Look at the urgency to get players into the box. 4 of them get in there. And Keane Lewis Potter wants it more. Smashes home. He has maybe been our star man throughout the entire story of the save, I would say. Because there is no right, I don't think, for... I'm trying to remember how good he was, as there is an offside. How good he was from my saves where I had attributes on. I don't think his attributes are that good, unless we've suddenly really ended up with an amazing version of him. But it just goes to show that you don't need all of the attributes to be amazing. It's kind of the mix of them, and then how well they fit for your system. You can still get amazing results out of players. And I think Keane Lewis Potter is sort of proves why Moneyball can work in Football Manager. And I suppose in real life too, because if you get even players that may be lacking in some areas, you only need them to do the things that you need them to do. And he can do that as Chelsea go close. And we're 4-1 up against Chelsea in the FA Cup final. From 1-0 down as well. Just deal with this set piece now. Reece James to swing it in. And we do deal with it as the man that I'm talking about. Keane Lewis Potter. As we go in at half-time, I'm hoping it's going to be 4-1 to us. I might even tell them to time waste now. Is that ridiculous? I'm going to say well done. I don't usually say well done. I'm going to talk about complacency instead. I don't usually do that. I'm pretty horrible to them. But I think at 4-1 up, you kind of have to acknowledge it a little bit. I'm actually going to tell them to waste a bit of time, because just to slow things down slightly, and I'm going to try and stagger my subs into 3 different blocks to try and hopefully just see... It's actually 45,000 each. Look, exactly down the middle. Try and see this game through. Is that going to go in? No, my word, it almost did. It bounced off the bar and then Fofana headed it away. Bade nearly made it 5. Imagine we put 5 past. This just makes me think we can win the title. It makes me a little bit disappointed that we didn't win the title. We should have beaten Bournemouth. It wouldn't have mattered anyway because Chelsea won that game. But this is the team that won the title. We're destroying them 4-1. Here comes O'Brien. They might get a goal back here. They do. It's a lovely finish from Thiago Holm. Very good player, by the way, this Odin Thiago Holm. It's 4-2. I am wasting time, but there's only half an hour to play. Zalazar into Lewis Potter. Just do that. Just do that. If they score a goal, just go and score another one, which Keane Lewis Potter has got his 2nd here at Wembley. We've got our 5th goal. We're going to win the FA Cup, aren't we? I need to leave Morten Frendrup on the pitch. Remind me. Because, you can't remind me, but you know what I mean. He didn't get to lift that trophy, did he, in the Europa League, and I want him to as our captain. I'm going to take off Zalazar for Maximovic. I'm going to do Nwaneri, who's playing very well, for Sforza. That's going to be 2 of my changes. And I'm going to make another... I'm going to do 3 different sub stoppages to try and see the time through. There's another one. Let's do one on 71 here. Let's do Rico Henry for Andre Borza. I can do 5 subs, right? Where's the subs thing? Yeah, it is. So let's do 2 here and then 1 more at the end. Let's do... I know he scored a goal, but let's do Martin Fernandez on as well. And then we've got 1 more stoppage to do another sub, maybe on about 80. And I will actually tell them to waste time properly then. It seems to be working because, I mean, Chelsea have had nothing. They've had 5 shots. We've had 15. We're 5-2 up. There's 5 to play. Let's do that final change of ours. Let's do... I mean, Ostenfeld's on the bench here. Let's do Mastantuono off for Ostenfeld. And 5 minutes to play. I'm also just going to go here and do this. Waste that time, my boys. 7 minutes added on. I don't know where that's come from. Maybe all of our time wasting, to be honest. We are double winners. Little old Brentford, in our Moneyball save, have won the double. I think what we can call this now is how you dominate using Moneyball in Football Manager. This was last season then, our third place finish, which, if we're going to be completely and brutally honest with ourselves, I actually bottled second here, didn't I? I saw a few comments as well, and do you know what? Fair play. You were talking about the lack of subs. Somebody called me Gareth Southgate in this Bournemouth game, wasn't it? Where is it along here? The Bournemouth game here where we drew 1-1, and I just didn't feel like we had any options off the bench to come on and win this game for us. So I didn't make enough subs, and then we drew it. And then ultimately, if you go back to that league table, it's a little bit disappointing, because if we got ourselves those extra 2 points, we would have finished second. We wouldn't have won the league because Chelsea won the title in the end. And then we got a little bit of revenge on them because we beat them in the FA Cup 5-2. So we're a serious team. I mentioned as well the budget. We've got £300 million to go and spend. Obviously, I'm not going to spend that. And obviously, I haven't spent that, because if you have a quick look at the date on here, the date is now the 30th of July. It is the next season. We are into 2028-29 season. And today, we are playing the FA Community Shield to start things off. We will, of course, try and win the FA Cup and the Champions League, which we are back in for this season, but the Premier League is my main aim. And with that in mind, I have, of course, been busy in the transfer window. Let me go to the transfers tab here and talk you through what I've been up to. There is actually a little bit still going on here. Look, a few players that are potentially going to be coming in and going out. One of them, look, Emmanuel Omega, is receiving a lot of bids. I have accepted this, by the way. Let's start there. We've got a £50 million bid from Napoli. That was after a few... Look, we got some interest, so I decided to see what the intermediaries were saying. The little transfer goblins that you can try and get to do your transfer business. We've got a £50 million upfront bid for Omega, who... We love him. He's a bit of a hero in the save, isn't he? But he's not... He started 9 games in the league last year. £50 million seems quite moneyball to me. He's 26 now. I don't know if we'll ever get more money for him than that, so I am contemplating it. I've accepted it for now, but I am going to see if I can get more money by offering him out, etc., from there. But as you can see, there is a bit of business going on. A couple of new names here that I am currently trying to loan out, which is why we've got lots of offers for these guys. So let's show you who I've brought in. This is the transfer business, not loads. I've tried to be very Moneyball again. I know that we went slightly off the rails, and it's been a bit of a contentious issue in the comment section. You know, people saying that Gravenberch wasn't very Moneyball. I would argue that that one is. Gyökeres, I'll bow to your superior wisdom on that one. I don't think that's very Moneyball, but I think you're allowed. I'm going to allow myself one of them. I think I've been quite strict in this save on. Right now, it would not be silly to go and spend like serious money, because we finished third. To go and spend 60 million on a player would actually be, I think, quite normal given the actual context that we're in. However, I want it to be a challenge, and I want us to try and do this by purely doing it in a Moneyball way. So I haven't gone and done that. I have instead spent 300k on an 18-year-old called Jefferson Caicedo, who is a 6'3" centre-back, who I think looks very promising. The reason I've signed him is not really based on performances, as you can see. It's come from a scout report, and also, this is a top tip, by the way. If you want to sign good wonder kid or young players, just look for the players that are wanted by the really big teams. Atletico Madrid, Liverpool, PSG, I think we're in for Caicedo. So I've picked him up. It was a release clause of 300k. It's no risk, isn't it? Just put 300k on this guy. 6'3". I really like that in a defender anyway. Obviously, I can't see his attributes, but I can see the pros and cons, and I can see the coach reports. And if I go here, look, they obviously rate him quite highly. He's got potential that is higher than any of our other defenders, including another new one, which is this man here, Juan Andres Ladino. He's also come in for £1 million. Very similar story. Wanted by, I think, Atletico Madrid. Basically, I think Atletico were in the market for a defender. So I just looked at all the ones that they wanted and scouted them, and then decided to sign the ones that looked pretty good. Those are two not so Moneyball because they're not so data driven. I have made other signings as well as these, though, which are, I have to go back to last year because it was before the tick over. These 4 guys here, but Ladino I've just shown you for £1 million. These two, let's start with Darwin Caguaripano. I've never said his name out loud until this point right here. Darwin is a defensive midfielder that I'm really hoping turns out to be really good. On the screen right now is his data from last season, because this guy really stood out when I was exporting all the data and it came through in the spreadsheets. And then I looked at his profile and realized he's 20. He's Uruguayan. He's 6'4". He's a defensive midfielder. And stats wise, he was playing in Portugal last year in the Liga Portugal Betclic. But he played 29 times and he is he 19 now? He's 20 years old. So at 19, he played a lot of games, scored 5 goals from defensive midfield, and also had a really decent average rating, 6.99, but actually overall it was a 7.05. For a defensive midfielder, who also, if you go to his coach report here, has a little bit of potential as well, I think 4.7 million? Well, 3.8 million. I think that's actually, was it more than that? 3.8. It was 4.7 for the other guy. I've brought him in. I think this one could be very, very Moneyball. His value is already up to £32 million. If we want a rotation option for Martin Frendrup, I think this guy could well be him. Darwin in our midfield. And then the other two were Wilson Santamaria, another one where this was a scout report that I just wanted to go for. Although, look at his value already. 60 to 90 million pounds. And he is a young striker who I think... Did I loan him straight back out? I think I did, yeah. Bought him and then loaned him straight back to his Costa Rican team. He did actually score a lot of goals last year. Well, he scored 9 in 34 as a 17-year-old. He's 18 now. So this guy for the future, loaned him back out. So he's one. But then this guy, this last one, Kershaven Keran, might be the one that I'm most excited for. A Croatian Hajduk split. And by the way, I love this point of a Moneyball save. This is almost where Moneyball really... We had like a dodgy spell where it was difficult to find people. Now all of the new gens are coming through and suddenly I'm like, oh my word, scouting is so much fun and finding these players is so much fun. They exist. An 18-year-old from Hajduk Split, a bit of a hotbed for young wingers. I've been looking, by the way, for strikers. When I'm comparing the data, I've been looking for striker data rather than winger data because it's not winger data. It's attacking midfield data. And I feel like I want my wingers to be... Well, they're inside forwards, so I kind of want them to be a bit more attacking. So look at this guy already. I mean, this is the one game, but on the screen is his data from last year as a 17-year-old playing in Croatia. He played 30 games. He played 20 games the year before as well. He must have been 16, 17 at this stage. So I think we might have got ourselves a good one here. Over 7 average rating, 5 goals, 6 assists in Croatia. We're going to bring him in for £4.7 million. He was another one that had lots of interest from other teams too. He is going to just bolster our ranks a little bit. And it's one of the reasons why I was quite happy for... Well, I say quite happy. I haven't made my mind up yet. But I'm relatively happy to let Omega go because Keran can play on the right wing. And then we play Ostenfeld, who we signed last year. Could maybe play as a striker if we need him to. If Gyökeres is out injured. And we've also got the other young striker that we signed last year by the name of... I think he's actually gone out on loan again this year, if I go back to this one. By the name of Caldini, who I've loaned out to Sunderland. So... We've got, I think, enough backups to allow for Gyökeres to be first choice and then for Omega to go. But that's the business. There's a little bit of extra things to show you in terms of sales. Elliot Matazo has finally moved on. We've got £3.8 million for him, which is a loss after we paid £8 million for him. I mean, it's a loss, but he was one that didn't work. We talked about it last episode, didn't we? Some of them are not going to work. Matazo didn't really, but... I'm sort of okay. I'm actually quite impressed we managed to get this back considering he was playing for Watford in the Championship and Birmingham in the Championship before that. So 3.8 million, not the worst in the world. We've got half of his money back. And then the other sale, after I thought it was really cool business that we did, the other sale was Christopher Wu went for... Did I show you about Castroville? I think I did, didn't I? Christopher Wu has now moved on to Hull. He was where we loaned him to, and then we brought him back because we might have needed him in the second half of the season. In the end, we didn't really, and I've sold him now for £6 million, and I think that's actually a really good look. The intermediaries got involved in this one. I think that's actually a really good bit of business, all considering that we signed him for 3.3, and still, after not really playing him much and loaning him out for a season, we managed to, or half a season, we managed to turn a profit on him, almost doubling our money for him. Not quite, but almost. So I'm okay with the Moneyball aspect of this one as well. I'm not sure where I've gone on to his achievements or milestones there. That is the business, though. Let me show you how the team is going to set up and how the squad is going to set up going into this season number 4 by putting the team together here. And this then, I think, is how we're gonna go with things. We've still got our 4-2-3-1 system. I do have a couple of other alternatives that I've been using and things that we've been swapping around between. A little bit mainly with a 4-2-3-1 because it seems to have worked. We finished last season was it 4 points off the top in the end? Third, anyway, in the leagues. We are competitive at the very top of the league. This is, I think, how the squad is going to work. Heddle will be first choice goalkeeper, then Balcom. The two of them. Still love this guy, by the way. He's had a few bids, but I'm just keeping him around. He's homegrown at club. He's now 29, but he's been, I like, his value is actually pretty good. Maybe I should sell him, but he's been a good servant for us off the bench and coming in when Heddle has had injuries. Heddle looks pretty good. There are 1 or 2 new gen keepers that if I go to my shortlist, I am keeping an eye on. I just don't want to spend too much money. I have been updating these. This guy here, let me know what you think of this as potential for the future. Agustin Bermudez is 21. Really good scout report on him. That's a release clause of £9.6 million. I just didn't think I could justify it now. Last season, he managed to break in now into the River Plate team, and he's just started off here. So maybe we'll keep an eye on his data. If we go to here, I think you can see, not this one. On the pizza one, I think you can see the data for a goalkeeper on here. Maybe we'll keep an eye on this season and continue to scout him. In fact, I think I have maybe I've done this already. I'm going to assign one of our scouts to go and follow him, perhaps. Can I only assign him for 1 week? Why can I only assign my scout for 1 week? Anyway, Channy, you're going to go and watch him for 1 week. Maybe that's because my scouting range has come off. That's why I needed to put this back on. I've done that a few times because I do so much scouting. I think I use the budget up. Because I'm just constantly doing recruitment focuses and just all sorts. I mean, just look at my list of recruitment focuses. Lots of people asking me, by the way, for recruitment focus, how I've been working them. Haphazard, doing loads of them. If I'm like, I need a right back, I'll go to create a recruitment focus. I'll go to right back. I'll go, okay, I want them to be about that good transfers. I want them to be young. There's no like magic formula that I'm going with here. That is literally just using this here. Lots of things on here, like things like adding in transfer value and making it a maximum transfer value of say £10 million. Other little bits and pieces in here, like has to have played a certain number of appearances or played a certain number of minutes. There isn't like there's no trick that I'm doing. I'm just thinking, what do I want? Setting them up, letting them go and seeing what players come in. And if lots of players come in, I'll then go to the player and I'll go and scout them, and I'll do more extensive scouting and just kind of get a bigger picture and build up the picture of them. If I really like them, they get added to my shortlists here for each position, which I'm trying to constantly evolve and improve on. There's a couple of this guy I really like as well at centre-back, David Williams. Again, he's a little bit too much money, but as a centre-back, not really great to look at his data there. He's played a lot of games for Sunderland, and I think he was listed as a wonder kid, although maybe he's not anymore. He's 6'6", which is mainly why I like him. But yeah, that's kind of my system. There's no like big secret to it, but that's sort of where we're going with it. And yeah, this is the squad then. Just go back to this. Defenders, Tobias and Fernandez as the right backs. Both young, both going to improve, hopefully. Rico Lewis Henry is the left back with Borza. Borza might play a few more games this year. Rico Henry, I've kept him around. He's 32 now. But I do still really like him. He's a bit of I like having a stalwart in the team like that too. Quaresma and Bade, and then Monterisi as centre-backs. And then the new guy coming in, which is Ladino, who I might loan out still at this stage. If he does go, I might need to think about another centre-back, but I will cross that bridge when we come to it. Centre mids, we've got Frendrup, and Nwaneri is now starting left-sided centre-back over Juan Saforza, but that's a really good option. And then also we've got Lewis Skelly in there, and then Kaguara Pano, the new guy in as the Frendrup replacement if we need him to be there. Attacking midfielders, we've got Maximovic, we've got loads of them, but they are all going to interchange, all of these attacking midfielders. Maximovic, Keran off the right-hand side, Zalazar is at number 10, Saforza can play number 10 or a little bit deeper here. Mikey Moore off one side. Mikey Moore, I'm a bit worried about. Obviously, I can't see it on here, but he's got loads of value, but he's 21 now, and I don't know if he's developed. It's so hard to tell, but just by like things like who would be suggested, just by star ratings and things like that, I just don't know if he's developed. And that's where I now need to trust that I don't know how good they are because I can't see their attributes. But I'm a bit worried about Mikey Moore. He might end up being a bit of a waste of money just because I don't know where he gets in the team ahead of any of these guys. Like Ostenfeld's come in and been really good and looked really good. So he's scored, in the end, he's got 8 goal contributions in 16 games. So he might need to be a starter from this point. I think he's going to be. And then, yeah, basically the rest of the team is as it was before. No real changes to how the setup is other than these new guys coming in to be backup options, really. That's where we're at. I'm going to go and play a load of games now because that's what we do. We are aiming for the title. It has to be. We're aiming for the title, and hopefully, and also, it'll be lovely to get another bit of trophy silverware here. One last thing that I did want to show you. I have been really trying to improve the staff as well as a big part of this. After selling our assistant manager, bringing in this guy, we now have the perfect coaching team, which is always what you want when you play an FM. Medical team is also the best in the league. Recruitment team, I just need to bring some more analyzing data. For some reason, the Newcastle analyzing data is the best, but I will get that perfect. I promise you I will get that perfect. It's something that I'm working on. And also in terms of other improvements, the facilities, continuing to do everything that I possibly can. We've got superb training facilities, excellent youth facilities, exceptional academy and exceptional youth recruitment. So we're pretty much doing everything that we can do. We're still only in a 21,000 seater. I wonder if actually the time might come eventually to go to the board and see if we can expand this stadium even more. It might well be. I don't think I can ask for anything else in terms of, here's all my requests. Look, so youth recruitment, been asking for more physios and coaches and scouts to try and improve to try and get that really good staff setup that I've got there. Look, don't think I can improve anything right now. No, I can't. Look, stadium is the one thing that I could ask for. Build a new stadium, expand the stadium. I don't want to use all the money, but that's sort of why we're bringing the money in, isn't it? I'll have a think about it. Right now, though, I'm going to go and play the first half of this season and see you as we approach the January window where we'll think once again about transfers. Come on. We did, of course, play the Community Shield and we lost. Chelsea, after we got revenge on them, got revenge on us again. They scored a 95th minute winner by David Washington to win this one here. It was actually 1-0 to us, then 1-1, then 2-1 to Chelsea, and we equalised again with Keane Lewis-Potter. It was a very even game, actually, but then Chelsea did go and win that trophy. But that's fine. It was, you know, it's a glorified friendly anyway, isn't it? After that, though, this is how we've been doing in our quest to try. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let me go back. In our quest to go and try and win the league. It's been a good first half of the season without being. We're not running away with the league title. That is sort of true at this stage here. We're second. Arsenal are top by 4 points. They have a better goal difference, but we're there or thereabouts. We've lost one game. Chelsea are right there as well, by the way. They've won their last 5 games, as you can see. But 4 points behind after 21 games. We've positioned ourselves in a place where if a couple of results go our way, we could be in a title race. We're second going into January. Perhaps a little bit of strengthening, and perhaps if things go our way, we might be able to put ourselves in a title run-in. That is sort of the aim, although Arsenal look really good this year. They've only lost one game, and that was to us. We beat them 4-3, so we've kind of done what we can do. Let me show you those results, as then I'll also show you some of the stats, as well as maybe thinking about some transfer stuff as we head into January, the January window. Actually, before I show you this, I do need to tell you about one extra bit of business, and that was the sale of Emmanuel Omega. I did sort of tease it. I did accept that bid from Napoli. In the end, he did go there. So £50 million brought in for Omega. I didn't sign anybody else coming in. I didn't think we needed to, even though I did loan out Ladino, the centre-back. We've managed to cope okay with just 3 main centre-backs, basically. These are the results. We started off with that loss in the Community Shield. We drew to Southampton away. This guy, though, Kershaven Keran, scored on his first Premier League game here, and I think we may have found another one. Franco Mastantuono, Keran, as well as Ostenfeld. I think we've got some really good youngsters that if we continue to build up, we might be I mean, we are challengers now, but this title is coming. It's coming. I feel like it is. Let me just show you Keran here for this first half of the season. 13 starts, 6 goals, 6 assists from him. Look, put him as a striker here because he's playing as that inside forward. I think we found one. Values at £40 million. There you go. Look, 17 games, 5 goals, 2 assists, but actually only 7 starts in there as well. Even better from him. Hopefully he has a good second half of the season as well. Franco Mastantuono still scoring goals, scored 2 in this game against Burnley. We beat Forest 6-1. You see the goal scorers over there. By the way, Keane Lewis-Potter is our top goal scorer. Again, 15 goals in 32. He's actually outscoring Gyökeres, who's had a couple of injuries. We've had to play Ostenfeld up front instead of him. But this guy, just look at the stats over the course of this save. Where did we start this? We started here, right? He's got himself, 8 goals, 13 assists, 11 and 6, 8 and 8, 11 and 15 last year. And he's on course to maybe, he's going to score more goals this year. I don't know if he's going to get anywhere near 15 assists, but what a servant. What a player. Keane Lewis-Potter. I actually think you should all go and sign him in your saves because he doesn't look like... I have no idea what his attributes look like, but I'm actually very intrigued to see what they're like because whenever I've seen him in an FM save before, I've never thought I have to sign him. But it just goes to show that he can just be really, really effective which is what he is. By the way, a lot of you asking, can we see the attributes at the end of the save? I think the answer is yes. Once we've won either the Premier League or the Champions League, or both, depending on how things go, I think we will have a little like end of the video. We'll go and look at some of the attributes of some of our players. We could even go back to old save points and see a few of them there. So I am very, very intrigued to see them myself. So I think we will include that in the videos. Let me know if that is something you want to see as well. And then, yeah, here's the rest of the results. It was a good start to September. Then we lost to Barcelona and Chelsea. Chelsea are really good. They smashed us here. Nwaneri got a goal, but they beat us 4-1 in a rare loss for our season so far. Really good October. In the Champions League, by the way, we are currently sitting 6th. We've qualified for the playoffs, but I'm hoping we go straight through to the next round after that as well. We're only 3 points off the top, so we're in a good position with that. These are the results. 4 wins against Atletico. We beat Atletico Madrid 6-0. Like, I think that's our first game as well. We're very close to the start anyway. We've drawn 1 to Leipzig and we lost to Barcelona 4-0. But yeah, serious, silly team is what we are. Was it one of the first games? Oh no, it was down here in December. It was quite recent actually. We beat Villa 6-0. We beat Liverpool, lost to City. Monterisi scored in that one, and then most recent we've beaten Burnley 5-2. So Premier League looks like that. Champions League's looking good. We've gone out of the spineless Carabao Cup there on penalties to Manchester United. That'll be one that we've missed out on some potential trophy silverware there, but oh well, it's a penalty loss. There's not a lot you can do about that, is it? Sometimes you get a little bit unlucky, don't you? Heading into January though, the budget, if we go to the finances, is just under £300 million still. The projection is still saying it's going to go down. Debt and loans, by the way, they owe us money. I know that this was something, I don't know if I showed it last video, but a lot of people were saying, why in a Moneyball save are you doing installments? I think it's just to try and keep it realistic, but also now it's got to the point where people owe us money because we've just been very good with making money, haven't we, over the whole of this save. Heading into January, I don't think I actually want to sign anybody unless somebody leaves in January. I'm actually quite happy with where the squad is at, really. These are the stats for the players in the team. So as I mentioned, Gyökeres did have an injury, so he's only played 17. He's got 10 and 17 in all competitions here, which isn't quite the prolific striker that I'm hoping he can still be, but I'm sure that will pick up in the rest of the season. These two have been the main stars of the team. Mastantuono as the number 10, and then Keane Lewis-Potter, we looked at him just now, didn't we? He is outrageously good. Unhappy Ethan Nwaneri, I am going to give him a new contract, so that one should be fine there. A couple of other people just complaining about like not playing enough games. I'm trying to really rotate because I want our whole squad to be happy, which is always the balancing act of Football Manager, isn't it? But players like Bors are coming in and playing a lot of games, look. Started 9 times and played very well. He's actually attracting interest from, you guessed it, Saudi Arabian teams, who I'm trying not to sell to because they seem to be the only teams that are interested in our players. Lewis Skelly wants to go on loan. He's not really had enough game time. Maybe a loan in January. Maybe trying to sell Konak as well might be an option. Something that I'm thinking about. Keran, we talked about, has played a lot of games. Monterisi, very good when he has played too. Zalazar, another one that I may be thinking about. Do we try to Moneyball him a little bit? He's now 30 with a big value. I do wonder if we want to maybe move him on. So I'm not going to actively try and sell people, but if there is any interest for players that I think we can turn a profit on, I might do if I think I can bring better players in. Left back might be something I'm looking at as well. I have been scouting a little bit. If I go to my left backs on here, there is Asende and this guy Burgo on here, but Asende is only 20. This is him here. He's a new gen left back. Did find him. I'll show you as is this fullbacks here. He looks pretty exciting, actually. I like him a lot. He's very young, but lots of potential. Only playing a lot of games. Look at the average ratings on him. Look, 18 games, 7.99 average rating from left back. Playing for Rennes too, so maybe take it with a slight pinch of salt. But he's an option if we were to sell or lose Rico Lewis Henry, but I'm not quite sure with him at the moment. Again, I'm not really going to go and actively go and do too much in January, but just sort of giving you the heads up of where we're at. I'm also really trying to keep an eye on the wages. It looks like wages have gone quite high because we're now a title challenging team and we have to pay the wages for like Gyökeres and Mastantuono and Frendrup, the captain. I mean, we've only got 3 players over 100,000 a week. Football Manager, I think wages do ramp up really quickly and get really high. If I was to compare this to other teams in the league, just for context, because I know that some of you might look at that and go, how's that Moneyball if you're paying that much money? If you compare it to other teams in the league, we are very much not one of the top teams. If it go to its salary per annum down here, look, we've got the 13th highest wage bill. in the league. So I think that kind of puts it into context to show that we are still being very tight and stringent. We're on 93 million, whereas the teams that we're competing with, 330 million, 276 million, etc., etc. I feel like that is an important thing to kind of show you. And we are 18th for transfer spend, which is we've made a profit of 37 million pounds this season too. So I think that is worthwhile pointing out. I showed you before the overall balance is at 293 million. Oh, something else to show you on our staff, the recruitment team. Look how close we are. We're now the second best in the league. I've been asking for more analyzing data people who can do that. So data analysts, I think is what you call them. We're not quite there yet, although I can get some more scouts back in. So I'm going to do that in a second. They've given us 28 scouts now. I think they look at how much scouting I do and just say that we need loads. We've already got the best scouting network in the league as well. And also, did I show you before? I think we've had our youth intake preview at this stage as well. It's not amazing considering how good our youth system and facilities are now. One striker there that could be a fine prospect, which is quite exciting. Average intake, but 1A. So keep an eye on that one. Hopefully it's really good. We will keep our fingers very much crossed for that. Now, though, I'm going to go and play January's games. We play Arsenal away from home in the FA Cup. It's not in the league, though. By the way, it seems like this every single year, but look at our end of season run. Arsenal, Liverpool, City. We need to either be way ahead in the title race or not worried about it by this stage, because I don't think we pick up max points from those last 3 games. Maybe it gives us a chance of going ahead of those guys because they play each other before that, though. Swings and roundabouts. Anyway, I'm going to go and do January, do the January business, play these games here, and I'll see you once I've maybe done some more transfers. Okay, things might have just got very, very interesting. It's now the 1st of February, 2029, and this is the league table. We are joint on points with Arsenal, only behind them on goal difference. We've played 25 games. There are 13 to go. And we are in a serious title race, a 3-horse title race, because Chelsea are only a point behind as well. We've got the middle, we're very much the middle team, because we've got 1 more point than Chelsea, but also the worst goal difference out of us and Arsenal. Arsenal in the box seat, in the driver's seat, but they've had a little bit of a wobble to blow that 4-point lead. In January, look, they lost to Fulham, they lost to Man City, they did lose to us as well in the FA Cup, but they've lost a couple of games in the league. I'll show you our results because obviously they are very important. We have won every game in Jan except for the last one, which is so frustrating because I was about to be able to go into this part of the video with us leading, and then we did this. We conceded in the 88th and 92nd minute after scoring the second in the 81st minute. We should never be bottling this one, but this is Football Manager. These things happen, don't they? But yeah, it's been a very good January, both on the pitch, as you can see, beating teams like, look at some of the young players coming in and scoring goals when I've been rotating in like the Champions League, in the league phase. By the way, in the Champions League, in the league phase, we are now through. We go straight through to, well, there's the league phase there. Look, we finished 4th overall, 6 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, the same draw and loss that you saw before, but a couple of extra wins in there against Red Star and Dortmund. Oh no, they were before, weren't they? Maybe it's Midtjylland and Legia Warsaw. But we go through, we will play. I don't know if it actually shows us. Oh, I can click it there, look. We can go to the round of 16. We don't know who we're going to be playing in the round of 16 just yet, but it will be coming up very soon. I wanted to point you towards this as well. Keran, I built him up quite highly, didn't I, at the start of the season? He scored 4 in a game here against Legia Warsaw. This guy might be a future superstar. He's got 13 and 17, and actually a lot of these aren't from the start either. He's only got 8 starts in the league and scored 6. 7 starts in Europe and scored 6. He is silly. I think his value's gone up again. No, the value's still the same, but he's got full caps as well for Croatia at only 19 years old. He cost us £4.7 million and could be a serious, I mean, look at that for just this season. If we just go to it as an attacker, and remember he plays as a winger, that data right there is excitingly good, isn't it, from Keran. And as I mentioned, both great results on the pitch. There's a new guy there. Also some nice results, I think, off the pitch too in terms of transfers. We've done a little bit of business. Here is the first one. First bit of business is this man here, Paul Ascende. We looked at him in the last part of the video. His value came down a lot, actually, to £16.5 million, to the point where I thought it was probably worth it because of his age, because of a really good scout report that I got. If I go just to show you the coach report here, He's apparently got loads of potential to improve from here. He was having those amazing performances for the Rennes second team. Not quite ready yet, I would say. Well, according to the head of youth development here, Giulio DeMarco, good championship player, but will improve. And I think he's ready to go and take the mantle on from either Borza or Rico Lewis Henry. The reason that I've decided to pull the trigger on this one now is because Rico Henry, I talked about him being such an important player in this save before. I had a look at his contract. The 1st of January rolled around. We went into the last 6 months of his contract. I don't think I want to give Rico Henry another deal where he's going to want, I think it was more than £72,000 a week. He's 32. I didn't want to give him that big. I didn't think it was very Moneyball to give him that big contract for another couple of years because he's only going to get worse, isn't he? And we've got some good options in. I think Andre Borza is really good. And when he does play, average rating of 7, look, he's actually been very very capable when playing. Wanted actually by a Saudi team, Al Ahly, at the moment as well. Values all the way up as well. He cost us 2.9 million. I mean, there's Moneyball going on all over the place, isn't there? But also then Ascende coming in to eventually come and take that spot. He's only 21, and Borza is, how old is Borza now? Borza is, I've gone off it. Borza is only 24 as well. So one's for the future, definitely there. And then the other bit of business that we did was this guy. Svetlan Lubicic came in. I think I'm just obsessed with signing players from Hajduk Split at this stage. This guy just looked like he could be really good. He scored a lot of goals in this past season here. 9 goals at the age of, is he 18? He's a bit older. He's 21. But at a young age, look, he scores goals for 3 seasons now. And he was also wanted by some big teams. So I decided to take a punt on him. I've offered him out for loan. We'll see if we can loan him out maybe in the summer. He didn't get the loan that I wanted to give him in the January window, but we have used him a couple of times in continental games. I think he's not scored a goal, but he did score. He missed the penalty. That's where he did score a goal. It wasn't in the continental, was it? He did. No, he scored a penalty here. Okay, maybe I just read that wrong on there. He scored the penalty. I thought he did in the FA Cup. Maybe he missed one in the Champions League. Is that right? Did he miss one in here? Yes, he did. Okay, there we go. That's these little things, but I feel like we need to just fill the dots in. It would have driven me crazy, wouldn't it? He did miss a penalty in this 5-3 win here. That is the situation. I did sell somebody as well. It was Yunus Emre Konak. This was another thing that pushed me towards pulling the trigger on Ascende. We got £7 million in for Yunus Emre Konak. I kind of kept him around for a while, hoping that he would reach his potential, and then he just never really did. So he's gone. Another player that we've sold to Saudi. Only £7 million though. What did they put him on in wages? 33k. So actually quite a cheap signing from them, Al Ettifaq. And then that gave me the little bit of money to go and spend on Ascende. Puts our balance at 271 million. Puts us in a place where we are going for this league title with 13 games to play. I think that all that remains to be seen. In fact, is there anything I need to show you in terms of stats on here? I mean, this is the team that, as it was being played, I think from the last game, but just to show you some of the stats on there, 16 goals for Kilos Potter now, 9 from Rostenfeld on the right-hand side. Mastantuono's got 14. Gyökeres is up to 15. Wanted again by Al Ahly. A lot of Saudi teams wanting our players, as per usual. Oh, Header wants a new deal. Oh, I did also give Nwaneri his new deal. He's on big wages now, 160k a week, but he's becoming very, very important for us. 11 assists, 7.42 average rating from Ethan Nwaneri in our midfield. Very important player. All of that said, though, the most important thing right now is this title race that we are in. I'm going to go and play the next few games, and just maybe, if it turns out, if things go our way and there is a bit of a run-in where we might be in a title race, maybe we'll do the live comms like we did last episode. We'll see how things go. I'll either see you right before the end of the season, or I'll see you at the end of the season if things haven't gone our way, potentially. We might even have a Champions League final if all things go very, very well for us. Maybe an FA Cup final too. Fingers crossed, but I will see you as we approach May, let's say. And here we are on the 14th of May 2029, and Brentford they're not the champions. I'm annoyed with myself for playing through and not doing it as a live com as well, but I didn't think we'd have a chance, and then it turned out that in the end we almost had a chance. We've ended up 4 points behind Arsenal. It's our best ever finish. We are second place. We're runners up in the Premier League. It's actually where we should have finished last season, really, isn't it? Arsenal are the champions this year, though. It was Chelsea last year. We finished above Chelsea this time. It's 82 points. Is that our best ever total? How many points did we get last season? We got, 72 last year. It's our best total by quite a long distance in terms of a points total. It's not enough to win us the title, although it's really, really close. We actually ended up having an almost identical. We drew a couple of games where Arsenal won them. That's the 4 points. Otherwise, it was pretty much the same record. We lost 6 games. They lost 6 games. They lost to us. We lost to them right in the run-in. Here is the run-in on here, look, to show you. We went out of the Champions League to Milan. We lost 4-2 to them? 4-3 to Milan in the end. We pushed them quite close, but ultimately went out to them. We lost in the FA Cup semi-final to West Ham, which is a bit annoying, in extra time. And then in the Premier League, I thought we were out of it because Arsenal just won loads of games. And then Arsenal, I think they dropped points. Well, they dropped points to us. No, sorry, they beat us. They dropped points to Leeds afterwards. Look, yeah, here. And I thought we were out of it because they just didn't lose a game in the Premier League since they lost to Leicester here in February. They won every game in the league after that. Did then beat us and then lose to Leeds straight after. That made it a little bit closer, but I almost regret I should have done the Arsenal game as a live com, but I have been really pushed for time basically this week, so it means you have to get another episode. We're going to have to carry on until we win this Premier League or the Champions League, and I actually think we must be in a position where some of our players now are turning into genuinely elite talents. Look at the value on Mastantuono. He is turning into one of the best players, I imagine, in Europe. These yellow circles are where I think, well, they are the best that they can be. So where it's yellow, I think that must be 15 plus or something. His attributes must be silly. His record is silly as well. He's got an average of over 7 for the past 3 years that we've had him. He got 13 goals for us this season. A real leader in our midfield. I'll show you some of the stats as well. I mean, there you can see the results. Look, some really good ones. We beat Inter 6-0, look, in the round of 16. They were the team that we drew. Then we got, it was straight after. Look, Mikey Moore, I need to show you this as well. Scored twice after I said, I don't know if he's any good. I still don't know if he's any good. Like, he's got some good attributes here, clearly. But then, he scored 4 in a game, or was it 2 in a game? He got a 10 out of 10 is what he got in that, in a 6-0 win. So I still don't really know, but I just think he's an amazing squad player to have. That was the end of the season. Let me show you the player stats on the tactics screen. And here they are. Here, look, it was lots of games for head. I'm actually very happy with the amount of rotation that I did manage to do. Some of the younger players like Kagawari Pano played 17 times, 22 sub appearances as well. Look, 28 games for, actually, that's an interesting point to say. Rico Henry, 28 games. Borza, 29 games. He's the first choice left back right now with Rico Lewis Henry leaving in the summer. I feel like that can be your comment today. Goodbye, Rico Lewis Henry, or something like that. Maybe a goat emoji as your final emoji if you've watched the video all the way to the end today. I do enjoy just seeing it was the trophies last time, and then my phone keeps popping up with another trophy emoji, so thank you for you guys doing that. Maybe the goat emoji, and maybe a goodbye to Rico Lewis Henry in today's video. There are the stats anyway on the players. I kind of just leave them on the screen for you to have a look at. 23 goals from Gyökeres, 18 for Keane Lewis Potter, as well as 8 assists from him. A great account from him this season. Lots of really good stuff from 17 goals, 8 assists from Mastantuono. And then Ostenfeld coming into his own a little bit second half of the season. 12 goals, 13 assists from our new guy on the right-hand side. Wanted by Newcastle and Spurs. Could be a big money offer coming in for him in the summer, potentially. I'd like to try and keep him, though. 12 goals from Nwaneri. Look how many goals we scored. 12, 12, 17, 18, 23, 18 from the youngster Keran. 13 from our on-loan Caldini at... Is he on loan at Sunderland now? Yeah, on loan at Sunderland, scoring goals in the Championship. Did they go up, actually? That's something that I want to keep an eye on. Did they finished 4th? They went out in the playoffs anyway. They're not going up, so we'll probably use him next year, I think, in our squad, won't we? We are now in 2029, and... yeah, it was a shorter video last time around, but it was just one season shot at trying to win this Premier League title. We finished second best to Arsenal. However, this time around, here's the season preview. We're still only predicted to finish 9th because they don't rate our players, but we know that they're really, really good, don't we? This year, though, I think we can do it. I think I've built now a squad and developed a squad that is capable of challenging Arsenal, the favourites, but also the likes of Liverpool and Chelsea and Newcastle, who are weirdly really, really good in the save now. They are actually second favourites in here. Have we got anyone who's in the... No, in the Dream 11, we've got absolutely nobody. But that's all right, because I believe in this side, and I have once again been in the transfer market trying to wheel and deal to try and turn us into actual challengers. Now, let me show you, because I think you're going to be upset with me. In fact, there's something on the screen that you might be able to see right now, which is Jakob Andersen Ostenfeld has left us. He's now at West Ham. He's got a transfer value of 97 million. I didn't sell him for 97 million pounds, but let's start with a little bit of business. Ostenfeld, who was quite good for us last year, did score 9 goals, 8 assists, not even an over 7 average rating. He had a release clause in his contract of 43.5 million pounds. Premier League rivals, can we call them that? I'm not sure. They did exercise that release clause. So he has gone to West Ham for 43 million. It's a nice example of Moneyball though. We brought him in for 9 million. Sold him on for 43.5. I think we've got plenty of options that I don't think we're going to miss him. Because as I say, I have been active and I have brought in a player or two. Let's have a look at the transfer bit. I don't know if I can even show you this screen. I mean, right now, have a guess in your mind. What do you think I'm terrified of telling you? Because think back to the end of last episode. I've done a thing. I didn't want to do a thing. But don't look at the left-hand side and the ins. I've sold Keane Lewis Potter. And I know you're going to hate me for it. And I'm so sorry, but Man City paid 59 million for him. And I'm staying true to myself. That if we get bids for players that are way over their value, even though our value for him was pretty high, because he's been the star man of the save. I think we can literally just say that, can't we? But 59 million pounds, I applied that little bit of realism and thought, would he want to go and play for Man City? I think he would. He's going to go and get himself a really big wage there. He's on 165k for them. He's been our superstar, but we've sold him for 59 million pounds. Look at the goals and the assists every single season of this save. It's easily, I was going to say it's double figures. It's easily double figures every year. 19 goal contributions last year. It was 26 the year before, 16 the year before that, 17, 21, 16 before that. This guy, I'm very excited to see actually what his attributes look like. I'm going to do that at the end of the save, whenever we feel like this is finished. Go and have a look at some of the attributes, because I don't feel like he's that good. I mean, just looking at, we know that the big yellow ones, these ones, are really good attributes. He doesn't have any that are, whatever the threshold is that plus 16, plus 15? I'm not sure, but attribute wise, he can't be that good. I've never seen him be elite, but on the pitch, he did the job, didn't he? We can actually get a scout report on him now, which shows us his abilities 3 stars or 3 circles in this case. Whereas if you have a look at some of the other names, Ostenfeld, who we've recently sold, is apparently better than him, but on the pitch he just wasn't, was he? So anyway, Keane Lewis Potter, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say sorry. Hopefully you understand the rationale behind doing that. It did mean that I didn't need to go into the transfer market. So one winger in Lewis Potter went, another one in Osterfeld went. I did go and sign a player for 20 million pounds. Look at me, splashing the cash. Luca Andrade is that man. On the screen right now is his actual profile when he had stats to look at so that we could actually analyze him. And this is really what I wanted to show you, because he's been playing in Argentina for Boca Juniors and he has been outrageously good. And then I've had an eye on him for a while. Since he broke through, look, he played a few games here. He got himself nice. I mean, look at the average ratings is really what I'm looking at. Pinch of salt, of course, it's in the Argentinian league, but for Boca Juniors as well, I think that represents a special player. Once Liverpool came in for him, they made bids for him. I thought, we're going to have to move now. Then Keane Lewis Potter went, and I thought, okay, I know who I'm going to replace him with. It's Luca Andrade. So here he is. Hopefully, compare him, look, with his attributes. He's got yellows all over the shop in really important places as well. So his ability report is 4 stars. We just saw it on the screen before, didn't we? So I'm hoping that he's going to deliver on the pitch as well. He's going to come in. He's a left winger. He's going to play. Actually, I need to show you this. He's going to play here, I think. I've switched up the tactic. One comment in particular, and you know if this was you, talked about and pointed out that we'd been conceding like a hell of a lot of goals last season. We'd scored lots, but we were conceding too many. And it made me think, I think you're right. I think we do need to tweak things. If we are going to go one step better to actually win the league, I need to think up something that's going to make us that step better. So we're rocking at the moment a 3-4-3 asymmetrical thing. You might hate the look of that, but this is still here. The 4-2-3-1 we've been going with is still there, but I think I'm going to go with this because I think it gets the best out of a lot of our players, as well as having 3 centre-backs.
I think it might just make us a little bit more solid. Frendrup can still be the ball winner. Ethan Nwaneri can still do this role in here. I think Mastantuono in this weird little off-centre situation as an attacking midfielder will work. And if we have lost a winger or two as well in Ostenfeld and Keane Lewis Potter, so having one less winger I don't think is the worst thing. We've got Keran, who was great last year, but also then if I show you, where is he? Luca Andrade, who's injured at the moment, could come in and play on this side. I think this could work. At the moment, I've got Lubasic, who's one of the, I don't know if you even know too much about him. Was he on loan last year or just didn't really play? He didn't really play last year, but one of the strikers. He's currently starting, but Gyökeres will be the main guy there once he is fit, actually. He had a bit of an injury. So Gyökeres up front, maybe. Ignore the names a little bit. I'm not sure who our best three centre-backs are. I might look at signing another centre-back even after this point, but let me know what you think of this. A new tactic, a new approach going into this season, the season where I wouldn't say it's all eggs into the basket, but we are going for the league. I'm going to go for it. And this is one of the ways that I'm going to go for it. Back to the transfers, though. There you go. When I say I'm going to sign a new centre-back, I hadn't realised. I did make a bid. I'd forgotten that I'd done this. Hayden Fryer might be that guy. He is a really highly rated centre-back who's 6'5". His stats don't look... I mean, we've got some stats. When I did scout him, his stats did look better. I'll put them on the screen right now so that you can actually see in terms of his appearances and how he's done in those games. He is, though, also wanted by a whole heap of teams. At the moment, it's... I mean, how many teams in for him now? It was 11 teams. I'll put it on the screen just here. It was 11 of the biggest teams in the league going for him. Right now, though, it's Liverpool and City in there, Spurs in there for him. £10 million for hopefully a really good centre-back. I think he might be one to come in if he accepts us. I have made an offer. It hasn't been accepted yet, so I've not quite got to the contract stage for him yet. Going back to the final transfer stuff, though, one more big sale was Juan Sforza. Did not play many games for us last year, most of them off the bench as well. Only 2 starts look in the league, and we got a £42.5 million bid for him. After signing him for £15 million, it made sense. I don't think we need him. I think he's quite good, but I think for the money, we're going to bring the money in and we're going to go with it, I think, from there. That's the transfers out. So £145 million raised. We've brought in Luca Andrade that I showed you, and also a bit of a punt, Rio Ungamoa, who is a Liverpool youngster. He was on a free transfer, so I brought him in on the free transfer. I hadn't quite realised that there was compensation involved. He was at Chelsea. He went from Chelsea to Liverpool in real life. There was a bit of a tribunal, one of those weird situations with youngsters. He looks really good in real life, and I saw him on the free transfer list, and I thought he might be able to go into our first team, because we've lost these attacking midfielders, these wingers, or maybe into our under-21s. It was £1.7 million in compensation, but I saw him on the free transfer list, and that's why I went for him. I don't think there was anybody else before that, no. I think that was all of the transfer business. Let's just put this on the most recent. Yeah, that was all the transfer business to get you all completely caught up on. The main thing I wanted to show you was this, the new tactic. That's the squad. Hopefully one of the centre-backs come in as well. I think we're pretty well placed with really exciting players. Maybe another centre-back is needed, although I think these 3 are good. I don't think I've really looked for centre-backs. I'll actually show you my shortlist. I've done a lot of scouting for centre-backs here, look. If I go to recruitment focuses to show you, I just didn't really find anyone that jumped off the page at me that wasn't really expensive. These are a few of them, look. I have been having a good look. Shortlist-wise, these were the 3 that I found and added to the shortlist. David Williams has been on there for a while, but his price has gone up a lot. João Timame looks really good. He's only 19, but again, his value's really high. Hayden Fryer at, I think, a price that is sort of a bit more Moneyball is why we're going to go for him. So I have made that bid. Now, though, I'm going to go and play the start of this season. I'm going to go and play up until approaching January, and hopefully it means that we're on a title charge. So far, pre-season has gone well. And here we are approaching January 2029. It's nearly 2030, and the season so far, it's going pretty well, you know. I was hoping as long as we're in touch, I want to go into the run-in close to the top or at the top to try and win this title. I think the Premier League title is going to be the priority, because I think Champions League is going to be really difficult. I just don't think we've quite got the quality for the Champions League yet. And I think to win the Champions League against teams like Real Madrid and PSG, etc., you do have to spend big. Although maybe the series will have to continue until we do that. First and foremost, though, I really want to aim for this Premier League because I do think we can actually win it. This is the season so far. We actually lost our very first game of the season. It was a horror show. We went down to 10 men. Ascende, who is our left back, got sent off. And we had a few players missing and it wasn't great and we lost 1-0. I was a bit worried, but then we did bounce back. We won the next game 1-0. We won in the EFL Cup. We beat Chelsea 1-0. Vinicius Tobias, by the way, I think I might need to make a video on him just because he might be the best player on FM24. I've signed him in so many saves, but this guy's outrageously good. Look at the goal contributions. He signed for £6.5 million. He's now our starting right wing back and he keeps scoring goals. He scored a few. Anyway, that's something for another time, I think. But then we drew to Bournemouth. We've got the Champions League phase, which we are through. We're not quite through in yet, but we're doing okay and we're right in the pack. Look, we are just to tick off the Champions League here. We've won 2, drawn 2, lost 2, but we are in a position where we would go through in the playoffs at the moment. So fingers crossed that is going to be okay. I think it will be. We drew to Man City. Gyökeres scored a penalty. We beat Palace, we beat Leeds, we lost to Bayern Munich, we beat Swansea. Bit of an annoying run here where we drew to Leicester and Burnley. Andrade actually got a last-minute equaliser to draw this game against Leicester, otherwise it would have been a loss. And then we did bounce back and beat West Ham though. We lost to Arsenal. They're going to be our biggest threats, I think, to this Premier League title once again. Beat Everton and then most recently beat Manchester United. Mastantuono scoring goals. It isn't actually Arsenal that are top of the league. It is, in fact, Newcastle. I said that they're really good, weirdly. They've got 39 points. We've got 38 and then it's Arsenal in 37. I still expect Arsenal to be the biggest threats, but right now, Newcastle are top of the league. Their form's a little bit patchy. Our form is a little bit better if it comes away there, but not by much. We've got an extra draw where they've got a loss. Arsenal have drawn 3 of their last 5. No one really wants to take full control of this title challenge at the moment. Maybe it's Leicester because they have won their last 5, but they are way down in 13th. So it's probably not them. City, by the way, 11th. It's another season where is there a little window of opportunity here? I think there might be. Like I said before, if we're in touching distance, I think I'm okay, but it would be nice to establish a bit of a lead at the top. If we can get a bit of consistency going through January, that would be quite nice. I am going to have a look at the transfer window in Jan. I don't know if I'm going to do loads because I feel okay about things. Let me show you the squad here and show you how some of the players have been performing. It's been a bit of a weird season, actually. I feel like we're definitely not scoring as many goals, but we are still towards the top of the league. I wonder actually, what is our goal difference right now? It's pretty good. It's better than the teams around us, but I don't feel like we're scoring many, but maybe we've gone too far the other way and we're quite defensively solid now. We've only conceded 14, but we've scored less goals than Newcastle and also less than Everton. So, again, we're going to try and tweak maybe a couple of changes of roles, maybe slightly more attacking. I'm not sure, maybe using the other formation when in games that we're confident in. I don't know. Right now, though, we're right up the top there, so I think we're doing okay. Here are the stats, look. The reason that I say I don't think we're scoring as many is that we've only got one player that's broken 10 goals so far this season. That is Gyökeres. He's got 13 and 22. He is injured at the moment. He's pulled his ankle ligaments, which is a bit annoying. You can see some of the stats of the other players in there as well, though. Monterise's played a lot of games at centre-back. He's sort of been rotating with these guys. All 4 of the main centre-backs have been playing a lot of games. You can see the performances on here. Another good season from Franco Mastantuono. He's got 8 goals in 21 games. You see his average ratings here. He's very good. Ethan Nwaneri, probably our best player, 7.32 average rating, and he's played 19 times. So this guy here is our main creative hub of the team, I would say, Ethan Nwaneri. And as I mentioned, we are definitely a little bit more defensively solid. So things are going quite well. I'm going to go and do the January window now. I wonder mainly if I have a look at some free transfers, because when I looked before, there was quite a lot of really interesting prospects that we might be able to sign on a free next summer. It's been the first window where I've looked at the free transfer list, which I have done every year, and actually been excited by some of the names that are on there that could actually make us better. So something I'm going to look at in Jan. What I'm going to go do now is play these January fixtures. We've got some Champions League ones in there. We've got an FA Cup third round. We've got an EFL Cup game as well. We're playing Spineless Wolfsburg, which is a weird one, which is, saves crossing over and worlds colliding a little bit there. I'm going to go and do January. I'll see you at the end of that, and hopefully we're still very much in this title race. Okay, January, we've slipped a third, but it's okay. We've actually got a game in hand, and we are on 43, but we're only 1 point behind the top, which is still Newcastle. They've held in there longer than I thought they were going to. Arsenal are joint on points with them now. They have slightly better goal difference. We've got the best goal difference and a game in hand And if we win that game, in fact, if we draw that game, we would go to the top of the table heading into the final stages of this season. January has gone quite well for us. We have drawn to Newcastle, a bit annoying because it was at home, but having taken the lead, Vinicius Tobias, by the way, he scored twice. He scores penalties now. He's got, I don't seem to remember that his penalty taking was that good, but for some reason he took this penalty, scored it, then Sven Botman got an equaliser, which is a bit annoying because that would have been a really very, very important win if we had managed to win it. It wasn't to be. It's a draw though, so it's okay. We've gone unbeaten. We've beaten Wrexham. Change team. Rio Ungamoa actually scored twice in this game. It's his first game that he played for us and did very well on his debut. We drew to Leicester in the semi-final first leg of the EFL Cup. We have that second leg coming up. We should have a final, really, if you really think about it, because it's Leicester, so we should have the chance at some silverware there. We've drawn away from home. Now we've got the home game. Just need to win that game. We're in the final. Drew to Southampton. This one was disappointing because they had 10 men. And we had a strong team outlook. There's the team that you can see there. We knocked on the door and continued to knock on the door. 14 shots, look, only 3 on target. Our XG was quite good, but could not score a goal. So we've drawn that game. Then we did beat Wolves, which was very good. Beat Wolfsburg in the Champions League. Beat Leeds in the FA Cup. We're into the 5th round there. Beat Rangers in the Champions League phase. We are through to we've gone into the playoff round. So we've got the extra round to play. But we finished 14th in the Champions League phase. We were 2 points off going through to the quarterfinals to go straight into. But it's all good. It's fine. We've got that coming up. We don't know who our opponents are just yet. We are, though, in a good position. We could go top of the league if we beat... It's Chelsea away from home, our next game. But then we've got some games that shouldn't be too bad. I'm going to show you now the run-in, which is a little bit horrific. But maybe it means that we could get ourselves a lead heading into it. We've got Arsenal at home... Then Everton away, who are actually 5th and they're not too bad. Manchester United at home, who are actually 8th. So maybe that isn't as bad as it looks. But then Newcastle away, last game of the season. If they're right there with us, that could literally be just a title showdown going into it. So I'll probably leave a few of these games. If we're in a title race, I'll leave a few of these games to do as live comms in today's videos. So fingers crossed we're in a fingers crossed we are in a Champions League final or semi-final by that stage. But mainly, fingers crossed, we are in a Premier League title race heading into the run-in. That is the aim. I think there's not actually too much I need to show you. Oh, yeah, there is. There's a few things that I've done. I have sold a couple of players. There's some players that are coming in. I have sold a couple of players in January. First up, well, I say sold, loaned a couple of players. Rio Ungamoa did go out on loan. Played that game, scored a couple of goals. He's gone to West Brom in the Championship now, where I think he should get some first team football, which will be good for him. Trevor Parker, the only new gen that's actually been any good that came through our youth intake, has gone on loan to Coventry. Jefferson Caicedo has gone on loan to Huddersfield. He's just that young centre-back. Hadn't really had a look in. And then Maximovic has gone to Swansea, but this is going to be turned permanent, I do believe, just to see if it's actually confirmed there. I think it's £10 million. It will become once he actually goes permanently, which will be a slight profit on him. 6.75 we brought him in for. Hasn't really got a place in the team, as you can see by his lack of appearances right there. So we will make a slight profit on him. But, as I did mention, I have been busy looking at free transfers, and I've made 3. Been able to make 3 stick anyway. 2 very good centre-backs. We're going to have a brand new defence next year. Abakar Silla, I think, looks like a serious footballer and a very good centre-back. The scouts liked him very much. Look, an A- in his scout report. You see by his stats as well, he's right up there. He's been playing for Strasbourg in Liga 1. And I know he's 28, but I feel like there's value in bringing him in on a free transfer. He's on a big wage. They're all on pretty big wages, to be completely honest with you. But I think when you offset that against having to pay for the transfer fee, I think it works out okay. Hugo Larsson in the midfield. Before I come back to the last guy, Hugo Larsson, I really like the look of. I like him in real life. I've liked him in a few FM saves as well. But he is playing for Frankfurt still. And he's done pretty well over the years. Look, he's just a solid midfielder. I thought, actually, at 26 on a free transfer, I think that might represent a bit of a bargain. Again, the scouts really like the look of him, in there. Him and Nwaneri maybe rotating. It gives us 4 really good ones in these centre mid spots and defensive mid spots too. He could do either because he's natural as a defensive midfielder as well. So I think that makes sense. And then this is the one that I'm most excited about. The scout report on this man was outrageously good. He's a centre-back by the name of Abdulaziz Al-Johani. He's been transfer listed, weirdly, by Al Hilal. So we're buying a Saudi league player for once. It's going the other way around here. But his average rating's really good. His stats look unbelievable for a centre-back, actually with a bit of a goal threat as well. Look, well, at least in terms of assists here. But actually, expected goals are really good, just doesn't score them. But some of the position one, his possession one stats are great. Possession lost stats are great. Dribbles are really good. He's also got loads of these yellow circles, which tells me that he might be really good. I'm not sure if he is anymore. He was listed as a wonder kid, which made me also think, he is still listed as a wonder kid. Look, the scouts love him. Say he's got 5-star potential, potentially. His value's at 57 million, and we've managed to get him on a free transfer, just giving him quite big wages for the future. He's only 19, so this could be a real game changer for us next season if he is any good. Hopefully that is the case. Let's now concentrate rather than for next year. I did have a look at whether we could sign him permanently, by the way. The answer was no. Oh my word, I've just remembered something I've not told you about yet, maybe because I didn't want to. There is also a potential outgoing happening, and that is Victor Gyökeres. I've tried to sell him during the January window. He won't sign a new contract for us. Well, actually he will, but he wants 400k a week, and I'm just not going to give that to a 32-year-old. So we are very much facing the prospect that Victor Gyökeres leaves at the end of the season because his contract is up. I tried to give him a new contract in the summer. He wanted silly money. Tried to give him a contract in January. Wanted silly money. It's going to be a huge loss, but I suppose we've paid for the goals. It's £60 million. I'd love him to have a sell-on fee. I was offering him out for 30 million. In fact, there was a bid from Newcastle of 30 mil. He rejected them though. So I think at this stage, we might need to be looking at the prospect that Gyökeres is going to go on a free. It does free up a lot of wages, but it's a bit of an annoying one. It's not very Moneyball, is it? But yeah, we'll see if that is the case. We'll see if that is the case, because we are going to go now either to the end of the season if we are well out of the title race, or if we are in the title race for the last 3 or 4 games, and we're going to do them as live comms. Fingers crossed that is the case, and I'll see you in May. Come on. And here we are in May, where we're top of the league. We are, with 3 games to go, top of the Premier League, with a superior goal difference to our rivals, which are Arsenal and Newcastle. Any of these 3 teams, us and those 2, can still win the title. We've just played Arsenal, and in that Arsenal game, we drew 1-1. We also did go out of the Champions League on penalties in the last game. I was thinking we're going to have the most outrageous... I played the Arsenal game because I thought we might be going through in the Champions League to a Champions League final, and I thought actually 4 games is probably too many. So I played the Arsenal game, drew, then we went out of the Champions League. So now we've got 3 games. It all comes down to this. It's really annoying because I actually think we could have won the Champions League if we went through, because beating PSG, we drew to them. We beat them 2-1, at home. They just beat us 2-1 away, which Al Neves scored twice. And then penalties. Caldini and Frendrup both missed. Look, Xavi Simons missed the first penalty. I feel like that's always the way in FM, though. If your opposition misses the first one, you always lose the shootout. I don't know if you've noticed that, but for me, it feels like that is the case. We've done amazingly, though. These are the results for the second half of the season here, look. We went out of the FA Cup in the quarterfinal. We actually... where is it on here? We actually won the spineless EFL Cup as well. We won 9-0 against Bristol City. I don't know why it's Bristol City in the final, but they were not very good, and Gyökeres scored a hat-trick. So we have won silverware this year. Well done to us. I don't know why League One, Bristol City were in the final there, but we beat Southampton in the semi-finals, and then the best ever, the easiest ever EFL Cup final, we beat them 9-0. There are the goal scorers there. Premier League wise though, draws against Liverpool and Leicester, who seem to be our bogey team weirdly. We drew to Palace, but then wins against everybody else except for in the FA Cup where we lost to Chelsea. It all comes down to this: Everton away, Manchester United at home, and then potentially the most perfect fixture for Arsenal. We've got Newcastle away from home. They will know that someone's going to take points off the other, but if we win these first 2 games, there could be points dropped by the others. Arsenal's running could be tricky. It could be worse. They've got a Champions League semi-final second leg, which they are 2-0 down in, so they probably go out there. They've got West Ham away, Burnley at home, that's easy. And then Leicester at home, that's fairly easy. But they do have an FA Cup final against Chelsea, so maybe that distracts them in between these two games. It could be a worse running, couldn't it? Let's have a look at Newcastle as well, because they are technically still in the title race with us as well. It is Leeds at home, Swansea away, and then us at home. We've definitely got the toughest running, I think, with Manchester United in there, Everton away, and then, of course, Newcastle away. But we're going to hopefully do the business. We're going to go and play 3 live com games now. And fingers crossed it is that Premier League title that we have been just so craving this entire save so far. I'll see you on the first match day away at Everton. All right, then. This is the team heading into this Everton game. Headel in goal, Quaresma, Bade and Fryer at the back. Frendrup and Nwaneri as our centre mids. Tobias on the right, Borza on the left. Andrade, Mastantuono, Gyökeres. It's pretty much, I think, full steam ahead, full strength. A couple of players needing a rest, but we're going to risk them because these games are just so important. We've got a little bit more of a rest in between the next game too. So we're just going to go for it. In we go. We will, of course, keep an eye on those Arsenal and Newcastle results. Fingers crossed here that we can get a nice win away from home. It won't be easy. Hopefully this is where we've got that slightly more strong defensive unit that means we don't lose away from home. But either way, we'll keep an eye on those. What I would really like is that would Arsenal lose? That'd be lovely. There's the Everton team. They've got Karim Konate up front, Danny Olmo and Lavia playing for Everton. That's a really good Everton team. That's why they're 5th. They're actually a really good team, aren't they? Here we go. We are underway. We'll keep it on the stats, I think. In fact, no, we won't. We need to go to matches, don't we? Are both playing? Arsenal are away to West Ham now. Newcastle at home to Leeds right now. So it is game on in all 3 games. And inside the first 20 minutes here, I mean, not much is happening. We've had a shot on target, whereas they haven't. We have a highlight. It's us down the right-hand side with Quaresma. The centre-backs do get forward. They've won it back. Are we going to win this ball back? No, it's actually gone to Konate. We have lost the ball there. This is Everton. We've won it back, maybe? No, they haven't. This is the worst commentary I think we've ever heard in any FM video right there. We've won it back? No, we haven't. No, they've won it back. Here come Everton. Velasco, Samari. It's good play out wide. We should have, the wing back should be able to cover these areas. It's deflected and it's going to be, I think it's corner. It was a heart-stopping moment for Frender, apparently. It didn't look... Hello. Here we go. West Ham 1, Arsenal 0. It's a Ben White. Benny Blanco has scored an own goal. And at this stage, even if we draw, we would actually go... I mean, we go a point clear of Arsenal, but Newcastle are winning. Endrick has scored for them. And Arsenal have equalised. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's actually, we're now in a worse position because Newcastle are winning. It's 2-0 to Newcastle. Endrick has scored another goal there. Saka's equalised for Arsenal. As we approach half-time, we seemingly are taking our time before having an attack in this game. It's not a great half-time, and don't really feel like we've done... Well, I don't feel like we've done anything, really, at this stage. Gyökeres is on a 6.4. We might need to change him. I will shout at them. I will berate them, because that maybe seems a bit harsh, but we do need a goal. I'm going to have to do Gyökeres off. He's on a 6.3. This can happen. We do have good attacking players as well. Caldini is a threat, and we've also got Santa Maria, who can be a threat as well. I wonder what else we do here. Is anybody else? I mean, maybe we do a Sende, because the 6.4 from Borza isn't particularly good either. So 2 subs in one go, and please can we, if we score, we will have actually gained on Arsenal, won't we? Here we go. It's a highlight after the subs. Set piece where we played it around a little bit. Tobias, Fryer, even if it's like a penalty, that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Fryer's picked it up. We are eventually going to go forward. Andrade's lost it. That's our attack, is it? Okay, it's gone back to their keeper. Our attack there, we had a free kick in a good position. It's gone all the way back to their keeper. After we didn't really launch or do anything. No type of threat at all. We are not playing well. There's Tobias giving it away as well. Everton have it back. Thankfully, they've given it back to us again. Nwaneri. Andrade might be off, I think. The flag stayed down. It has now gone to VAR. I thought he looked offside. The linesman hasn't put his flag up, though. This could be... It's not. It is offside. He looked offside, didn't he? That's the best chance we've had. He goes, oh my word, it's actually really close with the man in the middle there. It's a good finish from Andrade, but it's not to be. Arsenal, West Ham still 1-1. Newcastle still 2-0 up. We have 25 minutes to play plus added time here. 3-0 to Newcastle now. They're actually increasing their goal difference as well. Although we should be okay there, shouldn't we? 15 to play. I'm going to have to do more subs again because we need to press the issue a little bit here. What I'm going to do is we're going to go to the 4-2-3-1. We're going to take off one of our centre-backs. Will that be Bade? Will it be... Maybe not Bade. I think he's playing better. And also we've got Quaresma on the yellow card, haven't we? So let's do Quaresma off for Santa Maria, who can play on this right-hand side. And I think that might be it for now. There's not really many other threats that we can bring on. I'm looking at who's not playing very well. We're going to do this. But a change of system hopefully brings about maybe a couple of chances here. We've actually got a highlight immediately. Tobias! Oh, my word. The main man. It's actually a corner. As I'm not sure my voice is going to hold up for this, especially if we do start doing very well. We've got the corner. Nothing's come of it. We've got 10 minutes to play. I'm going to tell them... Okay, there is a highlight before I can tell them to do anything. Everton on the attack, but we do have the ball. Hayden Fryer, Nicholas Heddle. Build from the back then. Now in this 4-2-3-1, Nwaneri's lost it. They're going to score. They have scored. It's Prendergast. I don't think he can be offside there. He looked like he was on. I think we might have just conceded. It is disallowed. We might have got away with it. If we can score from here, we've got away with one there. Nwaneri loses this here horribly. He's just offside when he plays him in. Okay, 5 to play. A draw's probably not... I mean, it actually is enough, but it's really annoying. We've got a highlight. A win here could be so crucial because Arsenal, as it stands, are going to drop points. Only a draw away at West Ham. We've got the ball on the attack. Caldini, he's given it away to Prendergast. They're going to score. He's hit the post. Oh, should I just be thanking our lucky stars that we're going to get a draw here? Because it looks like that is going to be the case. There's nothing I can... We've just not played very well. Arsenal have also drawn. Newcastle won. I don't know what to make of this. I think it means... I've told them that they're all in training. I think it means we're all on the same points, aren't we? We're all on 74 points. We've still got the best goal difference. Arsenal dropping points. We didn't capitalise. We've got a home game against Manchester United next, which, looking at the table, we should win. But then we go to Newcastle, which is terrifying. I think we're going to have to take it. It's not a great... We've had a few of these, like the Leicester draws that we've had. We're going to have to take it, I think. I will see you. I guess I'll see you when we're about to go and play Manchester United in a week's time. Hopefully, I'm going to rest the team, actually, because those players... I mean, everyone, really. Let's rest all of the outfield players. They really do need a rest. I'll see you for United and hope that things go slightly better. Okay, here we go then. It's Manchester United at home this time. And big change. I'm going to go to the 4-2-3-1. It's a home game against the team that we should be beating. I'm going to go back to the 4-2-3-1. I have done this quite a lot recently. That is the team. One change that comes in is Keran is going to start on the right-hand side instead of, I think it was Quaresma that came out from the defence. Also at left-back, Asende is in for Borza. Borza picked up a bit of a knock. So those are the two main changes. There's the rest of the team. Look, it's pretty much the same other than that, though. Fryer and Bade is the two centre-backs. Mastantuono in the central number 10 now. There's the United team. Ibrahimovic Fletcher, not sure who that is, but João Gomez is in there. Ugarte, Højlund leading the line. We are underway. By the way, big news as well to let you know is that Arsenal did play a game earlier. They did beat Burnley 2-0, so we are now second in the league. Going in, this is our penultimate game. If we win, we go back to the top. Ahead of them, but yeah, they beat Burnley in the game that they played earlier. Newcastle are away at Swansea. Swansea are very much bottom of the league on only 20 points. There is an injury for a Swansea player as well. First 21 minutes here, we are not the better team. We've had no shots. Manchester United have had 5. We are on the attack here though. Asende's beaten Trincao, found Andrade. He should have scored. That's the best chance of the game. He's put it wide. He wriggled into a little bit of space. We probably should be 1-0 up there. That's a weird free kick. Bade was so quick in getting to the header there. Here's Andrade down the right-hand side. He's got away from his defender. Mastantuono. Gyökeres is in. Gyökeres scores. Now, is he onside? The flag isn't even going up. We do have the lead inside the first half an hour here then. We took a while to get ourselves going, but now that we have, Andrade's brilliant here. Look, he's got the pace to get away from... Who is that he's got away from? Trincao. Mastantuono with the assist. He's easily onside. It's a good finish from Gyökeres. Gyökeres, by the way, is going to be leaving at the end of the season. Can I tell you on here? Does that show you? He's accepted a transfer to Al Ali. Actually, he hasn't actually accepted it yet. I thought he had. He does have a contract offer. I think he has accepted it, but it's not saying it on here. So maybe he hasn't. I thought that he had. And I can't offer him a new contract. So maybe that's because I'm in the game. No, it is going through. It is happening. Look, it's not just an offer. It says transfer date here. He's going to Saudi on a free. It is what it is. He's going to score us the goals that take us to the title now anyway. There's 10 minutes to play in the first half. And we should check in. How are Newcastle doing? 1-1. They did score first, but Swansea have equalised. That is good news. Means that we'd be 2 points clear of them. We are going to go into the final day at best joint on points with Arsenal. And we play Newcastle. Our game is tougher. Swansea, I think, have just taken the lead, by the way. Will that help us if Newcastle can't win the league going into the final day? How has that not gone in? Bad ace hit the bar there. I think it probably would. Gives them not so much to play for. But yeah, Swansea have taken the lead, look. Good Johnson has scored. It's now a 2-point... Well, it stays as a 2-point lead. They've equalised. Tonali has equalised. We've got half an hour to play. I'm not going to do subs too early because I want to save them for maybe tired legs towards the end here. But we're playing quite well. Maybe actually an idea that I've just had. Maybe going to the 3 at the back to shore things up to try and win this game. Swansea have taken the lead again there. Oh, just score a goal. We've hit the bar twice. Great bit of build-up play from Tobias. Then Mastantuono should have scored there. 3-3 in the Newcastle game. What a game they've got going on there. 20 to play. I am now going to make that change. I think I'm going to do it, you know. I'm going to go to the 5 at the back. We're going to take Keran off for... where is he on here? He's had an okay game, not a great game. Friendrup struggling as well. We're going to take him off for Monterisi, I think, at the back. And I'm also going to do Friendrup off, who's on a 6.3 for Caguaripano in the midfield. I think we're just going to do those two for now. 20 to play, but 5 at the back. Can we see this one through? It would be a lovely, lovely win here at home to Manchester United, who are 7th in the league. 10 to play. I'm going to do more subs, mainly for the fact that I want to waste time with them rather than any other. There's no tactical change here, really. We'll do Zalazar for Mastantuono, and Forza is back on the bench. We're going to do him for the last 10 minutes here. He did have an orange injury that has just about recovered from, I think. Still 3-3 in the Newcastle game. We've got the ball in the attack. I haven't gone time wasting yet. I don't think I want to. I think I'm going to leave it as is. Maybe try and make one more. We should have one more stoppage to do a change. Doesn't matter. We scored. Borza off the bench has scored the goal. Okay. I feel more confident now. We are going to get ourselves 3 points here. It's a very simple goal. From the throw-in look, Bade picks it up, plays it into the middle to Nwaneri, Nwaneri to Borza, and then he doesn't come across the defender. And Borza manages to get it across Diogo Costa. 2-0. We are going to win this game then. I'm going to do one more sub just to see that time through. I'm also going to, on here, put us onto time wasting because at 2-0 up, I feel a bit more safe to go and do so. 3 minutes to go. Newcastle are going to drop point unless there is a late goal in that one, which there hasn't been. It is now full time. We are going to get ourselves a victory against Manchester United. Also improve our goal difference with hopefully 2 goals here, as long as we don't concede a late goal, which could be crucial, actually. We shouldn't do. Heddle's got the ball. There's a minute and a half. I've told him to waste time. We go into that shootout, the final day, joint on points with Arsenal. Arsenal, who pipped us to the title last year, by the way. Knowing that if we win the game, we win the Premier League. Just beat Newcastle away, we win the Premier League. I am debating whether we go 3 at the back or the 4-2-3-1. Because of how we've won this game, I kind of want to go 4-2-3-1 and just go for it. We have created chances since going to 3 at the back as well here. Andrade almost scored there. It was a good save. We're into the final minute. They've gone route 1, it seems. Zalazar is going to swing it in. Bade doesn't win the header. They'll clear this, and I think that will be the end of the game. Okay, he's tried to foul him there. Didn't quite manage to do it. I actually really... Lads, it was weird defending. I don't want to concede because of the goal difference. And I don't think we are, but okay, good foul to pick up. Ruggieri fouls him. That is full time. We are then going into the final day. We need to beat Newcastle or better the Arsenal result, whatever that might be in their game where they play. I think it's an easy game, isn't it? We looked at it before. 77 points. We need 80 to win the title. It's a very low points total to win the Premier League, isn't it? It's not been a good league campaign really points-wise, but it could be exactly what we need to actually win this title. So I will see you in 8 days' time for Newcastle away. Whew. Okay then, here we go. This is the team for Newcastle away. It's such a tough game, isn't it? I really have debated and thought about whether I was going to go with the 4-2-3-1 or the 3 at the back system. I'm going to go 3 at the back because it's away from home and it gives me the option to go to the 4-2-3-1 if we need it later on. So this is the way that we're going to line up. It's going to be Bade, Quaresma and Monterisi, header and goal. Frendrup, Nwaneri, Asende comes in. It's another injury for Borza, who has struggled with them a little bit. Has played 30 games, though. Did score that goal that we just saw. Fernandez starts on the right because Tobias needs a rest. Do you know what? I'm not going to bother. He needs a rest, but also Tobias is so important for us. So I'm going to start him because it's the last game. Andrade, Mastantuono and Gyökeres. It's basically first choice. We're going to go for it. We're going to go see what we can do. If we can win, we win the league. If we draw but Arsenal lose, we win the league. If we draw but Arsenal draw, we win the league. Basically, if we are the same as Arsenal's result or better than Arsenal's result, we are the champions. If we lose and they lose, we also win the league. There's the Newcastle team, which is terrifying because there's some really good players in there. I don't even want to point them out, but they're very good. Some of them have been on our shortlist quite a lot in this save as well through the years. There's our team. Here come the lads. Just win. Just win. Do the business. Right, where's that Arsenal game? It is right at the top. Arsenal-Leicester at home. Surely they win that game. We just need to do our own. Concentrate on what we've got to do. Here's Tobias heading it towards goal. It's actually a good header. First highlight going our way, though it goes straight to the keeper, which always scares me a little bit. The Newcastle wasting time here. Dennis Simon does punt it long eventually, but was taking his time a little bit. Maybe he wants a draw. If both games are a draw, that's going to be so nervy, but it would suit us because it would mean we win the league, wouldn't it? Here's Monterisi's lost it to Isak. Don't do that there. Isak to the byline. Lads, what on earth are you doing? First of all, you give it away. Second of all, you just let him run for ages. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. We should never have let it go this far. What is this defending? I actually went Monterisi over Quaresma as well because Quaresma was a bit tired, but that is... I might sub him now. That is dreadful. Arsenal are losing as well. Does that mean Newcastle win the league? Newcastle have gone above both of us. Oh, my word. We need a goal still. Okay, we needed a goal before. A draw now would also put us back to the top because Arsenal are losing. We've given the ball away to João Rego. We're playing terribly. João Rego for 2. Heddle has saved it, although that was not convincing as a save there. Oh, my word. Yeah, there it is. Look, Newcastle will go to 78. Even though they dropped points in that last game week, I thought they couldn't win the league. It turns out they can by beating us here. It's all them as well. All of the stats are going their way. It's a corner for Ahmad to take. It's wide from Gabriel. That was really, really close as well. It is still 1-0 to Leicester. 21 minutes in. What are the stats like here? It's not looking good enough. Yeah, it's really not. 8 shots from them. XG is all in their favour as well. We still need a goal. I might need to go to the 4-2-3-1 just to try and get back in the game sooner rather than later, maybe. Because, yeah, they've been quite good and we've not been very good. Okay, here come Newcastle looking for a second. Lewis Miley. Go and nick that ball. Go on. Okay, we've had nothing so far. I need to go to a 4-2-3-1, I think. I think this isn't suiting us because they're just really good. Livramento. Ahmad. It's deflected. It's saved. It was very similar to the Isak goal actually there. We've we've got away with it. We've not conceded. And then it's headed wide. It is all Newcastle. Ride the storm. I'm going to do the change now. Is that really early? Monterisi annoyed me anyway. I'm going to do the change now. You have to sometimes take a bit of a punt, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go for Monterisi off, and what's the best? I might do Zalazar, and put Mastantuono in there. I just think Zalazar might make more of a difference than the youngster Santa Maria. So we're going to do that, or the youngster Keran. We're going to go with this. Arsenal have equalised. That's not good news for us. Right now, we are, out of the 3, the one team that is losing. Of course, we are playing one of the other 3, but you see my point. Gorna Duarth, Lewis Miley, Bacharina don't score straight after I made the change. They haven't. We're not even anywhere near that. I'm going to berate them. We do have the ball back. We've lost it again. We've got it back again. We've lost it again. Brilliant. Amad Diallo. Amad Diallo, by the way, played for Sunderland and now Newcastle. That's quite funny, isn't it? He's scored a worldie. Right. There is an offside check here, but I think he's onside. This could be curtains for us. Our title challenge has just gone up in smoke. It's disallowed. Okay, is that the lifeline that we needed? It might be. Who knows? It might be. We are only 1 goal away, of course, aren't we? Arsenal are also only drawing. We're not going to win if we don't improve, I think is what I've basically said to them there. Arsenal are still drawing. We have a highlight going forward. Penalty! Pen ref! Tobias, no! It wasn't a penalty. It's gone in! It's a deflected goal from Vinicius Tobias. We are back level. We are back level. And suddenly, that should shoot us back up to the top of the league. It wasn't a foul, but Vinicius Tobias, he needs a rest, but he gets goals. It's deflected in. And that is us. Come on, load. That is us back at the top of the league. We are now... Oh, my word. I've just seen Arsenal have scored again. Arsenal have gone 2-1 up now. They've come from behind. We need to now come from behind. If we score here, though, it would still be us. It's all to play for. As soon as we went to the top, Arsenal have now gone there. That's all 3 teams now have spent time at the top of the table. Gyökeres! Didn't even say his name right. Gyökeres. It was deflected. It's a corner. Suddenly, though, things look a bit different. We're the ones pushing the needle a bit, having the attacks, creating the chances. Nwaneri, it's in! Ethan Nwaneri, we have turned it around. We're 2-1 up. We're back at the top of the table. Things are looking a whole lot rosier now. We just turned the screw a little bit. Newcastle have cracked. We do lead. Ethan Nwaneri drills it. Another deflected goal. It's beat the keeper, though, and that's all we needed. It's now us on 80 points at the top of the table. I'd love Leicester to score another goal now. I don't want to change things because of how well things have been going recently. Changing things might put Newcastle back in the ascendancy. Hopefully not the case. We've got another corner. We are a threat from corners. We've got those 3 centre-backs, although 2 on the pitch at the moment. Mastantuono crosses. Keeper came. Keeper claimed. It's a good bit of goalkeeping from Dennis Simon. Right, 20 to go. We do need to be mindful of tired legs at this stage, don't we? We know that Tobias is tired. I think I'm going to risk him for a bit longer. We've got also a tired Ethan Nwaneri, who is also one of our better players, so I think I'm going to risk him as well. Luca Andrade. Gyökeres is going to come off. Caldini comes on. Gyökeres only on a 6.4. I don't have the left back in Borza to bring on. A yellow card and a 6.5. At this stage, all I really want to do is just fresh legs. So I think I'm going to do Nwaneri for Kagurapano, just because he's also quite good defensively as well, Kagurapano. So we're going to do those 2 for now. I'm going to shout at them and just say, just praise them, I think. Come on, Leicester. Do us all a favour and take away the nerves going into this final 15 minutes. Oh, I thought he was in. Zalazar was almost in. It was cut out. Do I go back to the 5 at the back? Just Newcastle had so many attacks when we did that. He's got to be offside. He has to be offside. The flag's up. Don't panic. I'm pretty sure Alexander Isak is well offside here. Imagine they give this goal now. I don't think they will. I think he is off. Okay, it is 15 to play. Just over. Plus added time. I'm not going to go wasting time yet. We're going to get to the last 10 minutes and then I am going to do it. We're going to go now. We are going to go to a little bit of time wasting. I'm also going to do another sub just to waste a bit of time. Maybe Keran. Mastantuono is not playing great and is tired. So maybe Keran. And I am going to do the right back. Fernandez. Just because they are so tired. It's 3-1 Arsenal. I'm going to do... I've not got any more subs. But I am going to go to full time wasting. Be more disciplined. There's 5 to play. I can't do anything else from here. We're into added time. This 7 minutes. Are you mad? Where's that come from? Where's my voice gone? Keran. Andrade, it's wide. That would have been so nice. It was actually a corner. There's no highlight for the corner. What am I looking at? Tonale's injured underneath the bench. What has happened there? Football Manager, this is not the time for this madness. Why is Tonale injured underneath the subs bench chairs? And why are we watching it? What's going on with the game? Time's ticking away though. Okay, we've got a throw in. Ignore Tonale. They've brought him off and brought on nobody. They're down to 10, I think. This is madness. This is chaos. We're really wasting time. Surely the referee has got to send him off for this. It's fine. He's taken the throw in. Oh, my word. He's gone to the back post. Keran. The keeper's claimed it again. If we concede from here, what's going on? Is Tonale okay? Is he stuck? Time's up, ref. Blow the whistle. We've won the Premier League. Yes. Oh my word. Chaos. Chaos at the end. But Brentford finally in our Moneyball universe. Brentford are Premier League champions. We've only gone and done it. We're lifting it here at St James's Park. Morten Frendrup, the captain, will lift the trophy as we are Premier League champions. Oh my word. Get in. Get in. That was the most outrageous drama. That Tonali being injured underneath the subs bench. I don't know. Like, Football Manager will always surprise you. It will always surprise you. I was really not expecting that. But we've won the league. Thank you so much for watching this Moneyball journey. There will be another video because I am going to go into the future to see the maybe do 5 more years in the future or something like that. Have a look at the attributes. We'll just reassess. We'll assess the save. We'll you know, have a bit of a nostalgic look back on everything that's happened. But this might be the end of our proper journey, I think. I did aim out to go and either win the Premier League or the Champions League. We've done it because of where things are with moving and things. I think this might well be the end. So thank you so much for watching until the end. If you have made it to the end of not just the video, but the entire series, just leave me a little emoji that is just a little trophy emoji. Just so that I know who the real OGs are who have made it to the end. I think we will do a follow-up video, but thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I really hope you've enjoyed it. I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing that we've won it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you for hopefully some big news about the channel coming very soon. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Come on, up the money ball.